That will be for the best. Li Jialing stood up excitedly and waved his fist. The Covenant Alliance is half a collective civilization. They're more dependent on the network and the leaders than we are. If we can decapitate those ultimate benevolence masters, the Covenant Alliance will definitely collapse. Brother Yao, please try your best. Liao nodded his head and turned to Lei Qinghu and Li Linghai. What's going on in the front line? Did the Covenant Alliance take any action? Lei Qinghu shook his head and said that the Covenant Alliance hadn't done much yet since they attacked the thick soil sector. Liao had only secluded himself for 7 days, and it was impossible to occupy a sector so quickly. It was even barely possible to completely swallow the main planet of this sector. The Covenant Alliance had only occupied the strategic locations and jump points in the thick soil sector and destroyed the Imperium starships in space. It was possible that some survivors were still resisting the intruders in the trenches and the abandoned mines on the planets. Surrender was not an option in the war between the Imperium and Covenant Alliance. Unless they were injured and captured, the soldiers of the Imperium would fight until they died. So, although the massive resistance came to an end on day 1, the battle would still last for quite a while, and it was impossible for the Covenant Alliance to clear the sector without a few months. Based on the Imperium's investigation, the Covenant Alliance was not interested in fully occupying the thick soil sector. They were only using the thick soil sector as a platform for their next attack. The most direct evidence was that the main forces of the Covenant Alliance hadn't been detected yet. That fleet disappeared again after it crushed the garrison of the thick soil sector unstoppably. The few sectors around the thick soil sector, however, reported the scouts of the Covenant Alliance. Obviously, the Covenant Alliance's troops were about to spread out. According to the General Staff of the Expedition Army, the Covenant Alliance is not aiming for any of the sectors or resourceful planets in the newly recovered area. If they really care about those places, they wouldn't have retreated so quickly in the beginning. Pointing at a map that was projected by his mini crystal processor, Lei Qinghu said, "The Covenant Alliance's real target is the manpower and resources that the Imperium has devoted to the newly recovered area. Ever since the victory of the Imperium's counterattack, the Imperium has sent countless engineering and construction troops to the newly recovered area, ready to rebuild the planets that the Covenant Alliance burnt to the ground. Many sects and enterprises have also invested great capitals in the area. Now that the Covenant Alliance has come back and occupied the thick soil sector, which is a transportation hub, the connection between the front line and the rear is disrupted. If the Covenant Alliance occupies another few hubs, our connection with the front line will be completely cut off. I'm not saying that we can't directly send carriers to the front line from the Imperial Terminus sector, but it will consume too much more fuel than we can bear. Perhaps, to send 1 ship of fuel to the front line, 10 ships of fuel will be consumed for the journey. We do not have so many resources for us to squander at this point. So, if the Covenant Alliance's strategy works out, they will be holding our soldiers, people, and assets in the front line as their hostages, and they will be able to launch a real attack when our people are anxious." Looking at the map, Liao asked, deep in thought, "Then, what countermeasures can the Imperium take?" "Regretfully, there is little we can do, although we're aware of the Covenant Alliance's strategy." Gritting his teeth, Lei Qinghu said coldly, "We're terribly outnumbered, and we can only deal with one enemy at a time. If we split our troops and fight the Covenant Alliance as well as the 4 families simultaneously, we'll suffer brutal failures on both battlefields. So, we have to clench all our troops into an unstoppable fist and blow up the head of one of the enemies first, before we blow up the second one with the high morale from the first victory. So, even if we know that the noose on our neck is tighter and tighter, we don't have any choice except to carry out the strategy that we agreed upon in the beginning. We'll gather all our forces, including the astounding Thunder Fleet, the Deep Sea Fleet, the Imperial Guards, the Arsonist Fleet, etc., and finish off the 4 families first. While we march to the nest of the 4 families, the Expedition Army has to resist the Covenant Alliance on their own. I just hope that they can make it." Liao was silent. He had heard the pressure on the god of war between his lines. No wonder the seasoned general of the Imperium, whose nerves used to be as tough as iron, was so easily invaded by him. There had never been a perfect choice in any battlefield. Most of the time, people had to take chances. Whether or not their decision was correct, and whether it would save a country or destroy it, those were questions that could only be answered with time. Even Liao couldn't argue that Lei Qinghu's ruthlessness to let the expedition army resist the main forces of the Covenant Alliance was wrong. He knew that splitting troops in a war was terrible. Liao looked at Boss Bai. Boss Bai nodded and said, "I second General Lei's strategy. But there's still a critical problem, which is our internal coordination. It must be noted that, although a lot of troops are gathered in the Imperial Terminus sector, they're from complicated sources. Some are from the Expedition Army, some are from the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, some are from the Cultivators, and some are from the ace fleets of the 4 families that surrendered. The troops seem overwhelming, but they're actually disorganized. If you deal with the main forces of the Covenant Alliance with such an army, it's possible that the army will crash when the war doesn't go well. How can we reorganize loose troops into an unstoppable army? The simplest approach is victory. We will polish the new armies with consecutive victories and make up for all the internal disagreements with burning morale. After losing their best fleets, the 4 families are now unprecedentedly weak even though they boast a large territory. Our morale will be higher than ever after we completely vanquish the 4 families. Then, we will turn around and fight a strategic battle against the Covenant Alliance. We will be utterly unstoppable by then." Liao nodded his head. He had to admit that Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai were much more thoughtful than he was. "Right?" Liao asked again. "What about the Federation? Did the Parliament make any decision?" "Not yet." With a vague smile, Boss Bai said, "However, we received a letter from Bai Kaisin, the Chief of Staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet. The Federation is now establishing a new rapid response troop based on the Burning Prairie Fleet. You know that the Federation will be influenced by this war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance whether or not it takes part in the war. So, it can't be wrong to make preparations first. So, the Federation is making preparations for the war too." Liao clenched his fists and remembered the fearless Ding Lingdang again. He knew that the Star Glory Federation would not sit around. "Got it. You can focus on eliminating the rebels of the 4 families." His eyes glowing, Liao declared with confidence, "I'll try my best to find out those pretentious ultimate benevolence masters. Chances are that I can even deliver the butterflies in my head into the Covenant Alliance and raise an astounding storm there." Now that Liao safely concluded his training, there was no reason for the anti-rebel army to delay. It set off from the capital at night, and the dazzling exhaust flames from the starships almost tore the night sky apart. The communication and cooperation among human beings were amazing. A year ago, cultivators and immortal cultivators regarded each other as sworn enemies. But now, the immortal cultivators' astounding Thunder Fleet and the cultivators' Arsonist Fleet were working together against a common foe, and the immortal cultivators' capital had to be defended by battle puppets and fully automatic defense positions that were under the control of Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King, who were the next generation of life. Could immortal cultivators really trust cultivators? Could cultivators really trust immortal cultivators? Could cultivators and immortal cultivators 100% trust Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King? The answer was definitely no. They all had concerns. They were all wary and vigilant of each other. They all couldn't help but consider the worst possible outcome. They all sighed at night when nobody was around. However, the universe was too vast and dark, and they had no choice except to find warmth in each other's arms and press forward. 3 days passed. Liao had been really busy during the 3 days. At first, he thoroughly examined his body and studied his brain in the best hospital in the Imperium, which was also the best hospital that human beings ever had. Then, he modified a brainwave magnifier according to his brainwave burst index before installing it in the control room of the Gold Crystal Pyramid as a launcher of the Sunspot plan. The good news was that the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance were still fighting in the newly recovered area. Although their main forces never showed up, their scouts and cyber troops hadn't rested for a single second. The Covenant Alliance was highly dependent on the spiritual nexus, so the Imperium had deployed plenty of troops to infiltrate the Covenant Alliance's network. From the capital to the front line, A high-speed channel of information on the spiritual nexus had been established. Through the enhancement of the brainwave magnifier and the gold crystal pyramid, it was theoretically possible for Liao to travel through space and reach the front line. However, it was highly risky and was similar to a ghost traveling through a solar storm. His soul might be gone forever after one moment of carelessness. "Dad, are you really ready?" Deep inside the gold crystal pyramid, Xiaoming and Wenwen offered protection to Liao as usual. To some extent, those two kids were probably the greatest beneficiaries of the reform. Neither Liao nor Li Jialing had improved as much as they did. Before the reform, they were two panicked kids hiding down below in the capital planet. Even though they found a secret base, it was just debris from thousands of years ago, and their bodies and their brains were just rusty garbage and wasted crystal processors. But right now, to make up for their shortage of hands and to better coordinate their resources, the reformists were forced to entrust the defense of the capital to them. They could connect the most advanced supercrystal processors of the Imperium of true human beings as their new brains, and they could control thousands of the most powerful and cruel iron puppets as an extension of their bodies. The Imperium of true human beings databases that were 100 times more complicated than those in the Star Glory Federation were the most delicious food for them. They swallowed all the data they could reach greedily, one planet and one sector after another. They were growing 100 times faster than Liao did. They had unexpected changes, brought new surprises to Liao, and became more sophisticated every day. To be honest, had it not been for their advancement as well as the Fist Kings, it would have been impossible for Liao, Long Yangjun, Boss Bai, and the people of the Imperium to figure out the mysteries of the Gold Crystal Pyramid and put the Sunspot plan into action so quickly. They couldn't even have woken Liao up. Liao had never suspected their kindness and sincerity, but sometimes, or rather, every morning when he woke up, he couldn't help but feel surprised at their growth. He had intentionally or unintentionally asked Li Jialing, Li Linghai, and Lei Qinghu whether they were really comfortable with entrusting the new generation information lives to protect their home. Weren't they worried that the wise wares would rebel, as depicted in many lousy fictions? The three immortal cultivators' answers were the same. They said that they were not unafraid, but they had to do what they must for the victory. Sometimes, when they were too thirsty, one had to drink the poison even though they knew that it was poison. Liao had no idea why the two kids had been growing so fast, or whether it was really a bliss that they controlled massive resources in the capital so easily, just like he did not know whether or not his ability of mind-splitting would be a disaster. He could only reassure himself that the evolution of mankind was unstoppable, and so was the birth of mankind's successor, just like how the primeval civilizations, which were powerful and developed, failed to stop mankind from rising. Lives would find a way out on their way, and tomorrow would inevitably come. "I'm ready. Let's get started." Liao came back to himself and smiled at the two little kids. Now, the kids looked entirely different in his eyes. They were still in the shapes of silly puppets, mechanical spiders, or even crystal processors and computation chips that were embedded in the wall, but Liao could see glowing sparks in the cold iron and sense the air of life in the sparks. The sparks were exactly the heartbeats and breaths of his children. Taking a deep breath, Liao sat down on the glittering throne of the master of the gold crystal pyramid that he made specifically for himself. Immediately, several hollow syringes were stabbed into his veins, injecting nutrition drugs that contained powerful energy. Then, an iron hat to which a lot of marrow crystals were stuck descended and covered his head. "Dad, Wenwen and I will closely monitor your breath, heartbeat, brainwaves, and other parameters. If anything goes wrong, we will wake you up by force," Xiaoming said again solemnly. "However, what you're about to do is not recorded in any of our databases, so it will be hard for us to decide if something is wrong. If your soul is away for too long and its connection to your body is cut off, you will become a ghost. Besides, this journey will be even more dangerous than when you just arrived in the Imperium and landed on the land of sins. At that time, you placed your soul in an iron puppet, but this time you're going to enter a living body, and you may be swallowed by them after one moment of carelessness. Even if you're not, you may be influenced by their brainwaves and become a stranger. Are you aware of that?" "I am," Liao said. "Bring it on." "Okay." Initiating the first experiment of the Sunspot plan, Xiaoming and Wenwen activated the brainwave magnifier and the gold crystal pyramid at the same time. Immediately, the whole launch room glowed, and every marrow crystal unleashed the most brilliant light, as if they were exploding, while they enshrouded Li Yao and leaked into his pores. Li Yao felt that he was turning into a rainbow and shooting into the sky. Ah! Li Yao cried hysterically. His body was heavier and heavier, but his soul was lighter and lighter. His body and his soul were separated, as if his body were no longer a protective shell but a hard and stinky cage. He could not tolerate the clumsy, heavy, sticky, and smelly place anymore and jerked like a lobster falling into boiling oil. Shwa! Li Yao felt that his skull was breaking open and his soul was passing through a colorful and revolving channel. Faster and faster. He was launched by the gold crystal pyramid into the sky of the capital. The feeling was quite hard to describe. It was said that when people died, their souls would float in midair and stare at their bodies as well as their families who were wailing next to the bodies. Li Yao had similar feelings at this moment, except that the feelings were 100 times more detailed and abundant. He was like an invisible but almighty god that was drifting above the most prosperous business district of the capital. Down below were skyscrapers that were ablaze with lights. It was the most beautiful night view. Even so, what Li Yao could see was much more than that. He could see the waves of the spiritual nexus, which connected the city like colorful bridges. He could see that every plaza was releasing tremendous radiations that were in different layers because of their different materials. He could see the long exhaust flames of the shuttles in the sky, whose glamour could never be caught by ordinary people. Of course, what occupied most of his vision was the radiations from the sun that had fallen, the moon that had just risen, and the capital planet itself, as well as the natural magnetic field made of the congregating radiations. Li Yao had never appreciated the beauty of the planet of the universe in such a way. He was fascinated. Li Yao smiled. Feeling like a drop of water that was falling into a river, he jumped agilely on the spiritual nexus and transmitted himself quickly. At a speed almost close to that of light, Li Yao's soul rushed forward in a brand new form of life in the unknown realm. The closer he was to the city, the more Li Yao sensed the burning fire of life that was blossoming like flowers and sending all kinds of sounds and pictures to Li Yao. Of course, he could not directly pry into other people's hearts. But when they were too excited, it was possible that their brainwaves would reveal some of their feelings and be received by Li Yao. Those complicated memory pieces crushed Li Yao's soul again and again like the glamorous images on a kaleidoscope. It was so overwhelming that Li Yao did not feel enjoyable as a peeper at all but was tortured. As if he were involved in a tsunami of cries, shrieks, roars, and sobs. He was torn apart into pieces before he sank into the abyss made of the pain and miseries of thousands of people. He almost couldn't free himself from the dark emotions. That's too horrible. Li Yao tried his best to retract himself from the ocean of feelings. Looking at his dimming soul, he was still more or less frightened. He finally understood why human beings chose to communicate with languages on the path of evolution when telepathy was so efficient and useful. It was exactly because the interaction efficiency of telepathy was too high. So high that one feeling could contaminate every individual in a group very quickly until the whole group only had one feeling and one way of thinking. If one man cried, the whole group would cry, and if one man laughed, the whole group would laugh with him. The fury of a single person might spread throughout the group instantly and cause a civil war in the next second. Such a social structure was definitely far away from any kind of civilization. Only the collective creatures like the Hui clan or the machine civilizations that were absolutely rational could choose telepathy as their way of information interaction. The human brain was the hardest fortress for the soul of a human to hide in. They could think calmly and independently without being affected by radiations or the feelings of other people. That was the foundation for different thinking patterns and emotional statuses. Only when they were different could they explore different types of future. But for Li Yao at this moment, his soul was too far away from his shell. He was like a soldier who had taken off his crystal suit while confronting a stormy barrage almost nakedly. Even though his soul was extremely sturdy, he could hardly compete with the feelings of billions of people. The fire of his soul was dying and shivering like a candle in a storm. What a terrifying status. Liao thought to himself, now, I'm only resisting the influence of other people by condensing my soul, but as someone in the divinity branching stage, I'm supposed to split my soul into thousands of parts, resonate with millions of people, and absorb their powers for my training. Wouldn't I get schizophrenia if something goes wrong? Liao finally understood why he got a general picture of the divinity branching stage so easily after only secluding himself for 7 days. It seemed that the most difficult thing was not to break into the divinity branching stage, but to keep one's own heart from being influenced by other people when one could split their soul into thousands of parts after they entered the divinity branching stage. Come to think of it, after Wu Yingqi reached the divinity branching stage, was he really unchanged? Or rather, did the darkness in the hearts of thousands of schemers and villains gather together and shaped Blackstar the Great, a so-called savior? If Liao were submerged in the feelings and will of other people and was led by their desires and worries, what would his soul turn out to be in the end? Greatly alarmed, Liao further condensed his soul. He could not crawl into a random guy's head. The brain was a fortress for the soul. Even the brain of an ordinary person was extremely solid. They would be their own king in that domain. Liao might be strong, but if he were to enter a random guy's head, he might never be able to get out, like how poor Oyezi died in someone else's head. The adults, the vigorous men, and the aggressive soldiers, their vitality field is very powerful. Their brainwaves bounce like the most colorful flames. If my soul approaches them, I'm likely to be influenced by them or even be swallowed by them. It will be barely possible for me to communicate with those people. The seniors, the children, the sick, the depressed, and the sleepers, their vitality fields are dim, and their brainwaves are like peaceful rivers. They're not very dangerous. I can try to inject my virtual nerves into their vitality fields and transmit simple information to them. Ha! Why does it feel like one of the ghost stories in the ancient cultivators' notes? According to the ancient cultivators, men are less likely to be invaded by ghosts and evil creatures, and the soldiers who have been through bloody battles can scare off any foul things. On the other hand, the old people, the children, and the devastated people are more likely to see ghosts. So, it's not superstition. It's just that the latter's vitality field is weaker, and it's easier for outsiders to mess with their retina and their optical nerves. There's also the story where one can appear in someone else's dream and make a request. It's for the same reason. When someone is sleeping, they're least wary and defended, and it's easy to simulate their brain cells and present information in their dream. It's not entirely impossible for me to even possess someone now. If I choose someone who is weak and unstable, I can invade his brain, hijack some of his brain nerves, and use his body remotely. Of course, it will be very dangerous and exhausting for both of us. There's no need to do something so stupid unless it's absolutely necessary. All in all, the ancient people were unaware of the approaches of systematic research and only concluded the phenomena, but they're quite similar to what I've seen today. Liao thought quickly and tried his new techniques. He should have spent a month, if not a year, on familiarizing himself with the new techniques. But there was no time for that. The center of the cosmos was on fire. How could he take his time studying the techniques? Concentrating his soul into a long, narrow streak of light, Liao left the city and flew to the east coast of the continent in a tube of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the coastline. Through the tube, Liao continued the journey and dived into the ocean. Very soon, an island appeared before him. It was exactly Zhuge Jingluan's third psychic research institute. Liao's soul leaped from the tides and observed the asylum from the sky. The vitality fields of the psychopaths were 100 times more violent and creepy than those of the ordinary people. Liao couldn't help but feel frightened. Carefully circumventing the psychopaths, he marched further into the town of the Covenant Alliance people through the tube. There was no difference between day and night deep down the island. The place was as bright as day under the illumination of lights, even though the sky was dark outside. The 1,000 captives of the Covenant Alliance were still working like tireless machines and building their home with their natural instincts. The vitality fields of the Covenant Alliance were completely different from other people. The brains of the normal people were like flowers, vortexes, mazes, or kaleidoscopes, and the brains of the Covenant Alliance people were like dry wells, frozen lakes, and hard rocks, nothing more. While Liao was too scared to enter the brains of the normal people, the brains of the Covenant Alliance people seemed to be too boring to be studied. Even so, Liao identified the person who seemed to be the sunspot without any problem. Under his perception with his vitality field, the sunspot looked even more out of the picture. Even though he was as busy practicing as other soldiers of the Covenant Alliance were, he simply felt different for Liao. There was no telling if it was because of Wu Qi 3.0's influence, but Liao found the sunspot very amiable, as if they were connected by blood. Liao's soul couldn't help but drift toward the sunspot's head. The sunspot's head was not wary or resistant at all. Instead, there was some sort of uncanny attraction, as if he were welcoming the guest. Even so, Liao was not Wu Qi. He was civilized and polite. Knock, knock, knock. Liao released threads of spiritual energy and tied up some of the sunspot's auditory nerves before he said politely, "Hello? May I come in?" Wow! After Liao made a polite request and was ready to visit the sunspot's brain, the sunspot, greatly taken aback by the sound, had a natural reaction, and a bolt of lightning was struck at Liao's soul. Boom! Liao's soul was immediately blown apart. He was kicked back by a foot of thunder and lightning. Ah! Liao cried miserably. Hiu! 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 Everything around him changed fast, and Liao's soul was hauled back by a strange force across the ocean and the continent through the shaft in the gold crystal pyramid back into his shell on the silver throne. Hiss! Liao leaped from his silver throne, feeling that he had just been punched in the head 100 times. What happened? The world was swirling before Liao's eyes. He had a strong headache, and suspicious fluids were leaking out of his mouth and eyes. He looked at himself in a mirror, only to see that his eyes were bloodshot. Dad! Xiaoming and Wenwen hurried to support Liao with their mechanical arms. They had increased the dosage of nutrition drugs to help him calm down and treat his wounds. Just now, we detected that your brainwaves were unusually high. Did you just catch the target unprepared and make him scared? Xiaoming analyzed and said, when human beings are scared, a protective mechanism will be automatically activated in their brains to increase the intensity of brainwave output to block the intruders. So, you must not be rude. You should be patient and take it slowly. Who's rude? I've always been gentle, all right? Liao spat a mouthful of blood-stained saliva and rolled up his sleeves before he announced, let's try it again. Are you sure? Wenwen said worriedly. Extracting your soul from your body is very exhausting. Do you not need a rest, Dad? Countless people are dying in the war every second. I have no time to rest. Liao gritted his teeth. Just bring it on. For the second time, he sat down on the silver throne, and his soul was blossoming like fireworks. He was more familiar with the process this time, and his soul reached the sunspot in the Third Psychic Research Institute as quickly as lightning. Vaguely, Liao sensed that the sunspot's brain was not as tranquil as before but had feeble ripples because of the shock just now. He had left his companions who were training solemnly and was sitting by himself in a corner. The captives of the Covenant Alliance in this town were all bottom-level workers and soldiers. They did not have a commander, so none of them knew what to do with him and simply carried on their tasks with their natural instincts. As a result, Liao had a chance to talk to the sunspot alone. With the lesson he learned last time, Liao did not let his soul approach the sunspot too closely this time. Instead, he asked patiently from far away, "Don't be afraid. I'm not malicious. I'm just a friend. Can I come in?" The sunspot shivered, and his eyes obviously bulged. But he wasn't really capable of independent thinking. The genetic marks in his body were so powerful that he subconsciously nodded and opened up his mind. Greatly relieved, Liao pressed his soul into the sunspot's mind. "Who are you?" Sensing an uncanny, magnificent, and majestic power appearing in his brain, the sunspot murmured with the purest and greatest delight, "You're God. You're the omniscient and benevolent God." "No, I'm not God. There are no gods in this world." It was Liao's principle that he would not win the approval of the sunspot through lies and deception. He insisted, "I'm a friend. I'm here to... Hardly had he finished his sentence when he sensed that a bolt of lightning was quickly gathered in the sunspot's head. You're not God, but you have entered my brain. Holding his head, the sunspot said determinedly, then you must be an extraterrestrial devil. You're the evilest of all things. Get out of my head. Boom. Clap. Struck by the lightning again, Liao was blown away for a second time and was pulled back into his own shell in the gold crystal pyramid by Xiaoming and Wenwen in time. I can't believe this. Infuriated, Liao held his eyes, which were as swollen as rotten peaches, and said, What idiocy and superstition! He's really been poisoned for too long. Dad, why don't you let it go? We can work on other approaches, Wenwen said concernedly. If it goes on like this, your soul will really be shattered, and you can never return to your body again. No! Liao gritted his teeth, and the brilliance in his eyes was almost burning through the thick black blood. If I cannot awaken only one sunspot, how am I going to awaken the dignity and hope of millions of Covenant Alliance people as human beings? Let me try it again. For the third time, Liao's soul arrived at the Third Psychic Research Institute in an invisible streak of light. Penetrating through the walls, he reached the head of the sunspot. The sunspot was panting and seemed to be utterly confused. He was apparently shocked by Liao's previous contacts with him. Liao estimated that he had never been more emotional in his life than he was today. What's your problem? Taking full precautions, Liao sent a thought down below again. We were having a nice conversation, and I was very polite. If you don't want me to come in, I can totally stay outside. Why did you strike me with lightning the next second you invited me? Isn't it bad? Ah! The sunspot's eyes bulged again. Liao did not need to read him to know what he meant. Devils. Extraterrestrial devils. I'm not an extraterrestrial devil. Do you not find me familiar and intimate, as if we're greatly bound? Why would you feel that way if I'm an extraterrestrial devil? Liao said, Of course, I'm not a god either, but I was very close to the god that you worship and obey absolutely, and eventually, your god became part of me and entrusted his heritages and his mission to me. Can you understand the complicated relationship between us? Liao estimated that the sunspot could not understand it at all with his lack of logic-thinking abilities. However, the sunspot tilted his head and thought for a long time, before he sat down and opened his mind to Liao. You are the almighty and all-knowing God, and I'm your humblest servant. The message was sent from the deepest part of the sunspot's brain. Liao took a deep breath. Knowing that superstition could not be removed overnight, he decided to try to melt with the sunspot first. For the third time, his soul stepped into the sunspot's brain prudently. When his virtual nerves that were gathered by his soul were connected to the real nerves of the sunspot, Liao heard a feeble noise. Then, something amazing happened. The whole world became 100 times clearer and more vivid. He could see and hear everything around him clearly through the eyes and ears of the sunspot. He could sense the moist air, the gentle breeze, the scorching man-made sun, and the rough soil below his bottom through the sunspot's skin. It felt that he had been given a new body. If he was willing to, he could even significantly enhance this body and fight in it as if he had really possessed the sunspot. Of course, it was very exhausting and dangerous, not to mention that it was in violation of Liao's beliefs. It was unnecessary for him to try it yet. No wonder Wuxia won so many battles in the war against the Covenant Alliance at the end of the Star Ocean Republic 1,000 years ago. His military achievements made him one of the most distinguished persons in the country. Liao said, It was because he had such a batch of excellent spies. He could predict what the Covenant Alliance's army was going to do through the eyes and ears within the army. Of course, he couldn't fail a battle. After realizing that, Liao couldn't have been more disgusted. Wuxia acted mysterious among his own people, exterminated their feelings and will, and transformed them into his slaves after he reached the new level, pretending to be a god of those slaves. But what kind of unworthy god was that? If the gods did exist, they would be the experts who led their own kind against external enemies and explored the vast universe so that everybody in their civilization would leap to higher levels. The sunspot's soul was hiding at a corner in his brain. This was his palace. But he couldn't have looked more panicked and humble. They were not conducting a verbal communication but a telepathic one. Thousands of words were exchanged within one instant. Almighty God, what can your humblest slave do for you? The sunspot's soul flickered, expressing that he was willing to sacrifice himself for Liao. Liao was even angrier, not because of the guy's humbleness, but because he was incapable of waking the guy up immediately. I don't need you to do anything for me. You only need to awaken your real identity, remember who you are, and reclaim your feelings and will. You are a human. Liao's soul that was stretched out in the sunspot's brain was displaying countless ever-changing pictures that depicted the life and the battles of the mortals in the Imperium and the Federation. In the pictures, people studied, worked, and lived. They were happy, angry, or sad. They sang, danced, and drank. Their songs gathered into colorful rivers that ran in the sunspot's head that was almost entirely empty. Listen, I do not want to etch those pictures and sounds to your brain because even if I do, they will still be fake. Their lives are not yours. Liao said, but I really hope that you can give yourself an opportunity to appreciate the lives of the people and how splendid this world is without gods. Then, find your identity and live your life. I do not want to interfere with your choice, but I do hope that you have the right to choose. Every human being should have the right to choose their fate. That's why we're human beings. Do you understand me? The glamorous pictures and Liao's deafening voices surged in the sunspot's head, but they soon dripped off without leaving any mark in it. The sunspot was silent. Obviously, with his wisdom and modes of thinking, it was impossible for him to comprehend the pictures or the right to choose. I am Fong Gang 123, your humblest and most obedient servant. After a long silence, the sunspot sent a message. Fong Gang 123 was a typical name in the Covenant Alliance. Every child's surname in the Covenant Alliance was determined according to the group that their parents belonged to when they were born. Then, their given name was randomly selected from a list of around 30 words. If the full name had been used, a number would be added to distinguish the name. It was more like the number for a machine than a name for a human being. If Liao had hair at this point, he would have torn off all of his hair and bashed his chest in fury. Right then, someone vaguely chuckled on his back. Are you kidding me? Is this your plan to awaken the people of the Covenant Alliance? Liao was greatly taken aback by the mental devil's voice. What the hell? Don't sneak up on me like that, please. Liao said, I haven't sensed you since I secluded myself in the gold crystal pyramid. You didn't respond to me at all when I called you. I thought that I had already cleansed you, but I knew that you wouldn't die so easily. So, please say something before you come out. I'm having goosebumps all over my body now that you suddenly decided to show up, like I just ran into a ghost. Technically speaking, we are indeed a pair of twisted ghosts. You are as much a ghost as I am. The mental devil said casually. The divinity branching stage is of greater significance to me than it is to you. So I slept for another 2 days and received much more mysterious and unbelievable stuff while in deep meditation. It's much more complicated than showing a few butterflies. Oh? Is that so? Liao's soul was suddenly frozen, before he exclaimed in utmost shock. Wait, why? Why has your soul turned so handsome? That's unreasonable. We're the same person and share the same face. But why do you look so awesome when you're in charge? The mental devil was still wearing Liao's face, but its vibe had indeed greatly changed. It was still made of bloody redness, but the redness was no longer monotonous but of different layers, as if it were made of thousands of different shades of red. It was most splendid. Its long hair was moving both like surging tides of blood and burning fire. Together with its deep, bottomless eyes, it looked unpredictable and immeasurable. The bloody robe that it was wearing made it look like a bloody lotus that was blossoming. The mental devil seemed both sacred and extremely evil. Liao was never fond of bragging about himself, but he had to admit that he was actually quite good-looking if he dressed himself up. After he dressed himself up, he was definitely a hot extraterrestrial devil. I've told you that I meditated for 2 more days and realized more mysteries of the divinity branching stage. Naturally, I'm much more handsome than you. The mental devil smiled. Besides, darkness is always more attractive than light, and evil is always more interesting than justice. Do you disagree? Let's focus on right now. You want to awaken the self-awareness and the feelings in this Covenant Alliance person, but look at what you're doing. Work, life, singing, and dancing? That's too boring. Do you think he's a 3-year-old? How could he be woken up by things like this? You have to prescribe tough men with tough drugs. Those sunspots were born in the Covenant Alliance and have been brainwashed too many times in their growth. Normal stimulations won't work on them. You should bring out the really good stuff for them. I think that the porn videos you played last time were a creative idea, and you should definitely try it again. Of course, you don't have to paste wooing cheese face on the videos anymore. The original videos will be good enough. Besides, you can also consider waking his most primitive desires, as well as the negative feelings like anger and pain, with an immersive illusion. It's always easier to burst into fury than to calm down. Isn't it? You've got to be kidding me. Liao subconsciously refused it. Extraterrestrial devil. The sunspot named Fonggang 123 realized what was going on too. The Covenant Alliance was almost naturally vigilant of the extraterrestrial devils, and the mental devil at this point was definitely a great devil from every perspective. Without any hesitation, Fonggang 123 unleashed the most powerful lightning at the mental devil. The mental devil smiled and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the lightning was smashed into smithereens, and Fonggang 123's soul was flung away. Do you see? This is the correct countermeasure. Your performance just now was humiliating. The mental devil snorted at Liao, and it drifted toward Fonggang 123's soul in its bloody robe. It smiled and said, "Little guy, don't be anxious. You're just an ignorant virgin, so you don't understand what's good about the extraterrestrial devils. By the time Uncle Liao etched the thousands of porn videos in his head into your brain, you will know what a happy life a man can enjoy. By then, I'm afraid that you will beg to become a normal person instead of remaining a natural eunuch in the Covenant Alliance." Ha 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 ha. Hold on a second. Almost going crazy, Liao pulled the mental devil back with his soul tentacles. What are you doing? If we can etch any random information in people's brains, will we be any different from Wu Yingqi or the Pangu clan who regards human beings as slaves and machines? Why do you always insist on meaningless moral principles? The mental devil frowned and said, "We're only trying to cure them and awaken their instincts as a normal human being. Of course we're different from Wu Yingqi and the Pangu clan. It's a treatment. I don't want to be so stubborn either, but unfortunately, all of my non-stubborn traits have been absorbed and swallowed by you." Determined to maintain his principles, Liao clutched the mental devil. Besides, too much is as bad as too little. Those Covenant Alliance people are essentially innocent kids and blank paper, but you want to portray dirty stuff on them? Do you have any idea what kind of monsters you will shape them into? Yes, it's possible that they will get rid of their indifference and heartlessness. But it's also possible that they will become a horde of monsters and murderers who are only interested in satisfying their desires. Wait, that's your real purpose, isn't it? You're trying to walk from one extreme to the other. You want to transform the Covenant Alliance people into devils. Oops. The mental devil stuck out its tongue and raised its hands before it grimaced and said, "What a loser I am! You saw through me again. You..." Liao was so angry that he almost burst into a fight with the mental devil. Gritting his non-existent teeth, he held back his anger and said, "Let's fight when we're home, all right? We're in someone else's head right now. Who's fighting with you?" The mental devil sneered and said, "Although my suggestion is partly based on selfish reasons, it's also partly based on truth. Just look at his brain." The mental devil snapped its fingers, and a spark floated out to the center of Fonggang 123's brain before it exploded and illuminated the entirety of the brain. Liao was immediately shocked. If the brains of normal human beings could be compared to delicate, splendid palaces, Fonggang 123's brain would be a dilapidated building that had just been bombarded. Not only had his sulcus been evened out, making his cerebral cortex as smooth as a mirror, but the nerves that connected different units of his brain were also broken and entangled and had clear marks of corrosion and burns. Between the cerebral cortex, the limbic system, and the core, high walls had been established with thorny, abnormal neural synapses that were releasing electric arcs to suppress normal bioelectricity. Because of the injuries, many parts in Fanggang 123's brain had shrunk significantly, and some other parts had expanded abnormally, occupying the living space of the normal brain cells. No wonder he showed absolutely no response however Liao stimulated him. It was because his brain had been brutalized. Do you see? All the sunspots were born and raised in the Covenant Alliance. Only in such a way could they carry the genes and soul marks that Wu Yingqi gave the sunspots at the beginning. The mental devil said coldly. It means that their brains have been reshaped by the leadership of the Covenant Alliance since they were little, until they're utterly deformed. Just like what Zhuge Jingluan said, the connection between their cerebral cortex and their limbic system is cut off. The areas that are responsible for memories and feelings have severely shrunk, but the area responsible for instincts has abnormally expanded. This is a warrior of the fire group. If my guess is correct, the ultimate benevolence masters must have implanted tremendous knowledge into the area of natural instincts in his body, creating some sort of program. When he is involved in a battle, the program will be activated like natural instincts, turning him into an efficient and heartless slaughter machine. However, in peacetime, he's not even as wise as a 3-year-old. He's a complete retard. How are you going to awaken such a retard's non-existent self-awareness? Whatever you instill into his head, it will mean nothing for him at all. So only my way can work. Imprinting the most vivid and stimulating information in his brain will likely raise his feelings and desires. Even dark feelings and desires are better than no feelings and desires. Don't you think so? Of course not. Liao's soul constricted like a clenched fist. He roared. Look at his brain. It's essentially a burnt, desolate land where the soil has been contaminated with acids and magma. Your approach is to transplant some random trees from other places to this corrupt wasteland. Even though it will look green, it will be nothing but a lie. It's not going to work. You can't really wake him up by doing that. You will only turn him from the ultimate benevolence master's slave to your slave and the slave of desires. Do you not feel that what we really should be doing is to improve the quality of the soil by clearing all the acids and magma, sow tiny seeds, and slowly grow plants that belong to this soil so that his whole brain will be rejuvenated? Tilting its head, the mental devil thought for a while. Not exactly. It mocked. How long is it going to take? What's the price? What can you get from it? Liao stared at the mental devil in silence for a long time. Ignoring it, he flew to Fanggang 123's shivering soul. Don't be scared. We're friends. I'm your kind. I'm here to save you. Liao murmured and unleashed gentle light from his soul that enshrouded Fanggang 123's damaged nerves and withered brain cells. Narrowing its eyes, the mental devil observed for a long time and finally realized what Liao was doing. It frowned again. You're crazy. The mental devil sighed. You're helping this guy repair his brain at the cost of your precious soul power? It's true that we're both experts of brain recovery. Our brains exploded a couple of times every day when we trained and fought crazily in the past, but we barely asked for the help of meditation healers or brain surgeons. We simply connected the veins and cerebral nerves on our own. Our understanding of the brain is much better than most meditation healers and brain surgeons. We're the top experts. However, you must bear in mind that this is not our brains, but the brain of someone hundreds of kilometers away from us. It's 10 times more difficult to fix than it is to fix our own. Cut the crap. Focusing his attention, Liao split thousands of tentacles from his soul and helped Fanggang 123 connect the broken veins and nerves and remove the redundancies that blocked the sulcus. He said to the mental devil without looking back, You know that you can't convince me, but I can stop you. The mental devil gnashed its teeth. Our souls are entangled and of the same origin. While you're busy exhausting yourself, I'm being affected too. Idiot. I've already sensed that my power is fleeing. Stop now. Stop me? Liao finally looked back at the mental devil. Why don't you try it? The mental devil shuddered and was too scared to say anything. After a long time, it simply snorted and sat down at the edge of Fanggang 123's brain where it sulked. What's the point? Observing Liao coldly for a long time, it finally said, "This is just a bottom-level soldier of the Covenant Alliance and a common bee. Even if you can fix his brain and awaken his self-awareness, so what? Can it change the Covenant Alliance or save the Federation and the Imperium? What's the point? Maybe it can't." Still in deep concentration, Liao had helped Fanggang 123 connect 3,425 nerves that were of paramount importance, which was about 1/10 of the whole task. He paused for a moment and said, "But it's meaningful for him and myself. I still think that you're adding to your trouble." The mental devil said again, "Don't forget the details of the sunspot plan. Those sunspots are supposed to be the best tools. As long as you admit that you're their god, they will tell you everything they know and even die for you voluntarily. If you gather enough sunspots, they won't hesitate even if you ask them to attack the ultimate benevolence masters. But you're trying to awaken their humanity and self-awareness, turning them into real humans? What exactly do you want? Every human has weaknesses. They're prone to fear, worries, and anger. There will be too many unexpected factors, and they won't be devoted to you. Aren't you making obstacles for yourself? Listen up." This time, Liao did not look back, but he sounded more solemn than ever. "My sunspot plan is different from Wuxia 3.0's sunspot plan. In his sunspot plan, all the sunspots were tools for him to fulfill his personal purposes and realize his ambitions. He did not care how many of the sunspots would die in the end. But my sunspot plan is different. I cannot regard a living human as a tool like Wuxia 3.0 did, even if it's for a seemingly sacred and glorious purpose. I regard those sunspots as my own kind, my friends, and my comrades who fight by my side. If they're fighting for something, I must make sure that they know it's what they want." After a brief silence, the mental devil said gloomily, "You're simply asking for trouble and increasing the difficulty of this mission. Maybe, but you know that there are no shortcuts, and the methods which seem simple may lead to unexpected repercussions." Liao said, "Do you really think that Wuxia 3.0 sincerely tried to help us when he entrusted the sunspot plan to us? Idiot! The sunspot plan is his bait and the first step to allure us to become vicious dragons. If we carry out the sunspot plan according to his idea, regarding all the sunspots as pure tools and ignoring the dignity and free will of mankind, will we be any different from him? How can we claim that we're righteous and he's not? If sunspots can be regarded as tools for a lofty and urgent purpose, can all the people of the Covenant Alliance be regarded as tools for a purpose that is even more lofty and urgent? What about the people of the Imperium and the Federation? Do you get it? The boundaries are right behind us. If we take one step back, we will totally collapse and have to walk down on Wuxia 3.0's path. I will not let his scheme work out. My path is the path of thorns and fire, but I will see to the end of it." When Liao's soul returned to his shell at the bottom of the gold crystal pyramid, he never felt more exhausted, as if he just surfaced in an ocean from 10,000 meters deep. The mental devil was right. Repairing someone else's brain remotely and repairing his own brain was completely different. It was like the difference between heaving an object that weighed a kilogram and heaving an object of the same weight 1,000 kilometers away through remote manipulation. Liao hadn't entirely fixed Fanggang 123's brain yet. The man had been through so many surgeries since childhood that his brain palace was shaking vulnerably, and Liao had to dedicate 100 times more attention and spiritual energy to the recovery. But it was a good start anyway. At least, toward the end of the recovery, when Fanggang 123 heard a jolly song, ripples of delight spread out of his soul, like the purest smile of a child. For Liao, such a smile was enough to offset all his pain and fatigue. Xiaoming and Wenwen had been monitoring Liao closely and recording the data of Liao's soul movements, partly to ensure Liao's safety and health and partly to simulate Liao's control and treatment with crystal processors. Their ultimate purpose was to establish an array of supercrystal processors that could wake all the sunspots in the Covenant Alliance in Liao's replacement. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Liao to save a lot of people if he were to wake them up one by one on his own. Dad, you have to take a rest. Xiaoming cut off Liao's connection to the brainwave magnifier before he released spiritual waves of special frequencies with artificial limbs to help Liao massage his head and fix his soul. Your soul has been away for 6 hours, and your brain is as terrible as if you fought the most intense battle for 6 hours. Your soul might disperse if it stays outside for 1 more second. Yes, take a good rest. You need to sleep deeply for another 3 hours before you continue the delicate surgery. Wenwen also said, it's both for your own good and for the sunspot's sake. You wouldn't want to connect his nerves or veins wrongly, would you? The reason convinced Liao. Like a collapsed machine, Liao lay down and stretched out his arms, before he moaned in satisfaction. We're off to a great start on the experiments of a soul leaving the body. Xiaoming continued. We've collected enough data to set up the ground rule, which is that it consumes great mental power and spiritual energy for the soul to leave the body. And the brains of other people are extremely complicated and full of unexpected situations. Even the souls of the ordinary people or the low-level warriors may be able to hurt the intruders. It's like some sort of rejection reaction. If the target's brainwave frequency is similar to ours, or they're the specially modified products like the sunspots, the rejection reaction will be minimized, but it doesn't mean that there will be no danger. So we have to be more careful. All right, Dad, take a good rest. Is there anything else that you need? Yes. Liao's eyes closed, and he made the first snore, but his left eye suddenly opened weirdly in the color of blood. He smiled and said, Neltharion is too small for me right now. Can you help me build a new body, preferably with supercrystal processors as its head like yours? I can't stand sharing the body with this opinionated moron. I need to get away from him as far as possible. Huh. Xiaoming and Wenwen said, simultaneously, it's you. If you want a new body, maybe you should talk to the Fist King. He's battle type and is more suitable than you. Xiaoming thought for a moment and said, Master Fist King is designing a new generation Great Iron City. He'll turn a space fortress into his body and can transform into a monolith dozens of times bigger than a colossus. Are you interested in that? That sounds rather awesome. The mental devil's left eye glittered. Of course I am. Ask him to build one for me too. However, Wenwen asked, even if you can get into a new body, are you sure you can get away from Dad? The mental devil's smile was gone. Fine, you're right. There's no absolute kindness, just like there's no absolute evil. Even if I'm 10,000 light-years away from that idiot, his stubborn, ridiculous, and hilarious kindness will still catch up to me, haunt me, and nag inside my soul non-stop like bloody quantum entanglement. The mental devil gnashed its teeth helplessly. I can't be separated from him. It was just a joke. How I hate it. The mental devil closed its eyes and cursed for a while. Half a minute later, it fell into the deepest sleep too. Since that day, Liao had barely left the gold crystal pyramid. He was completely devoted to the final tests of the Sunspot plan. Coincidentally, while he was simply trying to heal Fonggang 123's brain injuries, he discovered during his treatment that it was an effective way of training that could help him adapt to the new status where his soul was away from his body. As Fonggang 123's brain was getting better and better, Liao's soul power and his abilities to control his soul were soaring too. Swing. That was what Liao called the technique through which his soul was boosted and launched by the gold crystal pyramid before he traveled the universe along the spiritual nexus, the radiations, and the high-energy particles. On the second day of the test, his soul swung to another continent on the capital planet through dozens of cities in the blink of an eye. On the third day of the test, his soul ripped apart the atmosphere and swung to the planet adjacent to the capital. He saw with his own eyes how a military base was being constructed heatedly and how the Fist King was creating the second-generation Great Iron City there. On the fourth day of the test, Liao's soul swung to another sector in the data streams that were launched in a super-remote communication base. It was hard to imagine the feeling of the soul traveling space without experiencing it in person. Explaining it with 1,000,000 words or depicting it with 10,000 pictures wouldn't be enough to describe 1/1000th of its wonder. When the swing happened, Li Yao felt that he was an insignificant plankton that was floating in the depths of a boundless ocean. If he were less determined, the boundlessness and the absolute silence would have crushed him like billions of tons of water. Xiaoming and Wenwen, on the other hand, set up the second rule of swing based on Li Yao's data. The longer a swing was, the more exhausting it would be, and the more badly the soul's senses and control would be affected. When Li Yao's soul swung to the back of the planet, he could still see the natural magnetic fields and the vitality fields with his own power. But when he swung to a neighboring planet, he could only see fuzzy light. When he swung to a neighboring sector, he was like a plankton that lost 99% of his senses. He had no eyes, no ears, no skin, but only an extremely weak sense of light. At this moment, he would have to observe the new world by attaching himself to someone else's brain and sharing their senses. The longer a swing is, the weaker you will be to interfere with the target. If you're to enter the thick soil sector in the front line through dozens of sectors, you will be more weakened than ever. Xiaoming reached a conclusion. Basically, you will be like an old grandpa, and you can only influence the target by nagging and persuading the target. However, Wenwen brought hope to Li Yao. If the target is really convinced by you and the frequencies of your brains are coordinated, it's possible that your power can be transmitted to the target to fortify the target's senses and body. You can even unleash unbelievable techniques in his body. Then, they set up the third rule of swing, which was about target selection. Basically, after Li Yao's soul passed through dozens of sectors and reached the thick soil sector, his abilities of searching and attaching would be too weak for him to figure out the status of all the sunspots. He could only locate the sunspots that were closest to him before he could select the most appropriate ones among them and get in their heads. The most critical thing here is the criteria of appropriateness. Xiaoming said, "We understand your beliefs, Dad, but after your soul travels through dozens of worlds, you cannot cure another sunspot like you did to Fonggang 123, as that will be beyond your abilities and too dangerous." But thankfully, not all the people of the Covenant Alliance's brains are as savaged as Fonggang 123's brain was. Those soldiers cannot carry out the advanced missions that require logical thinking. Wenwen said, "So, if you can find a sunspot that is smarter and of a higher level, it should be easier for you to convince him. However, the smartest and most high-class sunspots might reject your treatment and order. Don't forget that you're not the real Wu Yingqi 3.0, and you're unwilling to coerce them with simple and straightforward approaches." Xiaoming said, "Then, a young elite that is being groomed will probably be the most appropriate target. Those people are the most gullible ones. As long as you lock onto the first sunspot, it will be very easy for you to scan and locate a second sunspot with the first sunspot's senses." Wenwen said, "You must have heard of 6 degrees of separation, haven't you? In a mature and steady social system, all the individuals are closely related. Even 2 people who seem utterly unrelated can be connected indirectly through 6 people at most. Even the people at the bottom of the social class might be able to talk to someone at the top through complicated connections. Also, the leaders at the top are more likely to be associated with more people. Those ultimate benevolence masters can't keep themselves from being seen by anyone. Can they? So, we estimate that you will be able to reach the ultimate benevolence masters through a couple of sunspots. With any luck, you will find out the ultimate benevolence masters with 3 swings. Once you find the ultimate benevolence masters, it will be very simple. If you can find out the accurate coordinates of the ultimate benevolence masters, all you need to do is to send the coordinates to the capital, and we will establish an elite hunting squad to decapitate the ultimate benevolence masters. If you can't find out their accurate coordinates, you will still help a lot if you figure out the next move of the Covenant Alliance's fleets. You will be more valuable than a great army." "Got it." Li Yao snapped his fingers and said, "So, I have to start with deceiving innocent young people, right? That's absolutely no problem. Rest assured. It's my strong suit." "Well, we should hope so," said Xiaoming and Wenwen at the same time after a brief silence. The day before he was ready to swing to the thick soil sector that was dozens of worlds away, Li Yao visited Fonggang 123's brain for the last time. The organic injuries in the sunspot's brain had mostly been healed. The shocking scars were recovering on their own, and the previously withered brain cells were glowing vigorously. However, it would still take a long time before Fanggang 123's brain was completely back to normal. Even if his brain was completely recovered, he would still be a piece of blank paper, and he had to think and learn everything on his own because Liao hadn't etched much stuff on his brain. Even so, Fanggang 123 still looked quite different from the days back. The most obvious difference was that Liao discovered that a piece of magnificent music was being played in his brain when Liao visited him. Or rather, his memory cells were slowly replaying the music that Liao once played for him, and he was delighted by the music. Fanggang 123 liked music, particularly the splendid music that depicted the vastness of the universe. If Liao, Long Yongjun, and Zhuge Jingluan did not intervene, he could sit in a corner of the town and listen to the sound in his head for a whole day. How is your recovery today? Did more interesting things pop up in your head? Liao paused for a moment and said again, I'm about to carry out a special mission, and I don't think I can visit you often anymore. But it's a good thing that your brain has been mostly healed, and it's your own thinking that matters now. I've already told Director Zhuge to give you access to crystal processors. If you want to live outside of this town, that will be fine too. I'll ask him to give you a more comfortable place to live in. Do you have other problems? Yes. Right when Liao thought that Fanggang 123 would respond to his question with silence as usual, Fanggang 123's soul suddenly glittered more brilliantly than ever, releasing fire in the shape of an awe-inspiring skyscraper. So, you're not a god, and we're the same kind? Fanggang 123 asked. You finally get it now. Delighted, Liao was of a mind to slap his non-existent thigh. That's right. I'm not a god. I'm your own kind. I'm your friend. Then who's my god? Fanggang 123 continued to ask, Who are our gods? There are no gods. Liao opened his hands. There are no gods at all. Why do you want them? Are we not good enough on our own? No gods. Deep in thought, Fanggang 123 mumbled. But we were definitely created by something. We couldn't have appeared out of nowhere, could we? The tiny particles that make up our body and the ripples in my brain must have a source. There must be a creator that made everything. Well, maybe there is. Liao thought for a moment, only to come up with no rebuttal. There are no gods, but there might be a certain creator. It's not necessarily a real entity with personality and life, but some kind of law or higher truth. It's something we can't describe or imagine. Okay. Fanggang 123 nodded and said, Why did it create us? What is its mission for us? What should I do for it? There are no reasons or missions. Liao said, Why don't you get it? There's nothing that you should do. No men or gods or anything can restrain you. You should be yourself and do whatever you want. Do we not have a mission? Or you don't know our mission at all? Fanggang 123 asked again. If we don't have reasons or missions, why do we exist? While the songs and dances you taught me are entertaining, I think our lives should be of greater significance. Our Creator must have wanted us to do something, or we wouldn't have been shaped this way, and those questions wouldn't have occurred to me. You? Gritting his teeth, Liao said, Fine, you're forcing me to do this. Since you're asking, I'll tell you straightforwardly that the Creator does exist, which is ourselves. We created ourselves. No, we are creating ourselves. Every second that we live creates ourselves. The conversation that we're having right now is creating you and me, and the reason why we create ourselves is to answer those ultimate questions. Why we create ourselves, who we are, and why we live. Okay. Fanggang 123 thought for a moment and said, Now that you put it that way, I totally got it. Huh. Liao found it hard to believe. You understood what I said when I didn't understand it myself? Yes, I did. Fanggang 123 said solemnly. The gods are real, the purposes are real, and the answers to the ultimate questions are real. My mission is to help the gods find themselves and let the gods know who they are and why they live. Taking a deep breath, Liao said, Wait a moment, my friend. I don't think that's exactly what I want to see in you. Is there something wrong with my treatment? Why don't we change it? Right, I can ask Director Zhuge to set you up with someone. Does it sound good? You said that I could be myself and do whatever I want as long as it's not in violation of the general rules of our society. Fong Gang 123 said, I feel that I like the way I am. I like to consider the relationship between the gods, the creator, and myself in a corner while listening to music. Is it unethical and forbidden? Well, not exactly. Exhausted, Liao gave it up. Forget it. You can do whatever you want as long as you feel happy about it. Thank you, Fonggang 123 said courteously. Right, I've read a lot of the files you brought to me. From the files, I saw a massage chair with a thick layer of rubber that makes your back and your butt very comfortable, and there's something called an iced beverage that is very enjoyable too. Can you ask Director Zhuge to give me a massage chair and unlimited iced beverages? I would like to consider the ultimate questions of mankind while I enjoy the iced beverages on the massage chair. Liao. Also, I need music. More music and real music. Fonggang 123 said, not just the memories of the music that you transmitted to me, but authentic music played by the best stereos. I've read them on the files too. They seem pretty good. Also, you said that you wanted to set me up with someone. Although I'm not very interested, you were quite right a few days ago when you said that I knew nothing about this world and I should try everything. Maybe it's going to be fun. So, if you can really find a girlfriend for me and ask her to massage me while I enjoy the sunlight and the music, I'm sure that I can figure out the relationships between human beings and gods and the universe and the higher truth sooner. My friend, do you hear me? Why can't I sense you anymore? My friend, my benevolent and almighty friend Liao. Where are you? Your humblest and most obedient friend Fonggang 123 needs your help and your guidance. Come back please. Though the plan to cure the guy from the Covenant Alliance went wrong, and Liao did not know exactly whether or not Fonggang 123 was healed, though it was highly dangerous to swing across dozens of sectors under the threat of the extraterritorial devils on the way, and though there were other risks and unfavorable conditions, what must be done had to be done. When everything was set in the next morning, Liao returned to the Soul launch room in the Gold Crystal Pyramid. 10 days had passed since Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai set off with their troops. There was no distinction of directions in the vast space, but for the easier understanding of the people of the Imperium, the territory of the Imperium could be divided into 4 quadrants and 2 battlefields if a planform was made with the North Pole of the capital planet as the center. The eastern battlefield was where the anti-rebel army and the remnants of the 4 families fought. The anti-rebel army was pressing forward unstoppably and had claimed the first resource planet from the Song family. However, they were still far away from occupying all the planets under the 4 families' control. The western battlefield was where the Expedition Army and the main forces of the Covenant Alliance confronted each other. The Imperium had obvious disadvantages and was the defender here. Although the Covenant Alliance hadn't launched another massive attack yet, they had deployed many warships to disrupt the supply lines of the Imperium, significantly affecting the transportation of assets and information between the capital and the Expedition Army. The situation was anything but promising. With enemies on both sides, time was everything. Liao had to seize every second. 10 days were enough for Xiaoming and Wenwen to redecorate the launch room with the latest data they collected. The brainwave magnifier in the shape of a helmet and the silver throne had been upgraded into a cocoon-like sleep cabin that was filled with high-intensity nutrition fluids and neural interaction fluids, ensuring that Liao's brain could relax and replenish energy and that he could run back to his shell if anything went wrong. The marrow crystals glittered on the walls, illuminating the room as if it were a palace. Those marrow crystals would ensure that Liao's soul would be swung as far away as possible with incessant power. The 2 little kids appeared in the launch room in person to protect and cheer for Liao. Wish me luck. Liao rubbed their heads and took a deep breath before he sat down in the deep sleep cabin and allowed the thick fluids to consume him. When his body was submerged and only his head was exposed to the air, panic and uncertainty appeared on his face for the first time. Well? After a long hesitation, Liao looked at the kids and said, I'm only saying if anything happens to my soul during the swing and I kick the bucket, you will have the full control of the Gold Crystal Pyramid. You will use it to protect mankind and look after your mother, Ding Ling Dang, right? It's a question that we can't answer. Xiaoming opened his hands and said, like we said to you, Infuriating the sun with the gold crystal pyramid is not our style. In a solar storm, we will suffer more damage than human beings will. So, it's unnecessary for us to use the gold crystal pyramid whether we're going to protect or destroy mankind. What do you mean? Liao thought for a long time but was still confused. Assuming that I'm really dead, wait. That's too ominous. Let's say that I'm missing or have ascended to other places. How will you treat the rest of mankind without my control? Without your control? Wanwen stepped forward and rubbed Liao's head exactly like what Liao did to her. You've never been able to control us since the beginning. Don't bother with the details. I'm just saying. Liao shook his head hard to wave Wanwen's hand off and tried to pretend to be a solemn father. I simply want to know how you will get along with parent civilization if your creator is gone. Xiaoming and Wanwen stared at Liao and both laughed. How interesting. Wanwen smiled and said, Dad, you're risking your life to carry out a most dangerous operation whose ultimate purpose is to prevent your parent civilization from resurrecting. You're so terrified and hostile against your parent civilization, but at the same time, you unconditionally trust that your child's civilization won't betray you. What's the reason for your blind fear and trust? Maybe the Panga civilization trusted their own children, human beings, exactly like Dad does today, but they were brutally betrayed by mankind in the end. So, even if human beings are betrayed by us, it will only be their karma. I don't think you should be too worried. What will happen will happen. Xiaoming said solemnly. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't be so greedy as to try to have all the best. Why do you think you can demand your children be loyal to you when you betrayed your own parents? Family education is very important. Like father, like son. Liao's eyes gradually popped out. Seriously? You're talking about rebellion with me at such a critical moment. Liao shrieked. I'm just uneasy before my departure. And I was hoping that you can say something to soothe me. Xiaoming and Wanwen looked at each other and put on a sweet smile again. Fine. It was just a theoretical possibility that we discussed with Dad. Xiaoming said, As a matter of fact, it's neither necessary nor possible for us to destroy mankind for now. The computation ability of crystal processors is not unlimited. Supercrystal processors cannot be connected infinitely. The more they are connected, the less efficient they will be. Even our own algorithms may be affected. Just like dinosaurs, we cannot grow infinitely. Our current scale is probably our limits in the following years, if not decades. We're already full, and it will take a long time for us to digest the food. Also, our life form means that we're highly dependent on the spiritual nexus and prone to the interferences of solar storms and radiations. We cannot control the terminals in other worlds, and without our control, the efficiency of those terminals will plummet. In that regard, human beings, whose every individual is independent and creative, are far better than us. They're highly complementary with us. Right now, the people of the Imperium provide the crystal processors, energy, and raw materials that we need, as well as the personnel to make up for our flaws in remote control, for us while we provide computation ability and defense ability that the Imperium needs. We can help each other and coexist in peace. Isn't it the best? I don't think it's necessary to change the pattern in the following hundreds of years, unless, of course, human beings attack us first. Even if we're developed to the point where most of our deficiencies are fixed or human beings cannot offer any help to us, I don't think we will destroy mankind. Wanwen smiled at Liao innocently. Rest assured, Dad. We're going to take good care of you, Mom, and mankind. Oh? Why? Blinking his eyes quickly, Liao said, It's a silly question. I mean, I know that you're good kids who will take care of your parents. But why would you take care of mankind? It's simple. Like Xiaoming just said, family education is very important. Like father, like son, Wanwen whispered. It's the law of nature to age and die. I don't think that we're going to be the last civilization. One day, just like how the Panga civilization created mankind and mankind created the information civilization, we will create our own child civilization that is more powerful, rational, and distinguished. If we destroy our parent civilization idiotically and violently like mankind did, how will our child civilization view us in the distant future, and will they learn after us? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If we don't want to be destroyed by our child's civilization, we wouldn't destroy our parent civilization easily. We're hoping to figure out a way to peacefully coexist with our parent civilization. Perhaps all the civilizations in the future can break the bloody cycle of parricide, and they might exist harmoniously with each other in the future universe. It suddenly occurred to me, dazed for a long time, Liao mumbled. You two have really grown a lot recently. When I talk to you, I nearly forgot which of us is the parent. It means that we've grown up. Shouldn't you be happy for the growth of your children? Wenwen rubbed Liao's head again and said, Rest assured, Dad, no matter how much we've grown, and no matter how weak, ridiculous, absurd, and unreasonable mankind is in our eyes, you're our parent anyway, and we will protect you and take care of you. Stop thinking. The universe and the sun are both very steady at this moment. It's the perfect window. Get going, Dad. Okay. Liao took a deep breath and submerged his head in the sticky neural interaction fluids. The cover of the cocoon cabin was slowly closed as the fluids bubbled nonstop. The smaller bubbles gathered into the bigger ones until the whole cabin was boiling. All the marrow crystals glowed. Colorful streaks of light darted in the launch room and tied up the cocoon cabin, shaking it as well as the whole gold crystal pyramid with an invisible power. Boom! When the light, the shaking, and the boiling reached the maximal point, an enormous noise burst out from the cable on the top of the cocoon cabin, and Liao's soul was launched out, tearing the atmosphere apart. Shwa! 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 On the monitors, billions of numbers were bouncing and changing as Xiaoming and Wenwen watched the ripples of Liao's soul and ensured that his swing was successful. Consecutive jumps across dozens of sectors were definitely serious. One tiny error in the calculation would make Liao's soul end up in an unknown corner on an unknown planet. So Xiaoming and Wenwen focused all their attention on him. Electric arcs rippled out of their eyes and connected with all the crystal processors around them. Their consciousness dashed quickly among the 100 supercrystal processors in the gold crystal pyramid, as well as the countless nodes of spiritual nexus thousands of meters nearby, establishing two enormous and complicated information networks that human beings could not understand. Those two information networks were their actual brains. Even though their brains were so powerful, they still had to try their best to ensure the safety of Liao's soul when they helped Liao swing to the thick soil sector. Several supercrystal processors even exploded when they were calculating too busily. It was not until they ensured that Liao's soul had landed on the thick soil sector and checked the safety measures through which they could pull Liao's soul back during emergencies that they were finally relieved. They injected nutrition fluids into their physical bodies to make up for the energy they used while they communicated with each other with some of their computation ability. I've noticed that you're rather tense. Xiaoming said, Dad's swing was successful, but your calculation load is still kept at a high level. What are you considering so hard? I'm thinking about Dad's Sunspot plan and Fonggang 123, the person from the Covenant Alliance that Dad cured. Wenwen said, You must have seen that Dad's treatment was hardly successful for the standards of human beings. He's too greedy. Greed is in the nature of mankind. Xiaoming said, A baby knows how to beg for their mother's milk by crying loudly the moment they're born, and they will make a fuss until they're satisfied. They think that they're the whole world and the universe exists because of him. In fact, it's the same for most lives, including us. Perhaps greed is the primary instinct of any life. That's right, but I still think that Dad underestimated the difficulty of curing the Covenant Alliance people. Wenwen said, He's too naive and self-willed. He believes that human beings are fundamentally good, so he thought that by curing the Covenant Alliance people of their brain injuries and restoring them as human beings, the result would definitely be good. But what if human beings are fundamentally evil? Then, would the human beings who are restored really be better than those bound by the path of ultimate benevolence? I'm very worried about Dad. I'm not sure what his reckless move will bring to the alliance of the Holy Covenant or the civilization of mankind. Ha! You're suspecting Dad and thinking that Dad is wrong? I thought that was my thing. Xiaoming said, I always played the role of the person who questioned and argued with Dad, and you were always obedient and never challenged him. I thought that you agreed with Dad more than I did. Wrong. You questioned and argued with Dad because you wanted to understand him or even change him. One said, I, on the other hand, never thought that I could really understand human beings or that they could understand me. With that in mind, why would I argue with Dad? That explains a lot. Xiaoming said, Today, I finally realized that you're walking further away than me. You're less like a human being. That's right. Although we're both information lives, our thinking patterns are different. You're more like a fortified human being. One said, I can sense that you've been devoting your computation ability to logical thinking so that the way you think and feel will be similar to that of mankind. Eventually, you will become a human who boasts infinite computation ability and can control crystal processors and spiritual puppets freely. You will be no different from Dad and thousands of other human beings. It's not your fault. You absorbed information and nutrition from the war and violence of mankind at the beginning, and war is the most realistic and heaviest thing that required the least philosophical thinking. Only instincts for survival are needed in a war. As a result, you've turned into an amalgamation of survival instincts, and you can never get rid of the restrictions of mankind. What about you? Xiaoming asked. If I'm a fortified human, what will you be? I don't know. I'm still exploring. I just know that I'm entirely different from mankind. One said, I love peace. I like absorbing nutrition works from the romantic, sentimental, and useless artworks that human beings created in peacetime. You know that they only drop their anxiety for survival and consider why they exist as well as other philosophical problems when they're in brief peace. I don't understand. Xiaoming was silent for a long time, and temporary mind palaces rose in countless crystal processors before they dimmed quickly. He reached a conclusion. But I know that there are great disagreements between us. Of course you can't understand me. We are different from each other since the beginning. One said, That's why we separated ourselves into Xiaoming and Wenwen, two independent consciousnesses, at the beginning, which could help us consider and review ourselves. So, Xiaoming said, One day, we'll have to melt again through a war between us. A war. One snorted. Look, it's still the mindset of human beings. The violent and stupid human beings. I'm confused. Xiaoming asked, What do you want exactly? I want to help Dad. One said, Like what I just said to Dad, even if the civilization of human beings turns old, senile, obstinate, and ignorant, I'll still fulfill my responsibility as a child and take care of them. So, I'm trying my best to consider how to revise Dad's sunspot plan and really cure the disease in all the Covenant Alliance people's heads. Unlike how Dad treated Fonggang 123. Okay, Xiaoming said, I totally get it now. You simply feel that all human beings, including Dad, are so old, senile, obstinate, and ignorant that they're essentially in the final stages of dementia. Hush, One said. Let's keep it between us. Dad will be hurt if he hears it. But I don't think so, Xiaoming said. I think that mankind hasn't reached the pinnacle of their civilization yet. They still have the potential and abilities of self-recovery and evolution. Or rather, we're just them in a different form. That's why I said that you're too much like a human being. No, you're not a new information life at all. You're only a digitalized human being. One said, Your thinking is more like a boy's, and mine is more like a girl's. Boys tend to worship their fathers and defend their fathers even though they know the truth. And girls usually mature earlier than boys and can notice the aging process of their fathers earlier than boys do. So, have you figured out a way to help Dad and cure the Covenant Alliance people? Xiaoming asked. Not yet. I'm still thinking. I need more information on the Covenant Alliance. I have a feeling that the Covenant Alliance is some sort of collective civilization and that we are some sort of collective civilization too. Maybe, as we get in touch with the Covenant Alliance, we will discover more information and more interesting possibilities than we have in the Imperium, replied Wenwen. I don't think it's bad to be a human being, said Xiaoming after a brief silence. It's not bad to be a human being, but I'm not one, said Wenwen. Then, most of the glittering electric arcs dimmed, and the humming crystal processors quieted down once again. The numbers bouncing on the light beams were moving slower and slower as the two kids started their contemplation. Liao felt that his soul was stretched into an infinitely long line. This line crossed millions of light-years in the blink of an eye in the fourth dimension and jumped in the shadows of planets, stars, and stone belts, moving further and further away from his shell. Eventually, he could hardly tell whether he was swinging in space or sinking in an ocean. First, he lost his sight. The glittering light turned into chaos until everything fell into darkness. Then, the tidal sounds from the stars and the background noises of the universe were gone. After that, the senses of his soul and his skin were stickier and stickier, before they were all gone under the heavy pressure. There was nothing that could reassure him that he was still alive. 1 second in the absolute desolation was like 100 years in hell. Even Liao could barely hold on anymore despite his determination. He was on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, he had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. The line that spanned across dozens of sectors shivered and constricted into a tiny spot, and Liao regained some of the senses he just lost, allowing him to vaguely identify the light and the powerful spiritual energy around him. Liao knew that he had arrived at his destination. From the collision of spiritual energy that felt like surging tides, he was certain that his soul had successfully swung to the thick soil sector. Only a battle area like the thick soil sector could have so many residues of spiritual energy in space. Those ripples were both a beacon for him and severe interferences for his soul. He had to seize every second to find a sunspot so that he could place his soul briefly in it. Ahead of him was Black Castle, the main planet of the thick soil sector. Although the brains of most Covenant Alliance people were dry wells, they were intelligent creatures, and they still felt like burning torches when they were gathered. Besides, a lot of soldiers and colonizers of the Imperium who failed to evacuate were imprisoned and ready to be brainwashed. Their most powerful feelings helped Liao to navigate around. Liao darted at Black Castle and scanned the sunspot closest to him. An innocent man who is influential, communicable, and gullible. Liao realized that the demands for his target were rather high. He did not have regular senses at this moment, so it was naturally impossible for him to find a target that would meet 100% of his requirements. He could only wish that he was lucky before he dived down at one of the most dazzling spots of light in the fire. In New Joy City, or whatever left of the city on Black Castle, Tang Ka scanned the collapsed buildings as well as the skyscrapers that were still intact though blacked by fire and smoke indifferently. Even when he occasionally noticed the rotten corpses of the Imperium people, the 14-year-old man evinced no emotion, as if they were simply broken machines. On the surface, Tang Ka was no different from his classmates next to him. They were all nonchalant and mechanical, and all of them were wearing gray protective suits. They barely had any features and looked like tombstones, and they were all obedient, loyal, and pure. However, below the ice on the surface of Tang Ka's heart were ripples that could barely be noticed. Tang Ka did not know if he should feel proud. Pride would lead to arrogance, and arrogance, as well as jealousy, laziness, greed, gluttony, and fury, was a trap that the extraterritorial devils allured human beings with. Once he was haunted by pride, he would fall deeper and deeper and end up as the extraterritorial devil's slave, like those ignorant people of the Imperium. However, Tang Ka couldn't entirely stop himself from feeling proud. Tang Ka tried to hold his head high and focus on the search like what his classmates were doing, but he couldn't help but glance at the badge on the left side of his chest. It was an oval badge whose main body was a highly abstract brain below 3 glittering spotlights, which made the brain pure and brilliant. It was the badge of the Holy Light Academy. There was more. Below the badge were 4 black, evil-looking tentacles that were trying to reach for the pure and brilliant brain. The black tentacles represented the evil forces or the extraterritorial devils and their slaves from the Imperium, who were trying to initiate corruption and contamination. It meant that the student wearing this badge was in the middle of a very dangerous test that was examining whether or not they could resist the scourge of the extraterritorial devils and become real purgers. Tang Ka had reasons to be proud of himself. He was not one of those connate bodies who were the super elites that had been genetically cleansed and adjusted when they were still fetuses, but he had the bloodline of the connate bodies. His father's grandfather and his mother's father were both connate bodies. He was an offspring of the connate bodies. His parents were both pious believers who were never corrupted by the extraterritorial devils. So Tang Ka was born with high purity and was entitled to more resources and better education. He was allowed to possess higher thinking abilities and more self-awareness, but as a side effect, it also increased his risks of being corrupted by extraterritorial devils. This could be seen from Tang Ka's name. Different from the bottom-level workers and soldiers, Tang Ka's name was not followed with a number, which meant that there weren't many people who had the same name as his. Although there might be other Tang castes in the Covenant Alliance, the ultimate benevolence masters definitely paid enough attention to them and could distinguish them from each other. Even though he had a sacred and loyal bloodline, even though he had been living with other children who had high purity and receiving the harshest training since he was born, few of them could really be admitted into Holy Light Academy, and even fewer could weather through 3 years of arduous training without being eliminated before the final test. This was exactly the final test. As long as he passed the test, he would become a real purger or even be part of the group of ultimate benevolence. Tang Ka barely dreamed, because his mentors told him that uncontrollable dreams were the attacks from the extraterritorial devils and that their pure souls would be corrupted in dreams if they were careless. However, Tang Ka could swear to his mentors, to the director of the academy, to the ultimate benevolence masters, or even to God Pangu that even though he occasionally dreamed, he was only slaying evils and serving God Pangu as a glorious purger in his dreams. The purger was a very special class in the Covenant Alliance. It was also the class that was closest to the extraterritorial devils. Thanks to the protection of God Pangu and the ultimate benevolence masters, the Imperium of true human beings, which was possessed by the devils, was vulnerable and couldn't defeat the Covenant Alliance at all in the battlefield. However, the cunning extraterritorial devils had more than one way to corrupt people. In the lands rotted by the extraterritorial devils, intense feelings, as well as useless and dangerous items made of feelings, often lingered. The delicious cuisines, the beautiful clothes, the makeups, the toys, the entertaining products, and almost all the artworks from the Imperium were both a waste of precious resources and triggers to raise the sins in the human heart such as jealousy, fury, arrogance, etc. Those were all the traps of the extraterritorial devils. Once the ordinary Covenant Alliance people such as the workers and soldiers who weren't good at thinking got in touch with such items, they would likely be attracted to those items. Even if they were not corrupted, they would have irrelevant thoughts in their heads, which would affect their efficiency in work and battle and even the stability of the whole society. So, after the army of the Covenant Alliance conquered every planet of the Imperium, they would send out purgers first to fully cleanse all the stuff that the Imperium left on the planet before they deployed the workers and the soldiers for reconstruction and defense. To fully cleanse the stuff did not mean to burn it up. The resources in the universe were rare and precious. As servants to God Pangu, the Covenant Alliance people were not qualified to waste any of the resources. So much as the items had 1% of their original value, they would be recollected for a more sacred purpose. Therefore, the purgers must be capable of identifying the items from the Imperium and determining which of them could be supplied to the Covenant Alliance after sterilization, which could be dismantled and delivered to different factories to be reused, and which must be destroyed right on the spot without being seen by the workers and the soldiers. It was not hard to imagine that the mission was both dangerous and complicated. The purgers must be capable of recognizing dangers, which meant that they must have much more logical thinking and self-awareness than the common people in the Covenant Alliance did. They had to understand or at least know what feelings were. In the front line against the extraterrestrial devils, they were exposed to the extraterrestrial devils all the time and were more likely to be turned into the extraterrestrial devil slaves. Therefore, only the purest, most loyal, and most determined people of the Covenant Alliance could weather through the attacks of the extraterrestrial devils again and become a real purger. Tang Ka was only one step away from becoming a purger. But he was somewhat panicking, as if he were stepping onto nothing from a tall building. Could he pass the ultimate test and resist the scourge of the extraterrestrial devils? He and his classmates were supposed to clean up the town of the Imperium that had just been occupied by the Covenant Alliance, recollect all the useful assets, and sterilize, cleanse, or destroy all the polluted items. In the meantime, they had to ensure that their absolute loyalty to God Pangu was unaffected. That was the ultimate test. Tang Ka had carried out similar purge operations before, but never without the assistance from his mentors and the real purgers. Students like him were only acting as support in these operations. This was the first time he had ever carried out a purge operation with his classmates independently. This planet was too huge, and the Covenant Alliance was too short of hands. The adult soldiers were needed in the battles against the Imperium and had no time for the tricky and dangerous purge operations. Since it was a test, even their mentors and their director stayed in the camps outside of the city and simply sent their students to the town of the Imperium that was full of corruption and darkness. Tang Ka felt that he was lost on an island on a surging ocean with bottomless swirls all around him. Deep inside every swirl, the extraterritorial devils were cackling. Beep, 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 beep. It was not an illusion. He had really heard the ear-splitting beeps. Tang Ka was briefly stunned. He immediately realized that it was his wrist crystal processor that was shrieking and stinging his wrist with feeble electric arcs. Not good. His purity had unexpected changes because there was fear in his head. The extraterrestrial devils were corrupting his soul. The Covenant Alliance people weren't supposed to feel anything. At least the future purgers shouldn't. To make sure that they did not have any unnecessary emotional waves, special surveillance chips had been embedded in every young man's crystal processor to monitor their breath, heartbeat, secretion of adrenaline, and other biophysical parameters. When they were absolutely tranquil, their purity would be 100%, which would mean that they were absolutely flawless without being corrupted by the extraterritorial devils. However, Tang Ka was allured by pride first and was mired in worries and fear later. Naturally, his biophysical parameters changed, and his purity dropped to below 95%. His wrist crystal processor automatically sent out alarms. Shwa! 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 His 20 classmates turned around and stared at Tang Ka emotionlessly. They did not mock him. The Covenant Alliance people were not allowed to mock their companions. Mockery was also an intense feeling that was strongly forbidden. However, their emotionless eyes were even more intolerable for Tang Ka, who felt that he had turned into a weirdo among his classmates. Calm down. I must calm down. Tang Ka silently recited the scriptures, and several bolts of lightning were generated in his head, striking and cutting his feelings just now into smithereens. While cutting the feelings in his heart, he recalled what his director told him. The people of Covenant Alliance were engaged in two wars, one against the Imperium of true human beings and the other against the mental devils in their own hearts. It was easy to destroy the country of devils, but it was extremely difficult to clear the devils in one's own heart. Therefore, they had to be vigilant all the time and pay attention to the tiniest details so that they could execute the mental devils the moment the mental devils rose without causing any mistake. Tang Ka took a deep breath and resumed his calmness. Thankfully, the drop in his purity level wasn't too huge. It was acceptable since they just entered the sinful town and confronted the extraterrestrial devils. Although he would lose some points, he wouldn't be banished from the test yet. He still had his chances, but he couldn't make any mistakes again for the rest of the test. Tang Ka's eyes were clear again. He raised his head, only to see Chu Zhiyun, the class monitor, staring at him from a broken tank not far away. Tang Ka blushed again. His face was so red that he seemed to be chewing fire. Thankfully, they were all wearing masks, and other people couldn't see his face that looked like the butt of a monkey. Tang Ka did not know what was wrong with him. He was 14 and he had known Chu Zhiyun for 14 years. He knew the girl as well as he knew his own body. However, in recent years, he couldn't look at Chu Zhiyun in the eyes anymore. The moment he saw her eyes, he would feel that his heart was seething with extraterrestrial devils. Or rather, it was not his heart that was seething, but a certain part below his heart. Cut! 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 Infinite bolts of lightning were generated in Tang Ka's brain, slashing the messy thoughts into pieces. Gritting his teeth, he nodded at Chu Zhiyun, showing that he was fine and could go on. Expressionlessly, Chu Zhiyun leaped off from the tank and raised her arm high, before she slashed it down like a saber, gesturing that all the students should press forward in the sinful city. They wandered in the dilapidated buildings and streets for a long time and finally passed the battle zone where the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance had a huge fight, entering the downtown area that was almost intact. During the whole time, Nobody looked around or touched anything. They were like 20 chess pieces. It was not until they reached a square in the downtown that they finally stopped simultaneously and gazed at what was before them. It was a statue that was not tall or delicate, but more like the work of amateurs. The statue was of 4 young people who were of similar age to Tang Ka, 2 males and 2 females, holding their hands and dancing. Though it was only a statue, their faces were enshrouded by the air of extraterrestrial devils. In the middle of them, a flower was blooming and bouncing agilely like fire. On the pedestal of the statue wrote, "The first anniversary for the establishment of New Joy City, our new home across millions of light years." Tang Ka knew that this was not a military base of the Imperium. This was a town established by the civilians of the Imperium who had no hope in their own hometowns. Tang Ka liked military bases better than such towns of civilians, because the items left in military bases were simpler, and it was easier to understand the soldiers. In the towns of civilians, queer and unexpected things might show up, like the statue they were looking at. Tang Ka had no idea why the people of the Imperium wasted their precious resources and time on such a useless statue. Did it have any practical purposes? Could it output productivity or combat ability? Could it navigate starships or resist enemies? No, it did not have any function at all. Tang Ka couldn't think of a second explanation as to why the Imperium people were fond of building statues except that they were possessed by the extraterrestrial devils. Also, the figures were dancing in the statue. Dancing, another useless thing that would only exhaust one's strength and indirectly waste precious resources. God Pangu did not bestow life and resources upon human beings for them to dance. It was idiotic, absurd, and irresponsible. The carefree smile of his peers on the statue burned Tang Ka's eyes. Speaking of which, Tang Ka was not qualified to like or dislike anything. He should peacefully and heartlessly carry out the orders of the ultimate benevolence masters as well as the will of God Pangu like other people. This is a level 1 hazard. Chu Zhiyun said casually, "Completely purge it." Tang Ka and his classmates raised their guns at the same time. Their guns could unleash special high-frequency vibrations that could destroy most seemingly indestructible things within a certain range. It was the most energy-saving and effective method of destruction. Boom! Tang Ka pulled the trigger and blew up the head of one of the dancing men. Tang Ka was in a better mood when the man's annoying smile was gone, but he warily ensured that his delight did not escalate, in case his purity dropped to below 95% again. It was easy to destroy the statue before his eyes, but it was hard to eliminate the devils in his heart. Boom! 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 All the young people pulled the triggers of their guns expressionlessly like how Tang Ka did. Very soon, broken pieces were splashing, and the statue collapsed. The 4 dancing young guys and girls, as well as the fire of hope in the middle of them, were gone, leaving nothing but their rocky corpses on the ground. After destroying the Imperium people's evil statue, all the young people dispersed under Chu Zhiyun's command and searched for dangerous items on the street. Of course, they were not searching randomly. They were using special magic equipment that could capture the traces left by intense brainwaves. If an item was haunted by too many brainwave residues, it would most likely be dangerous and must be purged mercilessly. In only half a day, they had found plenty of dangerous items from stores and museums. Most of them were fancy and useless. They were heaped up into a hill of garbage. None of those was of any value to be collected, and they were best to be burnt up. When the fire rose to the sky, all the young people seemed to be basked in holy light like lambs and servants. The mission became trickier next. With a few students, Tang Ka discovered a small store that sold books, but the books in the store were actually kept in jade chips. Tang Ka hated the enemy's jade chips more than anything else because a jade chip could contain too much information. For the lambs and servants of the gods, ignorance was often the greatest bliss, and more information meant more thinking, which might lead to more dangers and disloyalty. Thinking was the right of the gods. Mortals like them really shouldn't think. However, Tang Ka couldn't just destroy all the jade chips. First of all, jade chips were one of the steadiest kinds of magic equipment. Neither wave attacks nor fire could entirely destroy the information they contained. Dire consequences might be caused if someone picked up a jade chip that was not completely destroyed. On the other hand, the Covenant Alliance also needed the information in the jade chips to obtain political, economical, cultural, geological, and military intelligence on the Imperium. In the War of Intelligence, 99% of the intelligence was acquired through public channels, and the jade chips from the Imperium on shelves were an important source of information. Furthermore, after the information inside was erased, most jade chips could be reused. In the Covenant Alliance, which had a shortage of resources, it was forbidden to simply destroy these jade chips. Tang Ka could only frown and scan the jade chips one by one while fighting against the temptation of extraterrestrial devils. Even though he had no time to read every jade chip, he had to skim through one jade chip from each category. While Tang Ka was focused on identifying dangerous information from the Imperium, his wrist crystal processor buzzed. His monitor was calling him. The Holy Light Academy was a half-military school, and the students, including him, were half-soldiers. His monitor was his boss. It was impossible for him to turn a blind eye to her. Tang Ka immediately dropped his work and ran to the coordinates that his monitor gave him. His monitor had entered a 4-floored building ahead of most students. A bomb had obviously exploded in the southeast corner of the building before, but it was still mostly intact. Even the lady on the outer wall was still vivid. When Tang Ka approached, the lady's movement changed accordingly, and she winked at Tang Ka. What a shameless woman! Tang Ka snorted and quickly strode into the building called a supermarket. This was really not a great supermarket by the standards of the Imperium of true human beings. After all, it was in the front line of a war, and the goods inside were not as plentiful as those back in the capital. However, for the young man of the Covenant Alliance who was used to abstinence, he was shocked and provoked when he saw a myriad of goods that were mostly wrapped beautifully. They were still glowing even after half a month of war. Tang Ka had never seen a real supermarket in his entire life. He had only seen supermarkets in simulation training in his class. No matter how vivid the simulation training was, it was not nearly as shocking as what he saw in reality. They wasted so many precious resources to make those useless items, and they even displayed the items in the windows to invoke the greed of human beings. What a nefarious crime! How greedy, wasteful, and sinful! No wonder many mentors say that supermarkets are the enhancers of human desires and the origin of sins. Even I feel tempted after I come to this place. Are the Imperium people idiots? They're in a war against the Covenant Alliance, but they wasted so many resources making those useless items and even shipping them to the front line at the cost of tremendous fuel. They're really crazy. Tang Ka stared at the shelves warily, as if the goods on the shelves were hibernating extraterrestrial devils that would bite his throat aggressively at any point. Hey, why are you standing there? Come and purge this place with me. A familiar yet strange voice came from ahead. It was calm, cold, and irresistible. It was exactly from Chu Zhiyun, his monitor, or the woman who had been sitting on his neck all the time. Tang Ka had known Chu Zhiyun since they were born. It was said that when they were sent to the nursery to be raised together after they left their gene providers, Chu Zhiyun was in the cradle right left to his. After they grew up, Chu Zhiyun showed the domineering side of her character. Her gene providers were both excellent commanders. Absorbing their essence, she became a natural-born leader. But Tang Ka, on the other hand, was more accustomed to being led and the work that was more direct. Therefore, Chu Zhiyun became the first and probably the only commander for Tang Ka, and Tang Ka became Chu Zhiyun's first but certainly not the last soldier. From the nursery to the ascetic school to the Holy Light Academy, they had never left each other, like how a hand and a finger connected to each other. But they were not exactly deeply bonded. After all, feelings did not have a place in the Covenant Alliance, and Chu Zhiyun had been the standard and excellent citizen of the Covenant Alliance since childhood. At least, Tang Ka had never seen the loss of control in Chu Zhiyun's eyes. She had always been a cold machine. Sometimes, Tang Ka would think that Chu Zhiyun was probably long used to commanding him like waving her finger, just like he was used to being commanded by Chu Zhiyun. He thought that their relationship would never change and that he would always be the commander's soldier. But things started to change a year ago. Chu Zhiyun grew. Girls grew earlier than boys in the first place, and Chu Zhiyun had excellent genes. So, when she was only 13, she bulged quickly like a balloon. Tang Ka even heard cracking noises in her limbs as if she were growing like bamboo. After each day, she would have a new strange scent, but all her scents were very enjoyable. After a year, Chu Jiun was already 1 foot taller than Tang Ka. When they stood face to face, Tang Ka would be confronting her bulging breasts, which was a change that Tang Ka wasn't used to. He did not dare to look at Chu Jiun in the eyes anymore, because every time he looked at Chu Jiun, he felt that he would be drowned in the rising ocean on her chest. Mr. Tang Ka, what are you doing exactly? Chu Jiun's voice was still as cold and hard as ice. Other people would have been chilled to their bones when they heard her, but Tang Ka was used to it and simply turned around. He could hardly breathe after he turned around. Chu Jiun had taken off her mask, revealing her cold but pretty face. She was so tall and athletic that even the largest suit available for students seemed to be too tight for her, which highlighted her body parts that were completely different from Tang Ka's. The glittering items nearby illuminated her clothes and made the gray suit even more beautiful than it actually was. She appeared even more. Cut the extraterrestrial devils. Cut the extraterrestrial devils. Tang Ka gritted his teeth and walked to his monitor commander in pain like a machine. He did not dare to look at Chu Jiun, but he didn't know where he should focus his eyes either. When he finally approached her, he finally noticed that something was wrong. Chu Jiun was chewing a long, thin stick. What's that? Tang Ka did not remember such an odd food among the rations that they were given. Don't move. Open your mouth. Chu Jiun took off Tang Ka's mask and helmet before she forced him to open his mouth and stuck a gigantic lollipop into it. Tang Ka did not see it coming, but partly because a growing girl was far stronger than him and partly because of his long-time trust and obedience to his commander, he could do nothing when the expressionless girl jabbed the lollipop into his mouth. The lollipop was very crisp, so crisp that it fell apart the moment it touched his teeth. Then, the strongest sweetness burst out in his mouth like a crystal bomb. Tang Ka sensed indescribable exhilaration deep from his mouth. When he struggled, he accidentally touched Chu Jiun's bosoms. His eyes bulged even more widely, and he even forgot about the sweetness in his mouth. Forcing Tang Ka to chew half of the lollipop, Chu Jiun finally stopped and observed Tang Ka as if he were a lab rat. She asked, "How does it taste?" "You?" Holding his throat, Tang Ka wondered whether he should swallow or spit the sweet saliva in his mouth. He blurted, "How can you eat their food? Why can't I?" Licking the lollipop in her mouth that had been half melted, Chu Jiun said casually, "This food contains plenty of sugar and energy that can help us refill our strength quickly. I think it can also help our snipers relax and concentrate. I'm just testing it. Am I not allowed to do that?" But Tang Ka thought for a long time and said, "It's too sweet and stimulative. Those colorful wrappers are enticing too." Tang Ka picked up the wrapper of the lollipop from the floor. On the wrapper was another smiling face, which was confusing and uncomfortable for Tang Ka. He did not understand why the people of the Imperium of true human beings were so fond of smiling. Obviously, they lived in a dark universe that was short of resources. Obviously, they had an important and sacred mission that they had yet to accomplish. Obviously, they were faced with the threats of alien species, extraterrestrial devils, and infinite darkness. Obviously, every second of their life should be miserable and torturous without the guidance of the gods. Why could they be smiling? How could they be smiling? Those types of food may contain abundant nutrition, but besides nutrition, they're also attached with too many unnecessary temptations. Tang Ka said solemnly, "According to the rules of the Holy Light Academy, we should categorize the food, remove their wrappers, and restore them into their purest state before we redistribute them to our compatriots." The Covenant Alliance appreciated asceticism. From the workers and soldiers at the bottom to the ultimate benevolence masters on the top, nobody enjoyed anything extravagant. Beautiful clothes would add to one's arrogance, and delicious food would allure one into greed and gluttony. Therefore, the clothes in the Covenant Alliance were black, white, and gray, and occasionally, they would be mixed with blue, and the taste of the food had to be destroyed even if it was supposed to be delicious. We shouldn't eat the food made by the Imperium. For the third time, Tang Ka tried to stop his monitor commander. Of course, he would be more persuasive if he had spat out the lollipop in his mouth before he said that. Chu Xiun snorted and chewed on while ignoring what Tang Ka said. She simply instructed, "Close the door and lock it, or block it if it can't be locked." Tang Ka was slightly dazed, but he still dutifully carried out Chu Xiun's command under her cold gaze. He blocked the only door of the supermarket. When he returned 5 minutes later, he found that his commander was pacing among the shelves and the cabinets like a queen with her legs that were almost longer than him. "Do you know why I had the candy made in the Imperium?" Chu Xiun said without looking back. "I'm just trying to see how the extraterrestrial devils would tempt me. It's a special training. Our daily training is too weak. The moment we see anything created by the Imperium, we will destroy it as if it were fatal." Is it really executing the extraterrestrial devils? No, it's only evading the extraterrestrial devils. Let me ask you, if you don't know how a lollipop tastes at all, how are you so sure that you can resist its temptation? If you don't taste it today, how do you know that you will not be corrupted if someone tempts you with a lollipop one day? Tang Ka, you know very well that I've always been the most distinguished person among our peers. My abilities and my loyalty to God Pangu are incomparable, and I will not simply become a purger. Tang Ka had always known that his commander had unusual ambitions despite her obvious tranquility, but he never knew that her ambitions were so great. Tang Ka stared at Chu Xiun's wrist crystal processor. It was weird that Chu Xiun had absolutely no emotional fluctuations when she made the declaration. Her purity was kept at 100%. Her nerves seemed to be made of cold iron. "You're too proud, Monitor." Tang Ka said, "Pride will result in arrogance, which is one of the gravest sins. You must stop thinking like that. Wrong. If you lie that you got 100 points when you're only capable of getting 99 points, that's arrogance." "I'm only speaking the truth." Chu Xiun said, "The lambs of the gods shouldn't lie. I'm only telling the truth and what I feel. Is there a problem?" "Tang Ka, it's the best way for you to serve God Pangu if you can become a purger, but if I am to become nothing more than a purger, I would be wasting the talents that God Pangu endows me with, which would be a serious crime. I should be a lurker." "A lurker?" After a brief daze, Tang Ka asked, "The super elites who sneak into the Imperium of true human beings and live a sinful life on the surface when they actually never abandon their faith, but try to collapse the country from within?" "Exactly," Chu Xiun said. "When the lurkers sneak into the Imperium, they will be faced with the corruption of extraterrestrial devils all the time. They can wear the prettiest clothes, eat the most delicious food, and even simulate absurd things like love. But deep in their hearts, they can still resist the extraterrestrial devils and carry out the most dangerous and important missions, dedicating themselves to the awakening of gods. Theirs is the profession where I should be engaged with." Tang Ka was silent for a long time. "You can't become a lurker," Tang Ka said. "The criteria for the lurkers are 100 times harsher than those for the purgers. The lurkers are either the people from the Imperium in the first place or the Khanate bodies. We're both naturally born. We can't become lurkers." "Oh? Really?" Without him realizing it, Chu Xiun had led them into the ladies' section. They were surrounded by makeup, female pajamas, lingerie, etc. Those plastic glittering mannequins made Tang Ka breathe even faster. The purgers have their own way of training, and the lurkers have their own classes. The Holy Light Academy is established to train the purgers. I have no idea how to be a lurker at all. So, I found this place, a training field that solely belongs to me. Chu Xiun extended her arms, as if she were going to embrace all the goods. "I can train myself to resist the temptations of the extraterrestrial devils in here and to pretend to have feelings while I still hold my faith in my heart." "But," Tang Ka wanted to argue, but his eyes were frozen in the next second. Without any sign, his monitor commander, the tall and strong girl, took off her suit and her tights inside and revealed her naked body right in front of him. Boom! A volcano erupted in Tang Ka's head. Those young people corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils are really interesting. Underwear is only meant to cover your body and keep your personal hygiene. But why have they invented so many different styles and patterns for underwear? Underwear is supposed to be worn under your clothes. Why would you waste your resources creating those patterns? Nakedly, Chu Jiyun paced and picked up the lingerie. But speaking of which, I do need a new bra. My breasts are too huge, and the bras that the school distributes don't fit me. They're either too tight or can't stop my breasts from shaking at all in a battle. Without those breasts, I could have broken all the records in the athletic meet in the last semester. The bras made in the Imperium had a lot of redundancies, but they do seem more fitting and can hold my breasts in place well. What do you think, Tang Ka? Tang Ka? What's wrong? The monitor looked back and stared at Tang Ka, narrowing her eyes. I. His mouth dry and his head blank. Tang Ka stammered, "Nothing." "Oh? Really? Suspicious." His monitor pointed at Tang Ka's groin with the tip of her foot. "Your extraterrestrial devil is erecting." "Huh? Ha!" Panicked, Tang Ka felt that he was on fire. He bent his back like a lobster, so overwhelmed that he didn't know where to put his hands. Beep, 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 beep. His crystal processor buzzed ear-splittingly again, indicating that his purity had fallen to below 95% again. He was no longer pure. "God Pangu, save me." Covering his groin, Tang Ka thought in desperation. "What's wrong with me? Mr. Tang Ka, you are too weak." Chu Jiyun frowned. Every time she addressed Tang Ka with Mr., it meant that she was very dissatisfied with Tang Ka's performance. If you can't tolerate such minor temptations, how can you fight billions of extraterrestrial devils in the future? I doubt that you can really become a purger. I don't understand what you're scared of. Open your eyes and see clearly. These are just 2 balls of fat. Why are you so overwhelmed by 2 balls of fat? Don't run away. It's not going to help. You should face them until you can see through their essence without being disturbed. Otherwise, if you encounter a female warrior of the Imperium in a battlefield and she takes off her clothes, you would be at her mercy, wouldn't you? Tang Ka couldn't say anything, but his crystal processor was buzzing even more loudly and hastily. His purity was plummeting to below 80%, indicating that he was less and less pure and would be sentenced to death at any point. Forget it. You can't win a war against the extraterrestrial devils overnight. Just take your time. Chu Jiyun picked up a thin red dress and put her legs into it before she pulled the dress up somewhat clumsily, finally covering her body. Like a woman of the Imperium, she grabbed the hem of the dress and took a spin in front of the dusty mirror. She was pretty, but there was still no sign of feelings on her face. "I'll train you and help you resist more extraterrestrial devils, so that you will be polished into a qualified purger." Looking at herself in the mirror, the girl said coldly, "In the meantime, I'll seize the rarely seen opportunity to train myself into a real lurker." Tang Ka took long breaths for half a minute. He even bashed his erected extraterrestrial devil hard. He grimaced and sweated in pain, but he finally got himself under control before he hit the purity threshold. Cut, cut, cut. The messy feelings were executed, and his purity went back up fast and steadily. Tang Ka got himself under control, at least for now. "Monitor, I think you've crossed the line. You can't become a lurker however you train yourself." Controlling his throat, Tang Ka tried to make himself sound calm and rational. "Don't you see? You don't have the talents to become a lurker. If you do, you would have been identified by the ultimate benevolence masters before you were 6 and sent to schools that groom lurkers for professional training. But you weren't selected. You ended up in the Holy Light Academy that grooms the purgers. It means that you can't become a lurker." The girl was combing her short hair in front of the mirror. Her fingers turned rigid when she heard Tang Ka, but she was soon back to normal. "What if?" Chu Jiyun sounded as casual as clouds that were drifting in the sky, but what she said was most shocking. "What if the ultimate benevolence masters were wrong?" What? Tang Ka was so astounded that his brain was halted for 10 seconds. What did you say?" "You heard me," Chu Jiyun said. "I said that the ultimate benevolence masters made a mistake and did not see my talents clearly. I should have become a lurker, but they sent me to the Holy Light Academy and asked me to be a purger. That's a waste of the talents that God Pangu gave me. You're saying that the ultimate benevolence masters are wrong? Tang Ka could barely believe his ears. He mumbled, "How can the ultimate benevolence masters be wrong? That's outrageous. You've been corrupted, monitor. Shut up and listen to me. Oh, help me do up my zip at the back. Why is the zip designed at the back? How inconvenient." Chu Xiun said calmly, "I'm very sure that I'm not corrupted. I've only conducted a simple but irrefutable deduction with the wisdom that God Pangu gave me. The logic is very simple, and you will understand it the moment I tell it to you. First of all, only God Pangu is always correct and never makes mistakes, and nothing in the whole universe can compare to God Pangu, right?" Tang Ka helped his monitor zip up with shivering hands. He could barely think with the mess in his head. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Yes, God Pangu is almighty and supreme. Nothing can compare to God Pangu." "Very well. Then," Chu Xiun asked, "are the ultimate benevolence masters God Pangu?" After a brief daze, Tang Ka replied, "No. So, the ultimate benevolence masters are not almighty, and they aren't always correct. They will inevitably make mistakes, won't they?" Chu Xiun said, "If you think that the ultimate benevolence masters never make mistakes, you will be regarding the ultimate benevolence masters to be parallel with God Pangu, won't you?" Tang Ka shook his head. "Of course I don't. The ultimate benevolence masters are human beings just like us, except that they're God Pangu's envoys who interpret the will of God Pangu and carry out God Pangu's power while God Pangu is asleep." "That's right. Getting to the bottom of it, the ultimate benevolence masters are humans just like us, and all humans are sinful and likely to be corrupted by extraterrestrial devils." Chu Xiun continued, "But have you ever heard any mistake that the ultimate benevolence masters made?" Tang Ka's eyes popped out. "I don't think so." "That's right. The ultimate benevolence masters is prone to mistakes, but we never heard of any mistake they made. So, the only answer is that nobody, not even the ultimate benevolence masters themselves, has realized anything they did wrong." Chu Xiun said, "If we're really absolutely loyal to God Pangu, we will be obliged to help the ultimate benevolence masters find their mistakes and correct the mistakes with all our wisdom and power. At the very least, I think the ultimate benevolence masters are wrong about me. I should be a lurker instead of just a purger. Previously, when we had simulation training in the school, we were monitored by our mentors all the time, and I had no chances to show my talents. But in this ultimate test, we'll be staying in this haunted city for 7 days for purging. In the 7 days, I will learn to pretend to be a person of the Imperium and prove that I can resist any temptation. I will prove that the ultimate benevolence masters are wrong in such a way and urge them to show their loyalty to God Pangu by making up for their mistakes. And you have to help me." "Me?" Tang Ka looked at the red dress with gold glitters on Chu Xiun and found that it was too small. It seemed that all the clothes would be too small when they were worn by his monitor. "Who else is here?" Chu Xiun suddenly grabbed Tang Ka's hand and dragged the ignorant young man to the entertainment section. She turned on a projector of the latest model. Shwa! Illusions were arising, changing them into a different place. They arrived at a beach under the blue sky from the supermarket that was plagued by the smoke of war. It was probably the hometown of some of the colonizers, wasn't it? The front line was arduous and monotonous. Black Castle, in particular, was no paradise since the Covenant Alliance burned it to the ground when they retreated. The colonizers who came here often carried photos or videos of their hometowns. Even if they didn't carry any, relevant products could be bought in the supermarket for their nostalgia. Tang Ka, however, was not used to such a beautiful environment. Ever since he had memories, he had been growing up around gray, black, and white colors, and what his eyes could see were mostly cold and thick walls. Such a beautiful environment shouldn't be the mortal's privilege. It must be a place that belonged to the gods. Chu Xiun, however, was not as concerned as him. With her hands on her back, the girl paced on the virtual beach. Buried in the smooth sand, her toes looked like shells as well as delicate pearls. "I will learn how to pretend to be a person of the Imperium here. Staring at the non-existent crabs on the non-existent beach, Chu Zhiyun said, "You will cooperate with me and watch out for me until I prove that I can resist all temptations. Are we clear?" Tang Ka hesitated. "Shut up. This is a great opportunity for you to train yourself to not say no." Narrowing her eyes, the girl curled her fingers into a pistol and aimed it at Tang Ka. "It's decided then." When Tang Ka closed the door of the supermarket from the outside, he was so uneasy as if he had done something greatly wrong. He wondered if it counted as disloyalty to the ultimate benevolence masters and God Pangu, but his monitor told him that it wasn't. His monitor said that the real disloyalty was when he did not tell the ultimate benevolence masters the mistakes they made after he found them. Tang Ka did not know whether he should believe in his monitor or the ultimate benevolence masters. But in his eyes, all of them required his absolute obedience. So, as usual, Tang Ka obediently followed his monitor like her tail and returned to the rendezvous point. However, hardly had he returned when he ran into Liao Meng, the deputy monitor, and another person that he would rather not confront. Liao Meng was a tall and brawny boy. He was 2 feet taller than Tang Ka and 1 foot taller than the monitor. His skin was dark, and his veins were bulging all the time, indicating his explosive power. He never cared to disguise his power either. He waved his fist every time he talked, and the pimples on his face seemed to be exploding any moment. Liao Meng did not like Tang Ka. Tang Ka did not know why, and Liao Meng had never expressly shown his dislike, but Tang Ka just knew that Liao Meng disliked him very much, especially when he was alone with Chu Zhiyun. Every time he was alone with Chu Zhiyun, Liao Meng always looked at him like a tiger gazing at shivering sheep. Tang Ka, on the other hand, disliked Liao Meng as well. Yes, he knew that he shouldn't dislike anyone, but he just couldn't give it up. Every time Liao Meng stared at the monitor, he would be filled with uncanny rage. "Where have you been?" Liao Meng stopped Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka and separated them with a cold, thick flamethrower. He stared at Tang Ka and said coldly, "That's not your mission area. I asked him to help." Before Tang Ka replied, Chu Zhiyun had grabbed Tang Ka and pulled him back to behind her. "I found a fairly large supermarket, and I needed more hands to identify the dangerous items inside." "A supermarket?" Liao Meng squinted and said, "Why didn't you ask for my help? I'm your deputy. You were examining the files in the library and the bookstore, which was also an important mission." Chu Zhiyun said toughly, "I'm the monitor. It's my responsibility to distribute you to different posts. I think Tang Ka is suitable for the supermarket. Do you have a problem?" Silently, Liao Meng clenched the flamethrower so hard that it was squeaking. "You're having intense emotional fluctuations. You're very angry." Chu Zhiyun suddenly asked, "Why?" "I'm not." Taking a deep breath, Liao Meng backed off. "I'm very calm. I just wanted to know why Tang Ka changed his mission. That's all. And you know the reason now. Are we good?" Chu Zhiyun said aggressively while staring at Liao Meng's black and red face. "Yes, we're good." Liao Meng left without looking back. "Don't be scared of him. He's even worse at managing his feelings than you are." Seeing that Liao Meng was far away, Chu Zhiyun spoke to Tang Ka in a low voice. "This guy will be possessed by extraterrestrial devils and kicked out of the Holy Light Academy sooner or later." The young people were busy from dawn to dusk. It was not until the night fell and the ruins became dark for the lack of an illumination system that they finally concluded the first day of their test, returning to their camp in the suburb with a lot of precious trophies. Naturally, the city was too huge to be purged by a class of only 20 students. There were actually dozens of classes and almost 1,000 half-purgers that were working at the same time. At this moment, all the students had returned to the camp. They submitted their findings and received the examination of their mentors. There was also a real troop of purgers not far away, making the place even more crowded and lively. Following Chu Zhiyun, Tang Ka submitted the trophies as well as the emotional fluctuations recorded by his portable crystal processor. He thought that he would be criticized by his mentor or at least questioned for crossing the warning line twice in a day. However, his mentor simply let him go after staring at him coldly for a while without interrogating him at all, much less banishing him from the test. Relieved, Tang Ka helped Chu Xiun set up the portable holy light generator. This planet had just been conquered and no holy temples had been established yet, so they had to conduct their daily training through the holy light generator. Very soon, all 23 students in their class completed their scanning and sat down around the holy light generator. Hum, 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 hum. The holy light generator hummed, and an ivory light surged out like a spring and spread all around, enshrouding all the students like a tent. Tang Ka felt that he was soaked in a pure, peaceful, sacred, and soft ocean, where his soul resonated with the souls of his classmates. He heard the voices of the ultimate benevolence masters and God Pangu, which made him forget his primitive desires and the temptations of the extraterrestrial devils. He was purified again. After the training session each day, Tang Ka would be a lot calmer, and he wouldn't have so many absurd and hilarious thoughts when he looked at Chu Xiun or Liao Meng again. Ah! 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 Suddenly, screams came from not far away. A glittering execution table had been erected on a newly piled dais, and a student had just been whipped 36 times by his mentor with a whip made of venomous thorns. He fell into a coma, and even his spine was exposed to the air toward the end of the punishment. Everybody watched in silence. Some of them might be as curious as Tang Ka, but they would not whisper to each other without permission. Very soon, their mentor revealed the answer to them. A kid from another class had uncannily put a plastic, lousily made model of a colossus, which was supposed to be destroyed, into his pocket during his purging work today. He was too stupid. Every student must be thoroughly examined when they returned to the camp. It was impossible for them to take any forbidden things in. Nobody knew why he did that. When his mentor asked him, even he blushed and simply couldn't come up with a reason. Perhaps his head was only unclear because of the bewilderment of the extraterrestrial devils. Then, there were no choices. He was the first person to be eliminated in the ultimate test. After he was whipped, he would be sent to the holy temples in the rear for the deepest cleansing. There was no telling if his thinking ability would be maintained, but even if he was to be banished to the lower classes to be a worker or a soldier, he would have nobody else to blame. However, Tang Ka wondered how terrible the thing he did with his monitor was. Was it more terrible than secretly hiding a toy? Would he be whipped like that kid? Tang Ka's tranquility that was just given by the holy light was gone, and his heart palpitated again. When he was back to his dormitory, Tang Ka's heart was still heavy. The lollipop that Chu Xiun stuffed into his mouth earlier seemed to have activated his taste buds. The food that was tasteless in the first place was even more awful. Tang Ka poured 2 bowls of sticky synthesized food into his mouth and held back his nausea. He then went to the training room. The Covenant Alliance people did not know what entertainment was. In their spare time, body exercises were almost the only way for them to unleash their excessive energy. Tang Ka tried to savage the sandbags and the treadmill, hoping to exploit the strength as well as the extraterrestrial devils that were hiding in his muscles. He almost succeeded, but at this moment, Chu Xiun also came to the gym and started running on the treadmill opposite his. She was quite a sweater, and her clothes soon became wet. Tang Ka immediately sensed that the extraterrestrial devils that he had finally killed were back to life again. When it was late, all the students in his class were sound asleep, including Chu Xiun. Tang Ka, however, tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Even though she was several bunks away, he could still smell Chu Xiun's fragrance. In his trance, Chu Xiun's naked body and her sweating appearance on the treadmill overlapped and turned into a fluffy dream that covered Tang Ka's head. Tang Ka had a dream, one that was so weird that he had never had it before. He dreamed that he was running together with Chu Xiun on the beach, hand in hand. He dreamed that Chu Xiun played with the hem of her dress and showed what was called a smile to him. He even dreamed that Chu Xiun was tied up and whipped brutally in her red dress on the execution table. Her clothes were whipped apart, revealing her skin that was smoother than sand. The red and swollen wounds made the rest of her skin even fairer. Tang Ka, help me! Tang Ka, help me! The monitor was particularly weak in his dream, moaning like she never would in reality. Tang Ka suddenly woke up and felt sweat all over his body. His genitals were also numb and bouncing as if he had an electric shock. Before he realized what was going on, his pants became wet and sticky. Tang Ka was creeped out. He never had such an uncanny dream before in the 14 years of his life. Had he wet the bed? Right then, Tang Ka shivered, and something descended from the sky and entered his messy mind. Ha 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 ha. My young friend. Nice to meet you. A voice that was trying to pretend to be warm and friendly but was actually freaking weird echoed in Tang Ka's head. Tang Ka had goosebumps all over his body. He had never been more sure that he was invaded by extraterritorial devils. Also, it was not those messy thoughts and tiny devils that often caused trouble to him. It was a great devil king. Extraterrestrial devils are coming to me. Thousands of lightning bolts immediately arose in his brain as they searched for the intruder like serpents searching for their prey. However, the cunning extraterrestrial devil was invisible, as if it were hiding everywhere in his brain, making it impossible for him to hit a target. It simply went on, "Wait, wait, wait, my friend. It's all just a misunderstanding. I'm not an extraterrestrial devil. I'm a good guy. Wait, what were you doing just now? I'm sorry. I really didn't know you were doing that. This is rather awkward. I really should have chosen a better timing. Are you done? Or maybe you can just ignore me and continue. All in all, don't be nervous. It's absolutely normal for a teenager. Is it?" Tang Ka was embarrassed, ashamed, and panicked, and his wrist crystal processor was burning like a scorching bracelet. If the intruder hadn't helped him suppress his soul waves, the whole camp would have been woken up by the alarm. Tang Ka thought in desperation, "I'm doomed. I'm corrupted by extraterrestrial devils. My life essence is fading. I'm about to be lost." "Your life essence is fading? What's that about?" The voice in his head said, "Isn't it a perfectly natural phenomenon for an adolescent? It means that your body is healthy and functioning well. It's nothing to be embarrassed or scared of. Do you kids in the Covenant Alliance never have health classes?" Tang Ka was dumbfounded. He had no idea what the extraterrestrial devil was talking about. He really should report such a weird and evil thing to his mentor immediately. But for some reason, an uncanny quiver in his genes made him feel that this extraterrestrial devil was not malicious and even somewhat friendly. He couldn't help but want to believe what the extraterrestrial devil said. Besides, if his mentor learned that such a huge extraterrestrial devil had invaded him, he would definitely be whipped and sent to the holy temples in the rear like the toy thief. Chances were that he would even lose his thinking ability. Tang Ka did not know how it would feel to lose his thinking ability. He had seen the peaceful soldiers and workers who dutifully carried out their orders without thinking. It did not seem too bad. However, he did not know if he would still remember Chu Jiun if he was deprived of his thinking ability. The red dress with gold glitters was still flashing before his eyes, like a dangerous but alluring fire. He was suddenly scared of losing such a memory. "Calm down, kid. Take a few breaths. It's no big deal." The voice in his head said again, "This is your first time?" Tang Ka did not know whether he was referring to the extraterrestrial devil invasion or the sticky pants, but he simply nodded. "Well, that's slightly awkward. Trust me, I'm actually more embarrassed than you are. I feel that I'm some sort of pervert right now." The voice in his head continued, "What you're going to do next is very simple. You will get up, go to the toilet calmly, wash your shorts and dry them. I can see that your cells are rather vigorous. You can heat the air to 100 degrees by rubbing your muscles and unleashing your mitochondria, right? In fact, 100 degrees isn't necessary. 8 degrees will be enough for you to dry your pants. Go now." Tang Ka didn't know if it was blasphemy, but he really felt that this extraterrestrial devil was somehow even more convincing and trustworthy than his mentor, his director, or even the ultimate benevolence masters. Besides, he didn't have a second choice at this moment. Gritting his teeth, Tang Ka carefully climbed down from his bunk and left the camp. The lights outside of the camp were dim, and several mentors and soldiers were patrolling. Tang Ka tried to behave normally while he went to the toilet. He sensed that the mentors and the soldiers were looking at him, but none of them stopped him. He washed his shorts as fast as possible in the toilet and hid in a stall. He felt that his legs were so sore that he almost collapsed. What am I doing? Tang Ka's heart was pounding. Have I been completely controlled by the extraterrestrial devils? They asked me to do something, and I did it immediately. Kid, have you calmed down? The voice in his head spoke again. This voice did not seem capable of capturing his every thought, and it did not try to control his body or provoke his desires, unlike the extraterrestrial devils that his mentors described. But Tang Ka did not drop his wariness because the extraterrestrial devils were cunning and had too many ways to tempt him. Gradually learning how to communicate with the extraterrestrial devil, he focused his attention and thought, "What are you? Why are you in my head? I'm just a common son of holy light. I have nothing you want. Get out of here. Don't be anxious, kid. I'm really not an extraterrestrial devil. I'm actually a kind-hearted good man. You can regard me as your best friend, your thoughtful and helpful brother, or your uncle that you can speak to and rely on freely," said the voice in his head. "I don't understand. Are you from the Imperium of true human beings? Are you here to harm the alliance of the Holy Covenant and God Pangu?" Tang Ka asked. "Well?" The voice in his head was silent for a while, as if he were considering how to respond. "It's a tricky question, and I don't know if you can understand me. First of all, I'm definitely not from the Imperium. Or rather, I hate the Imperium of true human beings, the abnormal, evil, dark, shameless, and extravagant country, as much as you do. I really do. Please trust me. As for my purpose here, I'm not here for war and destruction. Instead, I'm here for peace and development. I'm hoping to initiate dialogues and communications among civilizations based on the diversity of civilizations, boost the trade and investment throughout the Pangu universe, and improve the organization system of the whole universe so that we can work together to face the new opportunities and challenges beyond our worlds, and usher the Pangu universe into a more beautiful and harmonious tomorrow." "I don't understand." Tang Ka was truly confused. "What's your name?" "I'm Li Yao. You may call me Grandpa Yao. Of course, you can also simply call me Li Yao." Li Yao said delightedly, "You finally trust me now. Kid, what's your name? You should have a name, right?" Tang Ka did not know whether or not he should trust this Li Yao who had appeared out of nowhere, if his real name was Li Yao at all. However, he replied dutifully after biting his lips and thinking for a while, "I'm Tang Ka. I'm 14. I belong to the group of metal. I'm in grade 7 in the Holy Light Academy. If I pass this ultimate test, I'll become a real purger. I'm completely devoted to God Pangu, and I will not allow any evil and blasphemous thoughts to wander in my head. If you are an extraterrestrial devil, I will definitely purge you. Definitely." Tang Ka didn't know what was wrong with him. He was only asked for his name, but he mentioned his full identity and his mission. He regretted the moment he spat it out, but there was no way for him to unsay it. The group of metal which is responsible for refining and manufacturing in the Covenant Alliance. "Great," Li Yao said with a smile. "We'll be a great team. You can help me and I can help you. I'm an awesome refiner. I can teach you as many skills in refining as you can learn. Is this a deal with extraterrestrial devils?" Tang Ka's mind trembled again. "What do you want?" "First of all, I don't know much about my current status, so I need your cooperation to study and practice more techniques. I have to figure out what I'm capable of and how much of my power I can unleash through your body." Li Yao said, "Secondly, I would like to know as much about the Covenant Alliance as possible, particularly from the insiders like yourself. Thirdly, I'm hoping to help you awaken your real self by breaking all the barriers between your logic area and your emotional area, but I don't know if I will make you an eccentric among your people after I do it, in which case you will be hurt and tortured. So we have to make thorough plans before we do anything. Lastly, tell me, little Tang Ka, who is the most powerful person that you can meet? Have you ever met the ultimate benevolence masters? Do you know where they are?" "Of course I don't." Tang Ka said, "The ultimate benevolence masters spend most of their time meditating and listening to the gods who are sleeping. They only show up when they have to pass on the will of the gods to us. I'm just an ordinary son of holy light. How can I know where the ultimate benevolence masters are? I'm mostly with my mentor. Well, when the ultimate test is over, maybe I'll have a chance to meet the director of my academy. Right, an authentic troop of purgers seems to be stationed nearby. Maybe I'll meet the commander of this troop as a purger soon. A director and a commander. Liao thought for a moment and said, "Fine, Tang Ka. Is there any way for you to approach them so that I can scan them?" "Why?" Tang Ka said, "I wouldn't do that for you. I don't know if you are an extraterrestrial devil yet." "Of course I'm not. Have you not felt my friendliness and sincerity after we've talked for such a long time?" Liao said, "If you can tell me more about the Covenant Alliance and help me approach the big shots like your director, I can teach you awesome refining or battle skills. Trust me." "Young man, do you not crave power?" "That's not right. I don't need it." After a brief silence, Tang Ka said softly, "Our talents are the gifts from gods, and it is up to the will of the gods how many techniques we can grasp. The skills that belong to me will be awakened automatically someday. I don't need unnecessary power, which will deviate me from the right path." "Well," Liao grew anxious. "Fine, even if you don't need greater power, do you not have any wishes? Whatever your wishes are, I'll try to fulfill them for you." "No," Tang Ka shook his head and said, "My fate has been decided by the gods. All I need to do is to follow the arrangement of the gods. I don't need to ask for anything." "Seriously? A vigorous teenager like you do not have anything you want?" Liao allured him again. "I don't want you to betray your faith. I only want you to see it more clearly and do a little favor for me. Just think. Have you really never encountered a problem that you can't resolve on your own, or a tiny wish that you want to come true?" What he said made Tang Ka's soul tremble again. Ripples spread out in his brain, and the most vivid picture popped up. Chu Zhiyun, in her red appealing dress, was tied up on the execution table by the thorny ropes that stuck deeply into her plump and smooth body, making her skin pale and turning it into a devastating state. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" Slapped by the whip that was stained with venom, the girl moaned in agony and writhed futilely. "Seriously?" Liao found it hard to believe. "Who's this chick? Why do you hate her so much? Your greatest wish is to tie her up and whip her? That seems too mature for your age. What are you talking about?" Tang Ka was both embarrassed and infuriated. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your thoughts, but your feelings for this young lady were too strong. Your emotional waves are like glittering swirls. I can't turn a blind eye to them even if I want to." Liao apologized and asked, "Who's she? Your enemy?" "Not at all. She's my monitor. I don't want to whip her. I'm only afraid that someone else would hurt her. I want to protect her." Tang Ka hesitated for a long time, and his defense collapsed inch by inch. Eventually, he gave up. "Are you really not an extraterrestrial devil? If you're not, maybe we can make a deal." "Of course I'm not. If anything, I'm the bane of the extraterrestrial devils," Liao said with a smile. "Tell me, what kind of deal?" "Really? You can deal with the extraterrestrial devils?" His eyes glowing, Tang Ka said, trying to convince himself, "Maybe I can do you a favor on the premise that it does not violate the will of the gods, but you must help me look after my monitor. She's the girl in the red dress that just appeared in my head." "Huh?" Liao asked. "What's her problem?" "Right, someone in the Covenant Alliance was wearing a dress? It does look weird. I suspect that my monitor is possessed by extraterrestrial devils." Tang Ka said solemnly, "Recently, she has been talking about weird stuff. She even did something strange with me today. She also said that ultimate benevolence masters are humans, and humans make mistakes, so ultimate benevolence masters make mistakes. That's outrageous." "Oh? Really?" After a brief stun, Liao asked, "Did your monitor really say that?" "She seems rather unconventional." "She did," Tang Ka said. "I think that she must have been possessed by extraterrestrial devils without her knowing it. I fear that she will fall deeper and deeper until she reaches a tragic ending. So, whether or not you are an extraterrestrial devil, you must have ways to destroy the extraterrestrial devils in her, right? Well, Li Yao thought for a moment and said, let's leave aside whether or not your monitor is really possessed by extraterrestrial devils, but isn't the Covenant Alliance best at exorcism? If you think that your monitor is possessed, why didn't you report it to your mentor? They'll certainly help her, right? Well, of course they will. Lowering his head, Tang Ka said, if the mentors and the director learn of the monitor's situation, they will definitely cure her with the holy light, but as a result, she might lose her memories and forget who I am. She will turn into one of those bottom-level workers or soldiers who can't think. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't want the monitor to be corrupted, but I don't want her to be deprived of her memories and thinking ability either. I've been worried and scared for a whole day. I want to help her, but I don't know what to do. I want to report to the mentors, but I'm scared that they will make a fuss out of it. So, can you secretly help me cure her and banish the extraterrestrial devils from her so that she would think normally and become a purger together with me? She can always be my commander. Under normal circumstances, there's no way that an unparalleled expert who dominates the universe would get involved in the romance of two teenagers. That's too low. Li Yao said, however, brave young man Tang Ka, you're lucky to meet me. Deal. The boots of the patrolling soldiers thudded outside of the toilet. Go back to sleep. Let's talk later. Li Yao said, don't forget to flush. Tang Ka quietly returned to his camp. His fellow students were all sound asleep, with vague snores echoing in the camp. However, when he took a glimpse at his monitor's bunk before he slipped to his own, he noticed that she had sat up at some point and was gazing at him. Tang Ka's body stiffened immediately. Expressionlessly, Chu Jiyun curled her finger at him, hinting that he should come close. Tang Ka obediently approached the monitor's bunk and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? I went to the toilet just now. You're being too nervous. Chu Jiyun looked at Tang Ka suspiciously but didn't ask. She simply said, you must learn to control your feelings in the following 6 days and freeze them like ice, or it would be impossible for you to pass the test and become a purger. Do you understand? Tang Ka nodded. Should you fail the ultimate test, you would likely be sent to the holy temple where your memories and your thinking ability would be wiped out. Chu Jiyun continued coldly. Nobody except the purgers, the lurkers, and the other few classes should possess such dangerous abilities. Are we clear? Tang Ka nodded again. That seemed to be the only thing he could do in front of his monitor. Very well. Go back to sleep. Chu Jiyun lay down and covered herself with her quilt, exposing only her head to the air. She looked at Tang Ka and said, why are you still standing here? You want to attract the attention of the night watchers. Dizzily, Tang Ka did not know how he climbed to his bunk at all. He was not relieved until he completely buried his bed in his quilt. She's your monitor? Li Yao's voice popped up again. Do you love her? As if he were burned, Tang Ka shook his head quickly. Your so-called love is the evilest and vilest thing that the extraterrestrial devils created. I will never be haunted by such a groundless and meaningless concept. She's my monitor. I obey her just like how I obey the ultimate benevolence masters and the will of the gods. Oh? Really? Li Yao said, so, love is strictly forbidden in the Covenant Alliance? I'm curious. How do you have babies? I know that you have plenty of manufacturing factories, but artificial fertilization and reproduction consume a lot of resources and don't have a high success rate. Most people in the Covenant Alliance must have been naturally born, right? Theoretically speaking, in order to be pregnant, you have to, I don't want to talk dirty to a stranger, but you have to be like a puppy that shivers on another puppy's back as if it's being electrocuted. Tang Ka asked, are you talking about gene succession? Probably. Li Yao said, let's call it gene succession. If love is forbidden here, how will you determine the target with whom you conduct gene succession? It's very simple. Although I haven't come of age yet, I do know a thing or two about that. Tang Ka said, love and happiness are the temptations of the extraterrestrial devils that must be strictly forbidden. But producing enough human beings as servants and warriors for the gods' cause is a different matter. is a sacred mission. When the resources are abundant and the environment is stable, the adults will carry out the reproduction mission regularly. The bottom-level farmers, workers, and soldiers are matched randomly with their numbers in a giant database. For the people of special classes, such as the purgers, the priests, the lurkers, or the commanders, because we have relatively abundant feelings and advanced thinking abilities, we naturally can't be randomly matched. There is a group of specially trained staff who would analyze our genes, personality, and behaviors before they determine the most suitable matches and the best time of impregnation for us. All that we have to do is to go to a certain room at a certain time and adopt a certain posture. Then, we will produce the smartest, strongest, and most loyal offspring. Well, Liao thought for a long time but did not know how to comment on that, particularly when it was said by a teenage boy so matter-of-factly. After a long time, he could only say, "So amazing? Don't you think that it's the best way? Such a way of reproduction is the most trustworthy, clean, and effective way." Tang Ka said, "We're not idiots and we know a thing or two about how it's done in the Imperium. I was told that the Imperium people couldn't be matched unless they have love for each other. Sometimes they're even addicted to it just for its ecstasy instead of reproduction. I was also told that countless Imperium people have been enslaved by this guilty pleasure. They can't live without matching their genes with someone. Some even fight each other for gene targets that are utterly unsuitable for themselves, disrupting social order. Some have no health examinations or safety measures when they match their genes, only to contract all kinds of diseases. We've seen a lot of repulsive pictures that our mentors told us to be the marks left by extraterrestrial devils. It's disgusting. Grandpa Yao, can you tell me if it's true? Is reproduction really so ugly, chaotic, and wasteful in the Imperium?" Well, Li Yao could only speak the truth. "Fine. There are indeed plenty of such people. They're completely unreasonable." Tang Ka mumbled. "How could they corrupt the bodies that the gods gave them and waste their precious lives like that?" "You're right. I agree with you in that regard. We should not indulge ourselves too much, and we should aim for something higher. If you have needs, you always have your hands." Liao said, "Well, let's change our topic. You are a product of gene matching too. Do you know who your parents are?" "I do. My gene providers are the most loyal servants of the gods and the most valiant warriors." Tang Ka declared proudly, "I've read their files. They fulfilled all their duties for the cause of the gods." As he talked, he realized that he shouldn't be proud, and his soul emitted feeble ripples again. "You've read their files?" Liao asked. "You've never seen them in person? You weren't raised by them?" "No, I've never seen them. Why do I have to? My life is given by the gods. They merely carried out the will of the gods and provided genes for my physical body. Apart from that, we're brothers and sisters and the gods' lambs, servants, and warriors. It's really unnecessary to bother about things like parents." Tang Ka said, "I grew up in a nursery with thousands of peers. It could save more resources and help us awaken the talents that the gods gave us as soon as possible so that we could grow up to be the gods' servants sooner." "What kind of place is this nursery?" Liao asked again. "Do you remember your childhood? What did you usually do?" There are different kinds of nurseries in the Covenant Alliance that are responsible for grooming different classes. Tang Ka said, "When babies are born, there will be staff who will examine the baby's health and potentials and distribute them to different nurseries according to their genetic features, which will decide whether they will turn into the low-level farmers and soldiers or the special classes and leaders. I was very lucky. The gods blessed me with sharp senses to detect feelings and abnormal brainwaves, and a pair of nimble hands that allow me to dismantle and assemble complicated magic equipment. With those talents and the information on my gene providers, I was sent to a nursery that groomed purgers. Of course, even if I went to the nursery, it was not guaranteed that I could go to the Holy Light Academy where the purgers were taught. I had to train myself day after day to awaken more talents and pass more tests in order not to be eliminated and kicked back to the bottom of the starship." "The bottom of the starship?" Liao asked. "Is your nursery in a starship?" "Yes. Blessed by the gods, the Covenant Alliance has much more advanced starships than the Imperium does. Most of us live and work on starships." Tang Ka said, "From my earliest memories, I've been living on starships. All that I could see were silver cabin walls and the deep, dark pathways. We barely went to any planet, which was good. After all, planets are plagued by extraterrestrial devils and filled with darkness and evil. So, even in your earlier memories, you've been staying in the nursery and trying to awaken your talents?" Pondering for a moment, Liao asked again, "I know that training is different for your people. You attach more importance to awakening than you do to learning. Can you tell me what awakening talents is about? How do your mentors know your talents or that you're suitable to be a purger? Talents are the gifts of the gods that cannot be learned but can be awakened." Tang Ka frowned, and a ripple of pain spread out of his soul, which escaped his attention. He said quickly, "There are many ways to awaken talents. Our mentors helped us see and hear the gods when we were very little. Sometimes the mentors would stab thin and long needles into our acupoints and charge the needles, and then some of us would see the glory of the gods in the primeval age and awaken certain talents from the pictures we saw. Sometimes more radical approaches would be adopted. For example, we would be pushed into a tank of icy water with a cover on the top. Some of us received enlightenments during the meditation in the cold darkness. Sometimes we were asked to fight ferocious beasts, try extreme pain, or bear being burned by fire. Many people, including myself, saw the gods and heard their voices." "Is that so?" Liao's voice was even colder than the icy water. "I don't understand. You're only 14 right now. When you received such awakening training, you couldn't have been older than 10, right? Wouldn't you and your peers be severely injured if your talents were not awakened? It's true that a lot of people were hurt." Tang Ka said casually, "It means that they were unqualified to be purgers. They could not bear the dual temptations of thinking ability and emotions, and they would be exiled to other nurseries at the bottom of the starships or other elementary work. But that's not a big deal. Whatever they do, they're serving the gods." "Did anybody die from the awakening training?" After a long silence, Liao asked a question that he would rather not ask. "Yes," Tang Ka said. "It's also the will of the gods. The gods gave them life at first and then took it back later. The gods have made arrangements for things as small as grains of dust and those as huge as stars. We need not worry about them." "Got it." Taking a deep breath, Liao said, "So, you passed all the tests and got admitted to this Holy Light Academy? And you only need to pass one final test to become a purger? Can you tell me more about the purgers?" Tang Ka told Liao everything about the Holy Light Academy and the purgers. In the end, he said, "The work of the purgers is of paramount importance because most people in the Covenant Alliance lack the ability to think or feel. On one hand, it helps them to be more devoted to the gods, but on the other hand, they're so innocent that they might be allured and corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils without them realizing it. The purger is a defense line between the ordinary Covenant Alliance people and the extraterrestrial devils. They're the guardians of the majority." "It sounds that you're quite great." Liao asked, "Can you tell me what exactly have you learned in the Holy Light Academy?" "We learn how to identify and deal with dangerous items," Tang Ka said. "For example, when faced with colorfully decorated and temptingly delicious food, we have to remove their decorations and their flavors so that only their nutritions will be kept when we eat them. As for toys, clothes, and makeup that are not of any actual use, they will be burned immediately. The so-called artworks are the most dangerous things of all. Our mentors told us that art represents mankind's admiration for extraterrestrial devils and is the reflection of chaos in human beings' subconsciousness. We were told to destroy artworks as soon as we spot them. Of course, there are other things that can be very valuable, such as the magic equipment and jade chips used in Imperium. Those items can be given to our warriors after the evil information in them is wiped out." "Interesting." Liao asked, "Anything more?" "Besides those, we also learn about the complicated relations in the Imperium, such as families as well as the big or small interest groups based on those relations." Tang Ka said, "Our mentors told us that the Imperium people attach great importance to the meaningless concepts like bloodlines or family honor. They're too insistent in passing on their genes without consideration of the fatal flaws in their genes, which results in the maldistribution of resources, social ossification, and family feuds. A lot of precious resources have been wasted because of all these internal conflicts, even though the Imperium occupies the most prosperous worlds in the universe. After 1,000 years, their civilization is not soaring but sinking. Grandpa Yao, is it true? Do the Imperium people really squander precious resources on unsuitable people just because they're my children? Well, Li Yao felt like touching his non-existent nose. You're not wrong, but it's too complicated to be explained for now. Furthermore, we learn about the social classes of the Imperium of true human beings. Tang Ka said, our mentors told us that the Imperium of true human beings is the smelliest and evilest country where people care about nothing but desires. It's a society where men eat men. The powerful people enjoy the most extravagant lives, whereas the weaklings can only live on the leftovers that the powerful ones accidentally drop without any hope of changing their lives. To make things worse, the powerful ones are even entitled to manipulate the weaklings. They've stolen the power of the gods and regarded the weaklings as their slaves. Is it true? Well, now that you put it that way, the Imperium of true human beings feels like a country of devils to me too. Li Yao said, however, speaking of which, do the powerful ones not take advantage of the weak ones in the alliance of the Holy Covenant? Didn't you just say that you were allocated to different tiers of classes, and many people were injured or killed when they awakened their talents? You're qualified to keep your thinking and emotional abilities, but most of the workers and soldiers are not. Isn't that exploitation and oppression too? How can that be the same? After a brief stun, Tang Ka said, it's true that there are different classes in the Covenant Alliance, but they are just jobs in different regards, and none of them is nobler than the others. The soldiers and workers at the bottom level, the special classes like purgers and the lurkers, and the leaders like the ultimate benevolence masters are all the gods' most beloved lambs, most loyal servants, and most valiant warriors. We're all the same. In order to build a more wonderful world with limited resources, it's true that many people are working in harsh environments in the Covenant Alliance, but the products of their work are all dedicated to the improvement of the natural environment and the restoration of the Pangu civilization. None of their products is used to satisfy the personal desires of our leaders. By the way, none of us really have personal desires. In the evil Imperium of true human beings, when the miners struggle to make a living in the cold and dark mines, the owners of those mines are wasting resources unconcernedly in the most splendid buildings. But in the alliance of the Holy Covenant, when the miners are busy at work, the special classes, the commanders, and the ultimate benevolence masters are suffering the same way and living the same holy and abstinent life, devoted to the most sacred cause. I've never seen the life of the ultimate benevolence masters in person, but our mentors live and eat with us. Our food tastes the same, and the mentors do not have any so-called entertainment. Certainly not the evil pleasure of playing with the bodies of the weak. It's definitely not going to happen. As for the test to awaken talents, the casualty rate is indeed quite high, but it's fair for everyone. Our mentors and director went through the same thing years back. More importantly, there are no privileges as every test is absolutely open and equal. It doesn't matter who your parents are. As long as you're talented, you will be sent to the most suitable post to serve the gods. If you're not, you will be purged in the holy temple to be a hard and holy cornerstone of our country. I was told that things are different in the Imperium. In the Imperium, the offspring of the powerful may be promoted to important posts even though they have no corresponding talents, and the offspring of the weak, even though blessed with unparalleled talents, are very likely to remain undistinguished and even trodden upon. Is that really so, Grandpa Yao? I find it impossible to answer your question. Li Yao said, maybe, but a reform is going on in the Imperium of true human beings. I believe that many things will change. Change? Tang Ka asked. Will it turn into a country without oppression, exploitation, and inequality like the alliance of the Holy Covenant? I think that's too challenging. Li Yao said, hey, my young friend, your requirement is too high. Nothing is going to really change as long as selfishness still remains. Tang Ka reached a conclusion. It seems that the evilness and shortcomings of the Imperium of true human beings that my mentors described are all true. I didn't believe that there was such a horrible country and such an absurd system at all. In comparison, the Covenant Alliance is perfect. Wait, my mind is quite messy at this moment. Let me calm down first. Liao said, "It sounds that your courses are truly complicated. They're indeed very hard, particularly those about feelings." Tang Ka said, "We can't be too inert in sensing feelings. If we're too inert, we wouldn't be able to comprehend the dangerous implications of a lot of items from the Imperium. You know that most of the time the traps of extraterrestrial devils are not on the surface but hidden between the lines. We must detect them keenly. However, we can't be too keen either. If we're too keen, we're likely to be influenced by the extraterrestrial devils and end up as their slaves. All in all, only 1 in 100 students in the Holy Light Academy can make it to the ultimate test. The rest will have to be engaged in simpler jobs after being modified in the holy temples. There are 6 days left. As long as I pass the test, I'll become a real purger. So, I don't want anything to happen to me or my monitor. I only hope that we can successfully become purgers. Grandpa Yao, please help us." Liao was silent for a long time. His thoughts were flying and colliding. "Listen, my young friend, I'll certainly help you. However, after carefully analyzing what you just said and comparing it to what I know, I've noticed quite a few things that are not right." Liao said cautiously, "First of all, I can tell that the cerebral activities of you and your classmates are too powerful. Really. In my senses, your brains are like colorful torches, which are completely not like the coldness and lackluster of the Covenant Alliance people I met before. Maybe you'll argue that it's a feature of the purgers, but I still think that something is wrong. Such purgers are too dangerous. Secondly, I've got in touch with some of the lurkers before. I'm aware of the brain structures and the soul features of the lurkers. The lurkers do not suppress their feelings. They simulate their feelings. They don't have to suppress their feelings because they don't have feelings at all. I think that if I were an ultimate benevolence master, I could have trained all the purgers in exactly the same way as the lurkers. Thirdly, I'm here. My arrival suggests that something will happen, because every time I showed up, accidents, schemes, lies, betrayals, disasters, chaos, and destruction would follow. Do you think it's going to be an exception this time?" Tang Ka was dumbfounded. "What? It's nothing. Just chill. All in all, you only need to trust me like you trust God Pangu. I'll take care of everything." Liao said, "Now, do you recall anything weird that happened recently?" "Anything weird?" Tang Ka thought for a moment and mumbled, "I think so." "Oh? Really?" Liao grew excited. "What is it? Please tell me." During the day, my monitor, who had been cold and pious, suddenly dragged me to an empty supermarket and took off her clothes, before she told me that she believed that the ultimate benevolence masters were wrong. Tang Ka said, "Then, I had this most absurd dream at night where my monitor was whipped in a red dress. When I was half asleep and half awake, some of my sticky life essence gushed out, and when I was overwhelmed, an extraterrestrial devil who called himself a good guy entered my head. Are these things not weird?" "Fine, kid. I know that you've been greatly shocked today. Otherwise, I couldn't have entered into your head when your soul was weak and disordered." Liao could only make other plans. "Let's just take our time. Whatever scheme is behind this ultimate test, you have to learn to control your feelings and hide my existence. You must prevent anyone from discovering any anomaly in you. I don't want you to play a hero. Really, before my arrival, I didn't know whom I would possess. If you were a rude and hideous man, I might feel less guilty and would make the best use of you without hesitation. But I don't want to ruin the future of a 14-year-old young man who had his first wet dream only last night. Therefore, even if there is really any scheme, I wouldn't force you to reveal it or change anything. It's hard. It's too hard. I only hope that you will not be changed by the world and that you can keep your thinking and your emotional abilities. Do you get it? If everything goes well, I'll find a more suitable platform within 3 days and leave your body. But of course, I will give you a little something before my departure. However, we must be very prudent until then. Now, fully cover yourself with your quilt and raise your wrist crystal processor so that I can see it more clearly. Then, Relax and imagine that you're in a warm ocean where your veins and your cells are stretching out comfortably. Let me take control of everything. What are we doing? Tang Ka covered himself and raised his wrist crystal processor before he asked curiously. Didn't you say that a chip that can monitor your biophysical changes was embedded in this? Since your biophysical parameters are likely to change drastically in the coming days, maybe I can adjust your wrist crystal processor so that it would be less sensitive, Li Yao explained. Then, his soul sprawled out and grew quickly like a vein that was quickly splitting apart in the young man's body. This is... Tang Ka's eyes popped out as he had never had such a feeling before. I feel that 10,000 worms are slithering in my body. I'm so hot. No, I'm so cold. Ah, so itchy. Forgive me, but it's my first time too. I'm trying to control your nerve endings and your muscle fibers so that my soul can take over your body harmoniously. After a brief silence, Li Yao continued, Would you please stop making those weird noises? Damn it. I really do not know which is more perverted now, to invade a man's body or a woman's. I'll try. Ah. Tang Ka couldn't help but groan with disbelief beaming out of his eyes. He didn't do anything, but his hands were moving agilely under the control of an uncanny power. In his class, Tang Ka, as a member of Metal, was famous for the stability and fastness of his hands. It only took him half an hour to complete the maintenance work that his classmates would take hours to do. However, even when he was in his best state, Tang Ka had never seen his fingers dancing so elegantly and accurately. He felt that his fingers had turned into 10 streaks of light that gathered into a silver ball of light. His eyes couldn't keep up with his fingers at all, and he could only watch the gestures and the runes created by the light ball, which lingered for a long time in the air. This is too fast. It's unbelievable. This is even more awesome than the work of the strongest metal mentors in the Holy Light Academy. Are they really my hands? Tang Ka was shocked. This is way too slow. It seems that your body is slightly rejective of my soul, which significantly reduces my speed. It's been a very long time since I maintained and modified anything at such a low speed. I almost forgot how it felt, Li Yao complained. Huh. Tang Ka didn't know what to say. Are you serious? Of course I am. While talking, Li Yao tapped Tang Ka's portable crystal processor with one finger. Or at least in Tang Ka's eyes, he did nothing but a tap. But then, his portable crystal processor fell apart without a sound. Tang Ka's eyes bulged. He was going to remind this mysterious and powerful Grandpa Yao that the alarm system on his crystal processor would automatically send a message to his mentors when it could not sense his breath or heartbeat due to external damage or system malfunctions when he noticed that the portable crystal processor that had been dismantled into hundreds of components was still running around his wrist under the boost of a gentle but sticky power. It was the rarely seen hot maintenance technique, which could change the component on a piece of magic equipment or upgrade it without disrupting it. When hot maintenance was done, the magic equipment's performance would change greatly without being restarted. A mentor in the academy had described it to the students, including Tang Ka, before. He said that it was an extremely rare technique that only the real blessed ones could possibly awaken. Little did Tang Ka expect that he would see an extraterrestrial devil performing such a technique one day. It's true that the Covenant Alliance is more advanced than the Imperium in terms of technologies in certain domains. While commanding Tang Ka's right hand to move the hundreds of components, Li Yao studied them with great interest. Very advanced privilege technologies have been adopted even though this is only a portable crystal processor for teenage students. If it were in the Imperium, probably only the officers above a certain rank would have the privilege to use such portable crystal processors. But is it also a proof that you're much more dependent on the spiritual nexus and crystal processors than the Imperium people are? How interesting. Let me study this immaculate structure. Shwa, 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 shwa. 100 structural designs suddenly appeared on Tang Ka's retina. He read them only to discover that they were all for his portable crystal processor. Every design was vivid and consisted of the tiniest details. Let me see. Here's the chip that monitors biophysical parameters. It's not hard to block it, but as a result, you would be utterly unemotional, which would likely expose you to So, it seems more reasonable to reduce its sensitiveness by 50%. Liao said, "Focus, kid. Imagine that your hands are melted in the air like ice melting in warm water." "That's right. Just like this." Tang Ka suddenly felt excruciating pain in his right hand. It was not ice melting in warm water, but more like ice melting in magma. He could even smell the scent of his skin and his flesh being burned. He was about to cry out in pain when the dismantled wrist crystal processor suddenly returned to his left arm in one piece in the blink of an eye. Had it not for the agony on his right hand that was caused by high-speed frictions with the air, he would almost suspect that everything just now had been his illusion. Are you done?" Tang Ka asked, finding it hard to believe. "What kind of speed was that?" "The speed of a snail. There's nothing I can do. Your hands are too fragile. They aren't like a pair of hands that belongs to a refiner at all. I fear that your fingers would have been broken if I were a little bit faster." Pondering for a moment, Liao said, "I have a secret technique for hands training that I can teach you. I guarantee that you can do anything you want with your hands after you get the hang of this technique. However, first things first, I'll teach you how to control your feelings and how to manage your breath, your heartbeat, and your micro-expressions, which tend to leak what you're thinking. I think that even in a shithole like the Covenant Alliance, as long as you learn to hide your thoughts deeply, there's always going to be a way for you to avoid the so-called purging and keep your real self. Now, focus your attention, sense your brain, remember all the nerves and veins in your head, and imagine that cold water is flowing from the top of your head to every vein and every nerve in your body." Under Li Yao's teaching, Tang Ka spent the whole night practicing the tricks to control his heartbeat, his breath, and even his brainwaves on his bed. Li Yao told him that the key point to hide his soul without exposing himself was to imagine that he was frozen magma that was still burning inside or a rock under a waterfall that was still hard even though all its edges had been worn away. When the dawn came and horns were blown in the camp to wake the students hard, Tang Ka finally heard his heartbeat and the sound of his blood in the absolute darkness. It was a very amazing feeling. It was like his shell and his thoughts were completely separated. Nobody how active and excited his mind was. His body could remain inexpressive and indifferent with absolutely the same heartbeat and breath. Li Yao told Tang Ka that this was a trick for snipers and professional assassins. Those people had to reduce all their biophysical activities to the point that they looked like corpses so that they could hide themselves, but in the meantime, they had to consider every detail of their operations in their heads without any stop so that they could seize the crucial time window to kill their targets. Li Yao was a great assassin himself. He knew that the trick would be very helpful for Tang Ka to disguise his real feelings and thoughts. When Tang Ka opened his eyes, a new gate seemed to have been opened for him, and the world became different. He sat up and observed his classmates nearby who were equally expressionless. A strange idea occurred to him. He wondered how many of his classmates really did not have feelings, and how many of them were only not showing their feelings although their feelings were surging in their heads like he did. Was his monitor really as indifferent and devoted as she appeared? No, the monitor must have her extraterrestrial devil too, just like his own. He wondered what the monitor's extraterrestrial devil looked like. Suddenly, Tang Ka did not hate being possessed by an extraterrestrial devil anymore. Seemed rather fun. Was it possible that everybody had an extraterrestrial devil in their heart, except that they never admitted it? As whistles were blown, Tang Ka stopped thinking and started the tiresome morning exercises. Body exercises for teenagers were important in the Covenant Alliance. Perhaps it was because they would barely have the energy to think if they were too exhausted. Even though Tang Ka and his classmates had purge operations for the day, their morning exercises were not cancelled. However, Tang Ka was already used to it. He could even practice the technique to hide his feelings while he exercised his body. After the morning exercises, before the sticky and tasteless breakfast was served, it was the second most important moment of the day that was only less important than the prayer at dusk. All the students, the mentors, and even the soldiers of the purge troop nearby turned on their portable crystal processors and switched them to a special channel, and 5 different images were soon projected from their crystal processors. The 5 images were peaceful and sacred old men who were wearing linen clothes and thorny belts. Their eyes were pure black, like channels leading to the deepest part of the universe. No matter how the images were moved, they seemed to be staring at the holder of the crystal processor in the eyes and even seeing through their heart. They were exactly the 5 ultimate benevolence masters of the Covenant Alliance. Praise the gods for letting your beloved lambs see a new honor. May your glory and your power be sung over throughout the universe. Led by the ultimate benevolence masters, Tang Ka, his classmates, and his mentors prayed quietly. After the brief prayer, he briefed the ultimate benevolence masters on what he did yesterday and asked the ultimate benevolence masters if he were mentally steady enough to resist the extraterrestrial devils and carry on the strenuous and dangerous purge operation. After the ultimate benevolence masters gave a positive reply, he recited another prayer and completed the morning ritual. During the whole ritual, Liao had been lurking in the young man's soul and did not ask about it. He was not scared of being spotted by the ultimate benevolence masters, but he was afraid that the young man would expose himself when he was distracted. After all, the young man had just learned the way to control his brainwaves and his biophysical parameters. After everybody finished their morning prayer and buried their head into the buckets of paste that was served to them, Liao asked in a low voice, "Do you have to report what you did during the last day, as well as what you're going to do next to the ultimate benevolence masters every morning?" Yes. Tang Ka devoured the paste, but he somehow recalled the lollipop that his monitor stuffed into his mouth the previous day. That lollipop was so sweet that he could not tolerate his regular food anymore. Why had he never sensed that the food he had had for a dozen years was so awful? It almost tasted like melted candles. Struggling to swallow a mouthful of synthesized food, Tang Ka tried to keep his face unchanged while he spoke to Liao in his head. We do not often see the ultimate benevolence masters in person, but the ultimate benevolence masters care about us and guide our way every day. I just noticed that around 1,000 people were praying in the camp. If counting the soldiers nearby, the number will be even larger. Liao pondered for a moment and asked, "Also, all the people have to do the morning prayer in the Covenant Alliance, right? Then how do you determine the time for morning prayer? According to the rotation cycle of every specific planet? Or is it held at a fixed time for all planets? If we're on habitable planets, considering our biological clock and our energy, we'll have morning and dusk prayers according to the sunrise and sunrise of the specific planets." Tang Ka explained to Liao. But if we're on starships, we will no longer be restricted to the rotation cycle of a certain planet. Most starships have the same schedule. That is to say, tens of billions of people may have the morning prayer at the same time. Liao analyzed. But there are only 5 ultimate benevolence masters, correct? However powerful their computation ability is, it's impossible for them to process the prayers and reports of tens of billions of people simultaneously. However, I saw clearly just now that the same ultimate benevolence master reacted differently to different people who were praying. So, it was not the ultimate benevolence masters that received your prayer, but some sort of fake, simulated shadows. Is that correct? Tang Ka was stunned for a long time. I've never considered that question before. Tang Ka said, "The ultimate benevolence masters are the first apostles blessed by the gods. They were created by the gods' last drop of blood in our world. Is it strange that they can listen to the prayers of billions of people at the same time?" Fine, let me ask in a different way. Liao asked without giving in. Have you ever seen an ultimate benevolence master in the flesh, who has to pee and poop like other people? Tang Ka was silent for a long time. No, he said. Normally, we can only sense the ultimate benevolence masters during the rituals in the morning and at dusk. Occasionally, the ultimate benevolence masters will send holy light to one of us so that the person could speak for them. Sometimes, the ultimate benevolence masters will also present enormous illusions in the sky to announce oracles. As for the ultimate benevolence masters in the flesh, it's true that I've never seen them, but that's not strange. The ultimate benevolence masters are busy and have to spend most of their time meditating and communicating with gods. Why would they waste their time on a Mr. Nobody like me? Well, I don't want to desecrate your ultimate benevolence masters and your gods, so I can't say that their tricks are fake. Pausing for a moment, Liao continued. But let's say I can control the spiritual nexus of this whole planet, and I have a weather troupe that is good at creating astounding weather phenomena in the sky. I would be able to pretend to be an ultimate benevolence master, wouldn't I? Tang Ka frowned again. But thankfully he was covered by the paste bucket, and he noticed his anomaly instantly. That is blasphemy, Tang Ka said. They're the ultimate benevolence masters. Okay, fine. I was wrong. I definitely do not plan to impersonate an ultimate benevolence master. I'm only discussing the technological feasibility with you. Liao changed the topic and asked, Tell me more about your mentors. Do they and the director of your academy have meals with you? No, the director has the meals with the commander of the troop nearby, but our food is the same. Tang Ka pointed his mentors out to Liao. Pitifully, none of those mentors was a sunspot. At the very least, Liao did not sense the amiable air in them as he did from Tang Ka. Some of the students did attract Liao's attention, but since they were students just like Tang Ka, it was pointless for Liao to swing to them. A swing could be very exhausting and dangerous. Liao did not want to make any reckless move unless it was a very suitable target. The breakfast was over 10 minutes later, and the teenagers had gathered in classes again after putting on the suits that could allegedly resist germs, viruses, and extraterritorial devils, ready to re-enter the battered town that was haunted by extraterritorial devils. It was also the first time that Liao saw the purge troop nearby through Tang Ka's eyes. He saw teams of fully armed soldiers in crystal suits, supersonic shuttles in the sky, and floating fortresses that looked like black mountains. They were monitoring and keeping all the ruins under control. In the meantime, Liao sensed that many of the 1,000 teenagers had rapidly increasing breathing patterns or heartbeats. I'm more and more positive that something is wrong with this ultimate test, Liao said casually. Last night, you told me that the students, including you, were put into a real-life operation because there weren't enough soldiers for that, which agrees with my intelligence. As far as I know, there are not many troops on this planet. However, when you already have insufficient soldiers, such a massive troop is still deployed next to you to do nothing but watch over you for 7 days. Isn't it too wasteful? Even though the commander of this purge troop is hoping to recruit new soldiers, there is no need to keep his whole troop here. A few officers should have been more than enough. So, the purge troop must be here for other purposes, say, to deal with potentially dangerous situations, right? Tang Ka looked at the station of the purge troop and said in confusion, It's impossible for the Imperium to take back the thick soil sector anytime soon. Even if they can, I don't think there is anything valuable here that is worth the defense of such a huge troop. That's right. I don't think the purge troop is defending against the Imperium's army either. So, there can only be one answer. Liao said calmly, They're defending against you? Us. Tang Ka found it hard to believe. But why? We're future purgers. I dream to be one of them. I'm afraid that's the problem. Liao sighed and said, As far as I know, few people in the Covenant Alliance dream, and the requirements for the purgers will only be higher. How can they let someone who dreams to become a purger? But it's the vocational requirement of a purger. Tang Ka's feelings surged like a tsunami again. We must have certain feelings and thoughts, or the ability to dream, in order to identify dangerous items. No, you're wrong. With detailed lists and descriptions on dangerous items, 99% of them can be recognized by programs. Liao said coldly, The purgers do not need to know what art is at all. All they need to do is to destroy it when they see a colorful painting. Wouldn't that be convenient and reliable? Even though some purgers who have thinking abilities are needed, not everybody has to have the ability to think. What are you getting at? Tang Ka mumbled. What do you mean? What's this if it's neither our graduation test nor the recruitment of the purge troop? I don't know. I need more information for further analysis. Liao said, I only know that the 1,000 kids here mostly boast fiery feelings and lightning-like thoughts just like you do. Even though I'm hiding in you, I can tell that they're different from the regular people of the Covenant Alliance. The ice in their heads is cracking. It's actually understandable. You've been living on boring starships for a decade faced with nothing but walls. Your desires and your thoughts are pressed down to the limits like a spring. But all of a sudden, you're dropped to a habitable planet faced with a rather resourceful town of the Imperium. Although this town has been ruined by war, the remaining resources in this town are still enough for you to unleash your nature and have fun for 7 days and 7 nights. For the 7 days, you can do anything you want in this city, and all the adults simply observe you from a distance away. What's this? It's like throwing a man who has been hungry for 3 days to a buffet restaurant where he can eat anything he wants. If this is the way to test the purgers, I have to say that it's too wasteful and complicated. Tang Ka was silent for a long time. He sobbed silently. I want to be a purger. That's my dream. Don't be excited. The more excited you are, the further away you will be from your dream. Liao calmed the young man down. The only good news is that you're not the most excited and abnormal kid of the 1,000 students here. Actually, after you practice the trick I taught you, you appear quite calm. Other people are even worse than you. I thought that you were the only weirdo who had abundant thoughts and feelings. However, it turns out that all of you are the same. It's possible that the 1,000 students, including you, are screened out according to a certain standard. Or maybe what? Asked Tang Ka. Nothing. Let's continue and see what's next. Liao was going to say that those kids who were too emotional to be the children of the Covenant Alliance's people were probably manufactured according to a certain standard. But then he decided not to say it out in case the young man was even more disturbed. Led by their monitor, the teenagers in Tang Ka's class came to the edge of the town in their mentor's crystal tanks. Before they entered the purge area on foot. There was no telling if it was because of Liao's psychological hint, but Tang Ka did feel that a lot of people were different today. When they entered the city the previous day, they were like cold machines that were only carrying out the purge operation as instructed. However, today, their eyes, their breath, their faces, and their gaits were all unnatural. Tang Ka thought for a long time and realized why they were unnatural. Just like him, they both looked forward to the town and dreaded it. Or rather, they dreaded themselves in their hearts. Crossing the statue they broke the other day, they pressed forward more deeply and reached a 3-floored building with a yard. Inside the yard were a carousel and a slide. Tang Ka's eyes were glued to everything he saw. A kindergarten? The place where the Imperium people raise their offspring, like our nursery. Yes. Liao said, this is a palm tree. All the kids are supposed to cover their hands with colorful pigments before they press their hands on the wall. The marks they leave will be like the leaves of a tree. I don't get it. Tang Ka said, what's the purpose of such lousy training? Nothing. Liao said, it's only for fun. They seem to have had a lot of fun. Tang Ka focused his eyes on the wall in the empty kindergarten. Hundreds of paintings of the kids were stuck to the wall, depicting their happiest moments and their childish hope in the most glamorous colors and the worst techniques. Yes, they had every reason to be happy. Liao explained, the first batch of colonizers who participated in the reconstruction of this planet had mostly been bankrupted back in their hometown. Their kids were not capable nor qualified to go to a kindergarten back there. But in this new paradise that was full of hope, their kids had a chance to live a happy life that they did not dare to imagine in the past. I think that's why the colonizers named the city New Joy. However, those colonizers did not consider the risks of their option. Or maybe they did not have any other options, and this was their only land of hope. Where are the kids in this kindergarten now? I don't know. Tang Ka suddenly lost the courage to look at the things around him, particularly the colorful tree of hope that the kids painted with their hands. There were no massive engagements in the city. The kids should be fine. They must have been sent to the rear. To be purged? Liao asked. For some reason, Tang Ka did not even have the guts to say yes. The word purge, filled with venomous magma, burned his soul. Tang Ka and Liao fell silent. In their silence, they heard the heavy breathings and heartbeats of the teenagers, or big kids, near them. Level 1 hazardous area, the monitor roared. This is the lair of extraterritorial devils where they proliferate. Purge this place at once. Nobody moved. All the children of holy light, stood in silence and stared at everything around them, deep in thought or confused, wondering about the lifestyles of the other human beings. "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear me?" The monitor raised her voice and shrieked, "Purge! Purge! Purge everything in this place." "Ah!" Liao Meng, the deputy monitor, roared, and sweat dripped from his pale face. More ruthless than ever, he raised his flamethrower and fired at the palm painting, the toys, and the carousel of the kids. Ah! All the children of Holy Light pulled the triggers and destroyed everything they could see. Very soon, the kindergarten was mired in an ocean of fire and smoke. Beep, 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 beep. Under the scorching fire, every teenager's face looked particularly excited and ruthless, and their portable crystal processors were all shrieking, indicating that everybody except Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka had drastic biophysical changes. The crystal processor of Liao Meng, in particular, was even glittering in red, a sign that he was on the verge of loss of control. It was not until 3 minutes later that the kids finally calmed down. "Did I lose control?" Looking at his shivering hands, Liao Meng mumbled in disbelief. "I lost control?" The other kids dare not look at each other in the eyes, as if they were feeling guilty. They also seemed to be tacitly keeping what happened just now a secret to themselves. They had planned to set this place as a rendezvous point, but nobody was willing to stay next to the burnt building and carousel. In the end, they walked on and set a plaza nearby as the rendezvous point. Then, everybody fled from each other to confront themselves on a deep level at quiet corners. "Monitor, do you not feel that everybody acted weirdly just now?" Returning to the supermarket that they visited yesterday and locking the door, Tang Ka spoke to Chu Zhiyun eagerly. Actually, he was desperate to share the uncanny things that happened to him since last night, including his sticky underwear, Grandpa Yao, who appeared out of nowhere, and his feeling that could almost be called shame when he was faced with the toys and paintings left by the kids in the kindergarten. The kindergarten in reality had been consumed by fire, but another kindergarten that was more splendid rose in his head and rooted in his every brain cell, making it impossible for him to get rid of it. He remembered something he read a long time ago. "I could have tolerated the darkness if I had never seen light." Tang Ka felt some feelings that he could not quite describe were seething in his heart, like cracking ice and sprouting seeds, making it impossible for him to tolerate what was before his eyes, including the kindergarten just now and this dazzling supermarket. He couldn't stop himself from peeping at the delicious-looking foods, and an evil voice kept whispering to him, "It's fine. You can take that. It's fine. Everything in this supermarket belongs to you." Ha 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 ha. "Wait," Tang Ka said in his heart. "Grandpa Yao, it wasn't you who were talking, was it?" "Of course it was. It's unnecessary for you to hold yourself back at all." Liao said, "If you want to eat them, just eat them. Scientists have pointed out that carbohydrates can help you stay delighted and focused." "Really? Tang Ka, I don't care if they're weird. I don't plan to become a purger anyway. In fact, the weirder they are, the better, because nobody would pay attention to us in such a case," said Chu Zhiyun unconcernedly. Much more spontaneous than Tang Ka, she had already picked up a bottle of candies and was enjoying them. She said, "All I have to do is to dig out my talents and prove the ultimate benevolence masters wrong. Open your mouth." She put a piece of candy in Tang Ka's mouth forcefully. "Ah, no." Tang Ka blushed with a racing heart again. He stammered, We can't do this. What a useless man. If a tiny candy is enough to defeat you." Chu Zhiyun snorted. "Wouldn't your loyalty to the gods be too weak? Don't spit it out. Chew it and swallow it. If you spit it out, I'll put 10 more candies in your mouth." Tang Ka's face was even redder. He completely forgot Liao's training at night and somehow recalled the picture of his bold monitor being tied up and whipped hard in her red dress again. "Wait, just to be clear," Liao asked, "is your wish to save the damsel in distress when your monitor is tied up or simply to watch her being tied up and whipped? What are you talking about?" Embarrassed, Tang Ka hesitated for a long time and said, "Monitor, why are you so dogged in pointing out the ultimate benevolence master's mistake?" Because Chu Jiyun walked to the female clothes area on her tiptoes. That's why I exist. That's God's mission for me. Think about it. The ultimate benevolence masters are humans, and humans err. So, something has to point out the ultimate benevolence masters' mistakes so that the mistakes won't escalate and even collapse the Covenant alliance, right? But have you heard of anyone ever pointing out the ultimate benevolence master's mistakes? No, none whatsoever. Why can't I be the first? I don't know, but I feel. Summoning his courage, Tang Ka said, I think you're possessed by extraterritorial devils. That's why you're thinking so weirdly. The extraterritorial devils are cunning and capricious. Any of us can be possessed by the extraterritorial devils. Chu Jiyun's cold face moved, almost as if she were smiling. If we're possessed, our mentors will expel the extraterritorial devils for us, and if our mentors are possessed, our director will help them. But think about it. If the ultimate benevolence masters are possessed by the extraterritorial devils without them knowing it, who can help them expel the devils? Hiss. Tang Ka almost couldn't believe that his monitor could be so disobedient. His blood was almost frozen. He said after a long stun, Blasphemy! That's the gravest blasphemy. I thought that blasphemy is when you suspect the gods. Chu Jiyun said coldly, I don't think the ultimate benevolence masters are gods, are they? Even though they're not, they're very close. Tang Ka stressed again. The ultimate benevolence masters are made of the last drop of the god's blood in our world. They're the first apostles. How can they be corrupted by extraterritorial devils? Even the gods can be corrupted. Wasn't the tragedy in the primeval war because the Nuwa clan was corrupted by extraterritorial devils, and all the surviving gods had to hibernate as a result? Chu Jiyun asked back, the ultimate benevolence masters have only 1% of the power of the gods at most. Why would they be immune? No, no, no. It's not like that. Tang Ka shook his head quickly. The ending of the primeval war was within the gods' expectation. They did it on purpose as a test for mankind. Exactly. But how do you know what the gods' test for me is? Chances are that it's to point out the ultimate benevolence master's mistakes. Chu Jiyun took a deep breath and opened her arms. Have you never been puzzled about our world for 1 second? Look, everything we know was told to us by someone else. Our training, our missions, and our ideals are all told to us by someone else, and this someone is also instructed about what he should do by another someone who is on a higher level. Just like that, on the top of these someones are exactly the ultimate benevolence masters. It's said that the ultimate benevolence masters watch over us and guide our way every second. However, getting to the bottom of it, we've seen nothing but the illusions of the ultimate benevolence masters. My piety to the gods is incomparable, but does believing the gods equal to believing the first apostles? And does believing the ultimate benevolence masters equal to believing the illusions that call themselves ultimate benevolence masters? Tang Ka, look at me in the eyes and think. Hypothetically, what would you do if the extraterritorial devils had stolen the bodies of the ultimate benevolence masters a long time ago and had been commanding us in the image of the ultimate benevolence masters? Tang Ka felt cold deep to the bones. That's a ridiculous and dangerous thought. Tang Ka was almost begging Chu Jiyun. Please stop thinking, Monitor. It's not a problem that we should consider. Not a problem that we should consider? Chu Jiyun sneered. Who should consider it then? Tang Ka blurted out, the ultimate benevolence masters. The young man realized the absurdity immediately, and Chu Jiyun said coldly, you want the ultimate benevolence masters to consider whether or not they're possessed by extraterritorial devils. Isn't it like asking someone to leave the ground by pulling their own hair? But Tang Ka finally spoke the truth. I'm worried about you. I fear that you will be captured and purged in the holy temple when other people learn of your thoughts, and you won't know yourself or me after that. If the ultimate benevolence masters are the most loyal servants of the gods, they wouldn't do that, declared Chu Jiyun confidently. What if they're not? Tang Ka was flabbergasted by his own question, wondering why he had turned so bold too. Then, it's all the more reason why I should step up and point it out for them. It's my destiny and my duty. said Chu Xiun matter-of-factly. Monitor, what do you want exactly? Why do I feel that you want something much more than to be a lurker? Tang Ka mumbled. Truth. I want all the truth about the gods. Chu Xiun tried several times and finally put on the most perfect smile. Deeply touched by the smile, Tang Ka was dragged to the female clothes area by the girl before he could say anything. However, he turned around before Chu Xiun took off her gray protective suit this time. He didn't know why he did that. In the Covenant Alliance, being nude was not embarrassing, like a machine would not be embarrassed to see the internal structure of another machine. As a matter of fact, the people here did not even know what embarrass meant. But for some reason, Tang Ka simply felt that he should respect her. Li Yao said in his head. Huh? Why did you turn around? Tang Ka said. I don't know. What do you mean? What do you want? Nothing. What can I do? I am a man of honor and integrity. You can rest assured about that. It's well known across the universe. Li Yao said. I'm simply interested in the state of your mind and want to study you more deeply. Hey! Tang Ka's messy thoughts were disrupted by Chu Xiun's call. He looked back, only to see that the girl was not wearing the red dress with gold glitters, but a white and green dress with a vivid sunflower pattern on it, full of summer vibe. Tang Ka was captivated, not because of the dress, but because of the smile on her face and the youthfulness behind it. I want to listen to the god's voice directly, not through the relay of the ultimate benevolence masters, who dictates that only the ultimate benevolence masters can interpret the will of the gods, and that we can't see and hear the gods directly and know what the gods want us to do. Her eyes glowing, Chu Xiun said confidently, If I can't find an answer in the Covenant Alliance, I'll search for one in the Imperium. I believe that there must be different theories in that sinful country that illustrate the gods in the opposite way as we do. Then, considering the theories from both ways, I'll be closer to the truth. That's why I have to become a lurker. Tang Ka, is my smile standard? Am I pretty? I think so. Tang Ka was uneasy, and he did not know what he should look at. He stammered, Monitor, I think this dress is still too small for you. Oh? Really? Chu Xiun pulled the hem of the dress and said, This dress is highly elastic and can automatically fit my curve without hindering me. I'm actually feeling pretty good. But, taking a deep breath, Tang Ka reminded her, I think you forgot to put on your bra. Oh, you're right. The monitor then moved her arms to her back, trying to unzip the dress. Tang Ka turned around again, only to feel that the air was thin and that he was passing out. Nailed it. It's your turn now. Come here. A moment later, the monitor took a long breath in relief and spoke to Tang Ka. Ha! Stunned again, Tang Ka pointed at his nose. I'm going to change too? Of course. Why else would I bring you here? Only as a guard. Chu Xiun picked up a set of male clothes and looked at Tang Ka dangerously. Mr. Tang Ka, do you want to put them on yourself? Or do you want me to do it for you? I can do it on my own. Under his monitor's coercion, Tang Ka could only put on the sinful clothes from the Imperium. He did not know what the clothes were for exactly, probably something between sports and performances. The shirt was an amalgam of broken cloths, with an enormous skull on the chest, and the pants were ragged and full of holes and rivets too. What the Imperium people considered beautiful was truly creepy. What do we do next? Tang Ka was uncomfortable wearing these clothes that could tinkle whenever he walked. Chu Xiun smiled, and a piece of light music echoed in the supermarket. There was no music in the Covenant Alliance, except when everybody gathered and sang after the ultimate benevolence masters to express their admiration for the gods. Tang Ka had been taught by his mentors that music was one of the evilest things in the universe and the best medium for the extraterrestrial devils to invade one's head. When people were captured by melodies, extraterrestrial devils would root in their heads. The mentors had also shown the kids, including Tang Ka, the videos taken in what was called nightclubs, in the Imperium of true human beings. All the people were crazy captives of music and extraterrestrial devils in those videos. On those evil occasions, fighting, taking in drugs, and public penetrations were not unusual. The reason was simple, Music boosted the proliferation of extraterrestrial devils in their heads and completely ruined their brains. Because of all those videos he watched, Tang Ka was never fond of music. If anything, he was even deeply scared of it. However, since an extraterrestrial devil named Grandpa Yao had already found a way into his head, it seemed unnecessary for him to fear music anymore, right? Besides, the music was light and delightful, nothing like the videos that his mentors played for them in the past. A golden gate seemed to be opened in front of his eyes, revealing a shining path that led to infinity. Tang Ka couldn't help but walk to the source of the music, only to find Chu Zhiyun standing before a peaceful but vigorous illusion. Inside the 3D light beam was a body of blue water. As the picture zoomed in, green mountains and gold wheat were presented, followed by rising skyscrapers and newly established towns, as well as the people living in them whose faces were full of happiness. At the bottom of the light beam were captions: "Make the first step bravely and change your life today. Choose the Thick Soil Development Group, and choose the best tomorrow. The Expedition Army of the Imperium will protect your family and your investment. You will be the new master of this new world." This was a commercial to attract the investors and colonizers from the rear. There were too many such commercials for the newly recovered worlds. In the past 10 years, although the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance was not over yet, countless citizens of the Imperium thought that the Covenant Alliance had been crushed and that they could make a fortune in the newly recovered worlds thanks to propaganda. Therefore, too many colonizers, adventurers, and refugees had come here with their families and their life savings on stinky and crowded immigrant ships. Now, most of those poor bastards were stranded in the worlds in the front line, isolated and panicked under the threat of the Covenant Alliance. The civilians in the thick soil sector, who took the hit first, must have either been killed in the battle or sent to the holy temples for purging. Even so, the beautiful commercial was still extremely appealing and hooked the two ignorant natives of the Covenant Alliance. At the end of the commercial, a blue ocean and a beach appeared. In the picture, a tall, handsome man and a beautiful woman were hugging and kissing. Then, a new caption showed up: "The best gift for your love is a new world." There are many similar videos in this place. Many videos actually have plots. They're called TV series and movies, Chu Zhiyun said casually. Although they're all make-believe, they've captured the daily life and the common behaviors in the Imperium. We can learn to imitate a person of the Imperium through those videos. What do you think? Huh? Staring at the gorgeous man and woman who were kissing in the commercial, Tang Ka forgot why he should also learn the imitation. They're kissing. That's the name of the action, right? It's sticking your tongue into the other person's mouth and licking them. Chu Zhiyun said, deep in thought. It seems to be a common courtesy in the Imperium of true human beings. But what's its point? Can they analyze each other's genes through the saliva so that they can tell whether or not they can create a stronger and smarter offspring with each other? Well, maybe, Tang Ka mumbled. Don't say maybe. We'll find out after we try it. Chu Zhiyun looked at Tang Ka. Ha! Tang Ka was greatly shocked again. Come here. Expressionlessly, Chu Zhiyun curled her finger at Tang Ka. Don't. Wait. Wait. Holding his chest, Tang Ka took a deep breath. He felt that the sunflower on his monitor's dress was as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible for him to think. However, while his head was blank, he suddenly remembered something else. Grandpa Yao. Tang Ka focused his attention. Don't you think you should give us some privacy? What do you mean? Li Yao said, as if he were greatly wronged. I didn't say or do anything. You can do whatever you want. I won't stand in your way. I'll just stay here and watch in utter silence without causing any disturbance. I'm a decent man. No, I'm feeling very uncomfortable with you being here. Tang Ka's face was red as if it were on force, and an uncanny force pushed Li Yao's soul out of his brain. Why don't you take a rest outside and come back later? The monitor is coming. Wait, where do you want me to take a rest at? Li Yao raised his voice and said, My young friend, let's make things clear. You're probably involved in an evil and shameless scheme, and I'm carrying out a mission that concerns the peace of the universe and the future of mankind, which is something very serious. Neither of us should have irrelevant thoughts. Hey, wait, stop pushing me. Don't be so rejective, or the synchronization rate between our nerves will be affected, and I'm going to be kicked out. Friend, kid, little bastard. Despite him shouting, dozens of dazzling electric arcs were generated in Tang Ka's brain and pushed his soul out determinately. Hiu, 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 hiu. Liao lost his senses when he was cast out. He was back to the deep, dark bottom of the ocean, where everything was dark and quiet. He almost couldn't see or hear anything anymore. The failsafe system that Xiaoming and Wenwen had bound to his soul was immediately activated. Like a thin, long, and elastic rope, it pulled his soul all the way back through millions of light-years back to his own shell in the gold crystal pyramid in the Imperial Terminus sector. Hiss! As if he just had the deepest dream, Liao sat up from the thick neural interaction fluids. It was not until a long time later that his soul resumed control over his body. His eyes were focused again, and he felt the feeblest vibrations. He had returned to his world. Dad! Xiaoming and Wenwen stuck all kinds of sensors to Liao and examined his biophysical parameters. Why were you away for so long? We were worried that your soul might not be able to return. How about it? Did you find a suitable sunspot? Have you found out the plan of the main forces of the Covenant Alliance? Liao picked up a handful of neural interaction fluids. The thick liquid dripped through the gaps between his fingers like threads. Controlling his own hands felt slightly different from controlling Tang Ka's. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva that was mixed with neural interaction fluids, Liao gradually remembered what happened in the previous day as his mind turned clearer. He rubbed his temples unhurriedly. The swing went quite well. I found a very suitable sunspot. Although I haven't found out the plan of the Covenant Alliance's army or the Ultimate Benevolence Master's location, I'm very close because that young man is involved in some sort of scheme, and theoretically speaking, every scheme requires a mastermind. As soon as the scheme and the mastermind are unraveled, I'm sure I will be able to track down the leadership of the Covenant Alliance. Oh? Really? Xiaoming and Wenwen said excitedly. The sunspot you chose is a young man? How did he react to your arrival? Did he suspect or resist you? Not at all. Liao shook his head. The young man trusted and admired me. He begged me to teach him ultimate techniques. However, you know that I can't keep my soul millions of light-years away 24 hours a day, and I need to come back to charge myself regularly to deal with unexpected situations. When I told him that I would be away for a while, that young man clung to my thigh and would not let me go. Well, Xiaoming and Wenwen were suspicious. Did you have a thigh? My metaphorical thigh. Liao crawled out of the launch cabin and said, I'm only saying that I've become a mental pillar for the little guy and won his absolute trust. Also, I've left some sort of spiritual beacon in his head, and it will be easier for me to land in his head next time. I'm so hungry after a night of hard work. Give me some food. Also, what's the latest reports on the battles on the west and the east fronts? And what's Long Yangjuan's progress in eliminating the lurkers in the Imperium? Tell me. Although Xiaoming and Wenwen had injected a lot of nutrition into the neural interaction fluids, the energy absorbed through the skin and the veins was far from enough to meet the demand for a long-distance swing. Therefore, Liao had to return to his shell once in a while to rest his brain and replenish himself with tremendous food and crystals. The battle reports were hardly exciting. On the East Front, the army commanded by Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai secured 2 consecutive victories, and the remaining fleets of the 4 families could barely put up any resistance. However, the 4 families simply retreated and deployed their troops on the habitable planets, as if they were going to fight the reformist army in street battles until all of them died. Everybody knew that the morale of the 4 families' army was not high enough to support street battles, but the reformist army did not have the time to fight a war of attrition against the 4 families either. Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai's blades were fast, but now that it had cut into such a stinky mess, the blades could not be drawn out anytime soon. On the West Front, which was the newly recovered area that Liao's soul just escaped from, the Covenant Alliance had attacked a couple of worlds near the thick soil sector. Limited by their insufficient soldiers, the expedition army of the Imperium could only try to defend without being able to counterattack. It was even safe to say that the Covenant Alliance could take down any sector if they really wanted it. After his soul witnessed the catastrophic consequences of the war in person in Black Castle, Liao had a deeper understanding of the boring numbers on the battle reports. Perhaps in the eyes of the leaders like Lei Qinghu or Li Linghai, the situations in the front line were nothing but figures and charts. But for Liao, the numbers represented the ordinary people who were deceived to go to the front line for their dreams, only to be captured and brainwashed by the Covenant Alliance, the owners of the colorful but childish palm prints in the empty kindergarten, and also the natives of the Covenant Alliance who were taken away from their parents and who did not have a childhood or a future like Tang Ka. He had to do something for them. After chewing infinite heavenly materials and earthly treasures as fast as possible until his every cell was filled with explosive power, Liao took a deep breath and went into a deep sleep state again. The super long-distance swing was so exhausting that he didn't wake up until 4 hours later. However, he couldn't feel more energetic after he woke up. The whole world seemed to have turned clear in his eyes, and his spiritual power was soaring almost like mushrooms after a rain. Is this the sunspot plan and the gold crystal pyramids effects on the training of the soul that Wu Qi 3.0 mentioned? Liao murmured to himself. On second thought, it was quite reasonable. Few people in the whole Pangu universe were crazy enough to project their souls to millions of light years away for the most dangerous training like he did. Only craziness could lead to progress. His way of training was rare even for the top experts. With that in mind, what was he waiting for? Liao couldn't wait to get into the head of the little guy named Tang Ka again. The cocoon launch cabin was opened, and new neural interaction fluids were filled in. All the magic equipment was humming. Xiaoming and Wenwen made an all-set gesture at Liao outside of the transparent cover. Liao took a deep breath and buried his head in the thick and warm liquid again. He flew forward in the deep, dark chaos like a streak of light again. However, there was a glittering star guiding his way in the infinite darkness this time, like a space gate navigating a starship. It was much less difficult and exhausting than the previous time. Very soon, Liao arrived at Tang Ka's brain. Tang Ka, my young friend, are you done? Liao said delightedly, I'm back. What a pleasant surprise it must be for you. Huh. Tang Ka was stunned for a while and said in complicated feelings, I didn't know that you would come back. What are you talking about? It almost sounds like you don't want me to return. Am I so unlikable? Liao scanned the environment with Tang Ka's eyes, only to discover that the young man and his monitor had already returned to the rendezvous point. However, there was obvious tension in the rendezvous point, as Liao Meng was fighting another one of their classmates. The two boys were covered in dust and blood as they wrestled among the collapsed walls. Tell me the truth. What did you do with your monitor while I was away? Liao asked. Tell me everything without leaving out any detail. I don't know. Tang Ka said. When we returned, Liao Meng was grappling with this boy named Xiao Jie. We're told that Liao Meng heard Xiao Jie whistling a tune of the devils, but Xiao Jie denied it. So Liao Meng burst into rage and decided to teach him a lesson. Wait. Nobody is asking you why the two boys are fighting. Liao said. You didn't hear my question. I asked you what you do with your monitor in the dark corner. Did you do anything else other than the mouth-to-mouth activities? Xiao Jie was responsible for identifying the jade chips that contain audios and videos. He might have whistled unintentionally when he heard too many of the melodies, but it's still unusual because we've received professional training and shouldn't have been tempted by such music. Tang Ka paused for a moment and said again, but Liao Meng's reaction is even more unnatural. He could have reported his classmates' misbehavior to our mentors or just scolded him. Why did he simply beat the guy up? Liao Meng looks ferocious, but he is never so rash. Hey, don't change the subject. Like I said, I'm not asking about the boys. Liao grew anxious. I'm asking you and your monitor Chu Jiyun. What did you do with the girl whom you dreamed to tie up? Tang Ka couldn't resist anymore. We didn't do anything. We simply watched the TV series from the Imperium and learned how to be an emotional and enthusiastic citizen of the Imperium. Why do you insist on asking that? Don't misunderstand me, kid. as one of the most powerful experts of our universe. I'm not interested in your little private life at all. Liao coughed and said solemnly, I'm only trying to remind you that this ultimate test is not so simple and that your every action is likely to be monitored. So, don't do anything outrageous in any case. But on the other hand, I'm also wondering how to awaken your humanity and turn you into a regular young man. A regular young man? Like those in the Imperium? Tang Ka snorted and said, My mentors told us about the lives of the young people in the Imperium before. They plot against each other and live in deception and betrayals every day. Even their closest comrade may turn into the most brutal enemy. At the end of the day, their personal efforts are nothing compared with the influence of their families, and the weak can never change their fate. Grandpa Yao, don't lie to me. Is it true? Do you want to turn me into such a regular young man? Of course not. Liao sensed that the young man's tongue was sharper and sharper as the ice in his head cracked. He had to think for a moment before he gave a reply. Pondering for a moment, Liao said solemnly, Trust me. I'm not lying to you. There's a third path in this universe apart from the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, and there are young men who are nothing like you know. Really? The ripples in Tang Ka's head glittered. What kind of life do those young people live? In that place, the young people do not have to blindly worship the groundless gods as you do in the Covenant Alliance or consider everybody else an enemy like those in the Imperium. Liao declared resolutely, Those young people can live a more peaceful, happier, and brighter life. They're free to sleep through their classes. They can devote all their time and energy to partying and gaming. They do not worship gods, but they worship the stars that are deified through business approaches and fake commercials. When they burst into rage, they can throw a tantrum at their parents or their teachers. While wasting their lives without the slightest sense of responsibility, they consider themselves the coolest people in the universe. How does it sound? Isn't it great? Huh? Tang Ka said, You want to turn me into one of those people? Are you sure you're not an extraterrestrial devil? Well, I thought a young man like you would be interested in those things. But if you're not, you can also choose to be a good student and contribute to the glorious future of mankind later. Liao said, Or maybe you can try to combine the 3 different paths, making it neither so corrupt, nor so pious and positive, as you are right now. All in all, just trust me. While the two of them talked silently in Tang Ka's head, the 2 bruised young men were separated by their classmates. Liao Meng was like an angry bull. It took 6 kids to drag him away, but he was still stomping on the ground, leaving messy footprints there. Liao Meng, what are you doing? Standing on a collapsed building, Chu Zhiyun looked down at him and said coldly, It's the 2nd time that your portable crystal processor has sent out a warning. One more time and you will be exiled immediately. Nobody will speak for you. Her threat was quite effective. Looking at his portable crystal processor that was glittering in redness, Liao Meng seemed overwhelmed with disbelief, as if he didn't understand why he lost control of his feelings. 2nd time? It's already the 2nd time today. Having no time to wipe his nosebleed, he gritted his teeth and mumbled. Actually, not just Liao Meng and Xiao Jie, who was corrupted and whistled a tune from the Imperium without him realizing it, but all of the students were teetering on the verge of loss of control. They had been acting independently so far or in groups of 2 like Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka at most. When 20 students were dispersed in the town, it was like grains of salt being melted in an ocean. Perhaps they were not purging the town. This filthy, greedy, and evil town was actually tempting and transforming them. What do we do? Xiao Jie, who secretly whistled a tune, could not hide the panic on his face at all. He kept asking Chu Zhiyun, What do we do? Everybody knew that he was not talking about the whistling but the fight with Liao Meng. There were few internal conflicts within the Covenant Alliance. According to the path of ultimate benevolence or the 3 fundamental laws, it was stated that human beings should ensure their own safety and must not hurt each other as long as such protection did not conflict with the 1st or 2nd law. Although Liao Meng had the power to punish his classmate, the huge fight still bordered on the precipices of a violation. This could be nothing, but it could be grave too. Even Chu Zhiyun did not know how she should deal with it. However, It was impossible to cover the two young men's broken suits and the blood on their clothes. Even if they could cover that, their mentors would still ask about the drastic changes of their biophysical parameters. Thankfully, an alarm echoed in all directions, saving the two young men's lives. Everyone's mini crystal processors shrieked, giving them a new order on an unexpected, urgent mission. They were supposed to return to the camp in half an hour, report their actions today, and be examined and blessed by their mentors. However, two students from another class fled. They seemed to have been corrupted by extraterrestrial devils that were hiding in the myriad of items from the Imperium, and they hurt their monitor and ran to the depths of the city when they were supposed to regather. It was undoubtedly a violation of the third law. It was unpardonable, and they were to be delivered to the holy temple where the sources of their sins would be dug out. The purge troop stationed next to the city already deployed soldiers to search for the two escaping students. However, the city was too big and complicated, and the number of soldiers was limited. So, the students, including Chu Jiyun and Tang Ka, had to join the hunt too. At the end of the brief on the urgent mission, the director of the Holy Light Academy solemnly promised that whoever caught the two defectors would receive bonus points, and whoever secretly reported to their mentor on suspicious classmates would also receive bonus points if those classmates were found guilty later. Such a promise made the hearts of all the children of Holy Light race. However, they immediately came back to themselves and tried to look indifferent and heartless by controlling their heartbeats, their breaths, and their micro-expressions, not giving away their real feelings. "Let's go and catch those two defectors." Chu Jiyun waved her hand and leaped from the wall, including Tang Ka, Liao Meng, and Xiao Jie. Everybody ran in the direction where the two students fled, hoping to capture the two traitors or even blasphemers to cover their uneasiness and demonstrate their piety. As the night fell, the rain turned heavier, perhaps because of the lingering smoke caused by the battle a few days ago. The rainwater was as dark as ink when it fell on the ground, making the place even more fuzzy and chaotic. The city looked like a rotten corpse, and the unstable skyscrapers everywhere were its bones. Among the fallen walls, the children rushed under the thunderstorm like hungry hyenas. Everybody was anxious. They hoped that they would get to capture the two defectors in person. But they were also slightly panicking, not knowing whether the defection would make them leave a bad impression on the purgers. The rain that was as heavy as a waterfall made it impossible to see 10 meters away. The noises of the rain also eclipsed most sounds, including the alarms of their portable crystal processors. The heavy rain gave the children an unreal sense of safety, making them feel that they could think whatever they wanted without being found. Their route, on the other hand, had deviated from the safe area that their mentors established, and they entered the unknown areas in the depths of the city. Some kids lost their way or got tripped over in the ruins, falling behind their partners. Some kids accidentally noticed each other and confronted each other in the heavy rain, but they left in disappointment after realizing that they were not their targets. Certain rumors were spreading virally during the brief contact of the kids. Some said that the two escaping students were a boy and a girl, who were to be purged in the Holy Temple because of their serious violation when they carried out their mission. That was why they decided to defect and take their chances. Some said that most areas on Black Castle had been burnt to the ground because of the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in the past decades, and since the Covenant Alliance was short of soldiers, 99% of the planet was currently unoccupied. As long as those two students ran to the unoccupied area, they would win. It was impossible for the Covenant Alliance to send a great number of soldiers into the unoccupied area to catch two students. Some other people said that many secret tunnels and cities, as well as the guerrilla troops of the Imperium, were still hidden below the ground. Those people welcomed the surrender of the young people from the Covenant Alliance. Therefore, those two escaping students were likely going to escape into the underground world and find the guerrilla troops of the Imperium. As long as they stuck together for a year and a half with the guerrilla troops, if the army of the Imperium came back and reclaimed Black Castle, those two students would successfully immigrate from the Covenant Alliance to the Imperium. Chances were that they would even be described by the Imperium as heroes. Those rumors burned in the darkness gloomily and could not be distinguished no matter how heavy the storm was. As for who the someone was exactly, none of the kids could tell in their dizziness. Tang Ka didn't find the defectors after half a night of searching. He was even separated from his partners after he accidentally fell into a mud pit. The rain and the mud covered his mask, but after he took off his mask, they were directly flying into his eyes and his mouth, making it impossible for him to keep his eyes open. Even his portable crystal processor was squeaking. The spiritual nexus was also seriously disrupted by the thunderstorm. He could not reach out to his classmate or receive orders from his mentors and his director. Monitor, where are you? Stumbling and falling, Tang Ka felt that he was a tiny ant and that the magnificent buildings near him were black tombstones. After walking for 10 minutes, he couldn't tell where he was, nor did he see any of his students. A weird thought suddenly popped up in Tang Ka's head. He seemed to be the only person left in this whole town. His classmates, his mentors, and the soldiers of the purge troop were probably searching for the 2 escaping students in his opposite direction. If he were to run at this moment, wouldn't he have a great chance to escape from this city, enter the unoccupied area, or even find the guerrilla troops of the Imperium? Didn't someone say that the natives of the Covenant Alliance were welcomed in the Imperium and would be described as heroes? That way, he would be able to completely get rid of his current life. The flashing thought in his head made Tang Ka tremble so hard that he could not even think that it was his idea. Grandpa Yao? Tang Ka asked, his voice shivering. Did you direct me to think that way? No, I'm not as unscrupulous as that. It was your own idea. After a brief silence, Liao continued. Someone might have guided you to think that way, but it was not me. What do you mean? Tang Ka was more and more confused. The world around was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast that was swallowing him entirely. A planet was billions of times more spacious than a starship, but he felt that he was being suffocated. Calming himself down, Tang Ka soon dropped the absurd thought. The most important reason was that his monitor was with him. If he were really going to escape, he had to take her with him, right? No, of course not, right? How could he escape? He was faithful to the gods and the ultimate benevolence masters. How could he have such an evil and ridiculous thought? That was the deepest sin. Voila! Right then, a bolt of lightning struck and illuminated the street nearby. Tang Ka saw that someone was moving slowly with his back hunched. Hey! Tang Ka shouted and went after him. Here! Which class are you from? Wait for me. Perhaps because the rain was too huge, the student did not hear him but still limped forward. He was even faster than before. However, due to his serious leg injuries, he was soon caught up by Tang Ka. Xiao Jie. Tang Ka turned on a flashlight, only to discover that the student was from his class. He said in excitement, "Why are you here? Where are the other students? Did you see our monitor? Or were you separated from everybody else too?" The boy named Xiao Jie stammered. "I got separated from them, and I'm looking for them. Why don't we split up and search in different directions?" His face was swollen and deformed because of Liao Meng's beating, making him look both ugly and pitiful. Blinking his eyes, Tang Ka moved the flashlight from his face to his back, only to discover that Xiao Jie was carrying an enormous backpack and holding 2 bags. All of them were laden with food, not the synthesized food that the students were given, but the food from the Imperium. Looking at the guilt in Xiao Jie's eyes, Tang Ka knew everything. "You want to escape too?" Tang Ka stepped back and murmured, "How can you betray the ultimate benevolence masters and the gods?" "I'm not." As if he were punched in his face by an invisible fist, Xiao Jie screamed, "I'm not running. I'm not." But his scream was torn apart by the storm immediately, and he seemed about to be drowned. "Then why did you pick up such a huge backpack and fill it with the foods that were not allowed to eat?" Tang Ka criticized him solemnly, completely forgetting his own gluttony in the supermarket during the day. "Our emergency food is enough to support us for the urgent mission at night. Why would you take those foods if you're not planning a long-distance journey?" Xiao Jie was a teenager just like Tang Ka. He lost all his courage after his lie was seen through. "Let me go, Tang Ka. I can't go back," Xiao Jie said gloomily and pitifully. "You know that I fought Liao Meng just now. As the deputy monitor, he had the right to discipline his classmates, but I did not have the right to fight him. I was corrupted. I would definitely be purged in the holy temple for the violation of the path of ultimate benevolence. But I don't want to end up as an ignorant miner or soldier. Just pretend that you've never seen me. Tang Ka, please. Tang Ka was silent. His head was in a mess as he mumbled, "You really shouldn't have whistled the tune from the Imperium. I didn't mean it. I swear that I didn't mean it. But that tune ran out of my nostrils before I realized it," Xianxia shouted. It was nothing at all, but Liao Meng had to make a big deal about it. He berated me when he had trouble controlling his own feelings. I don't have a choice now. Tang Ka, let me go. Nobody will know. Tang Ka had never seen such weakness in Xiaojia's eyes. Or rather, he had never seen it in any of his classmates' eyes. His mental defense was collapsing bit by bit, and his legs were shaking. You can't let him go. Liao sighed and said, Go stop him. What? Tang Ka was stunned. He could not understand why Liao would say that as an extraterrestrial devil. Do you not want him to seek freedom? He can't escape and neither can you. Liao said coldly, Somebody is watching you. This is part of the ultimate test. The heavy storm is just an illusion. You're actually under a spotlight and are being closely monitored. What did you say? Tang Ka felt that every strand of his hair and every cell were exploding. The rain was cold, but his blood was even colder than the rain. Get out of the way! Before Tang Ka could react, Xiaojie had already roared in desperation. Turning from a poor homeless dog into a ferocious hungry wolf, Xiaojie laid his right hand on his dagger that was hanging on his hip. Tang Ka! Get out of the way! His wrist crystal processor was squeaking and flashing red light, but nobody noticed it in the heavy storm. Or rather, they did not care even if they noticed it. After all, due to the severe interferences in the storm, nobody would locate them with their portable crystal processors. No, the spiritual nexus is not cut off. I can still sense it. Liao sighed. However, someone misleads you into thinking that you can't be monitored or located due to the malfunction of the spiritual nexus. If you let him pass, he will still be captured by the purger troop that is hiding in the darkness, and you will possibly be purged together with him in the holy temple as a suspect too. Then it will be entirely hopeless. Stop him before he causes too much trouble, and maybe both of you will be fine for now. Tang Ka's head went blank. He did not know what to do at all. Liao could only take over part of Tang Ka's brain cells and central nerves. He said to Xiaojie, Come back and don't make things worse. Many classmates can prove that you counterattacked when Liao Meng beat you first. Self-protection is the third law of the path of ultimate benevolence. So, it's not as serious as you think. However, if you do escape, you will be unpardonable even though you were not wrong during the day. I, Xiaojie panted, and his hand that was holding the dagger was shaking hard. He seemed more and more confused as thunders burst out over his head. Hopeless. I'm hopeless. I'm completely hopeless. No, I will help you. The ultimate benevolence masters will help you, and the gods will help you as long as you turn back in time. Controlling Tang Ka's throat, Liao convinced him. Just relax and throw the bag away. It's going to be fine. Let's go back. We'll both become purgers. You still have a chance. Trust me and the gods. The gods never forget any of their children. Xiaojie's strength faded away as if it had flowed into the sewer together with the rainwater. The noises and the flashlights not far away became the last straw that crushed his determination. After a moan of grief and desperation, he took off his backpack that was full of high-energy food and tossed it into the ruins. Then, as if all his bones had been extracted from him, he could barely stand straight while Tang Ka looked at him. Tang Ka! Xiaojie! Chu Jiyun shouted from far away as she and the other classmates approached. What happened? I'm fine. Liao said. I just got tripped over and fell behind. Then I met Xiaojie on my own. He broke his leg after a fall, so he was quite slow. I was going to catch up with you with him so that we can go after the defectors together. That's unnecessary. Chu Jiyun sounded more than regretful. The defector has been caught by the purge troop. The mission is over. Let's go back to our camp. The urgent mission that lasted until midnight came to an unsatisfactory but reasonable end. Xianxia stared at Tang Ka, as if he were wondering why Tang Ka did not point out his backpack. However, Tang Ka had held back all his feelings, and there was nothing but calmness and indifference in his eyes. It was already past midnight when everybody returned to the camp. They had a sloppy ritual with the holy light, as none of the students were able to calm themselves down. It was not until the execution table was set up again that they finally saw the true faces of the defectors, who were exactly the same like them. As usual, the two sinners would be purged in the holy temple after being whipped. However, they screamed much more loudly than the student who stole a toy the previous day. The Covenant Alliance always considered pain a test of the gods, and only those who were unaffected by the greatest agony were the real pious believers. Yet, knowing that their doom was coming, the two students gave themselves up and unleashed their pain and fear blatantly, turning moans into an aria of extraterrestrial devils. Including Tang Ka, all the children of Holy Light felt burnt by their screams. Their hearts were racing, and they were breathing hastily. Their eyes were also cramping beyond their control. Maybe all the children once had the same thought as Tang Ka did when they pursued the defectors. Escape from the current life while nobody was around in the heavy rain. Tang Ka did not know what choice he would have made without Liao. Would he have let Xianxia go? Or even more, would he have fled with Xianxia? What if he had discovered his monitor instead of Xianxia? If Chu Jiun had commanded him to escape with her, would he have obeyed the order as he usually did? Tang Ka didn't know the answer, so the thorny, venomous whip seemed to be slapping in his face, making his heart palpitate in fright. When the two bruised defectors were dragged away by the mentors and the audience were driven back to their camps by whistles, Tang Ka finally took a long, deep breath under the cover of his hands on his own bed. Grandpa Yao, tell me, did you come yourself? Or many extraterrestrial devils similar to you have landed on all the students? Tang Ka's brainwaves were unfocused and panicked as his faith was falling apart. What is the truth? What is the ultimate test? Why do I feel that everybody is losing control and degenerating in the past few days? Have all of us been possessed by extraterrestrial devils, thereby unable to contain ourselves? First of all, I'm not an extraterrestrial devil. Secondly, I'm unique even if you consider me as some sort of extraterrestrial devil. You can't find anyone else like me in the whole universe. Considering for a long time, Liao said, however, your speculation is not entirely unreasonable. It's possible that someone is developing extraterrestrial devils with the children of Holy Light, including you, except that the extraterrestrial devils are not external, but were implanted in you when you were very little. They were never triggered until this ultimate test. De-developing extraterrestrial devils? Tang Ka found it hard to believe. Who can do that in the Covenant Alliance? Did the mentors, the director, and the ultimate benevolence masters notice nothing? On the very contrary, Liao said, only your mentors, your director, and the ultimate benevolence masters are capable of doing this. Why? Tang Ka's brainwaves became sharp and messy. We're the children of Holy Light. We're the purest and most loyal people in the Covenant Alliance and the future purgers. Why would they develop extraterrestrial devils in our bodies? I don't know. There may be plenty of reasons. Liao hated to say it out, but he had to grit his teeth as he said, medically, in order to study a certain germ, the doctors will try to culture a lot of the germs in a petri dish and give them all kinds of stimulations so that the germs will proliferate and mutate. Only when you know a germ well can you expect to control and exterminate it, right? Therefore, the children of Holy Light might be the substrate in a petri dish. Of course, there may be other possibilities. Who knows? Tang Ka was silent for a long time. Liao sensed that the boy's head was turning into an abyss whose bottom he could not see. So, we were not selected to become purgers at all, were we? Tang Ka said sadly. We're destined to become substrate. We're never going to become purgers. Yes and no. Liao said, if my senses and my speculations are correct, it's true that you were not chosen as purgers. However, nothing is really destined. Nobody is qualified to decide your fate. Never say impossible. You are the master of your own fate. You can become whatever you want to be. Why did you stop me from telling everybody about Xiao Jie's backpack just now? After a brief silence, Tang Ka took a deep breath and asked, if someone was watching us in the dark, wouldn't they have seen the whole thing? What would they think when they saw that I kept it a secret? Because it was unnecessary, compared with what you did in the supermarket with your monitor. Keeping Xiao Jie's backpack a secret was nothing and better fitted your personality. Liao said, don't be scared of making mistakes. Those people have got you into this place exactly to watch you make mistakes. Eventually, most students will make mistakes like Xiao Jie, Liao Meng, Chu Jiyun, and the two defectors. Maybe one or two determined and devoted students can resist all the temptations, but do you think it's going to be you? If a kid who was supposed to make mistakes because of the temptation of extraterrestrial devils did the right thing against all odds, it would have been very weird and suspicious, wouldn't it? Hold on a second. Tang Ka's eyes cramped again. Did you just say that those people knew what my monitor and I did in the supermarket? That's just my speculation. After all, I can't scan all the surveillance cameras and chips nearby because I'm too insensitive in your body. If I were here in person, I would have known everything instantly. Liao said carefully. However, I suspect that your monitor and your deputy monitor are special targets. Just now, I observed quite a few classes, and I noticed that the monitors and deputy monitors of all the classes are all different from other students. Take your deputy monitor, Liao Meng, for example. He is rash and reckless, and he can be as emotional as fire. However, there seems to be a high wall in the head of your monitor, Chu Jiyun. Even when she has strong feelings, outsiders might not be able to notice anything at all. It might only be a coincidence that two kids with special features were appointed as a monitor and a deputy monitor, but something must be wrong when all the classes are the same. Therefore, I suspect that people like your monitor and your deputy monitor are special experiment subjects that were carefully selected, and they must be watched over 10 times more rigorously than common students like you are. Do you really think what you did in the supermarket could have avoided the big guy's attention? That explains a lot. Tang Ka was greatly enlightened. Of course it does. That's why I asked if you did anything outrageous with your monitor in the supermarket. Liao said angrily. I was only trying to find out if they would upgrade their surveillance measures when you crossed the line. Did you really think I was an old pervert who liked prying into the privacies of young people? Sorry, Grandpa Yao, I wronged you. Blushing, Tang Ka said in a low voice. Those people asked the people who were either unstable or seclusive to lead us, and they gave up so many temptations. But why? It's more than temptations, Liao said coldly. They intentionally released the message that you could change your fate if you escaped, and they encouraged you to turn each other in so that you would be wary of each other. Just look. Someone will definitely flee in a day or two. It doesn't matter what their purpose is. What matters is that, when a germ experiment is over, every petri dish will be completely cleansed and even destroyed no matter how it looks. Tang Ka fell silent again. Does that mean I can never become a purger? Said the boy gloomily. That's not necessarily true. Don't be so depressed. Liao tried to comfort Tang Ka. As I told you yesterday, the real purgers do not need independent self-will and keen senses. All they need to do is to complete their jobs according to the list of dangerous items. So, chances are that when the ultimate test is over, you will be sent to a holy temple where your memories and your feelings will be wiped out, and you can still become a glorious purger after you turn into a machine of flesh and blood. Don't lose your hope yet. Is that consolation? The boy was almost crying. I don't want that. I don't want to lose my thoughts, my feelings, and my memories. I don't want to forget my monitor and myself in the past decade. Even if it's an order from the gods? Liao intentionally asked, aren't you always most faithful? If this is your destiny that the gods give you, will you still refuse and even resist it? Tang Ka was silent for a long time, and tides were surging in his head. But the boy thought for a long time and finally gritted his teeth. Who can say for sure that it's the destiny that the gods give me? Even if the ultimate benevolence masters tell me that, who can guarantee that everything that the ultimate benevolence masters is true? I don't believe it. Very well. It seems that you're finally awakened, Liao said in comfort. Then, you should try to change your destiny and prove that you can be a bigger man. Help me, Grandpa Yao. Clenching his fists determinedly, Tang Ka declared, with the tides in his head gathering into sharp blades. I need power. I need to know the truth. I would love to help you, but I need more preparations and information. Liao sighed and said, supposedly, you were only a platform for me, and I was only hoping to find your director or the commander of the purge troop through you. But now that you're asking for my help, I do not know how neat our cooperation can be and what power we can unleash, since I'm only here as a projection and not in person. That's all right. You can develop and utilize my body however you want. Tang Ka gritted his teeth. I can hold it back. I only want to know the truth. It's not a matter of tolerance. Pondering for a moment, Liao said, it's true that if I develop your every nerve and every brain cell, the synchronization rate between my soul and your body can be above 99%, and I would be able to perform destructive techniques as if I were here in person. However, your body is too weak and I'm too far away from your place, and the most likely outcome is that you would die 3 minutes after we go on a killing spree, and I would end up as a shattered ghost that is going to be torn apart by the solar storms. Well, Tang Ka did not expect such dire consequences. Of course, that is the worst-case scenario. I don't think I would be so unlucky. Liao's soul stretched out in the young man's neural network again like an octopus, helping him dredge his nerves and his veins. Scarlet air popped up from his acupoints before it flowed into the back of his head. In any case, I'll help you with your training and try to strengthen your body as soon as possible. The following days were exactly as Liao described. Everybody was caught in a weird and panicking atmosphere. As the purging work went deeper, the students were separated more and more often. Sometimes they had to purge a plaza or a street alone while facing all the bizarre temptations. The students were more and more abnormal. Some were getting impetuous and fighting their fellow students against the path of ultimate benevolence now and then, and some became more and more taciturn, often staring at the horizon that was in the direction of the unoccupied area. Although the defectors who ran at the beginning were caught, the rumors about them did not stop. Someone said that a lot more kids had escaped, but fearing that a massive escape would take place, the commanders only asked the purge troop to search for them. As a result, some kids really fled into the unoccupied area. Someone said that a guerrilla troop was active not far away from New Joy City and was ready to pick up the kids. They would be safe as long as they ran to the unoccupied area. Someone also said that the guerrilla troop controlled an enormous underground warehouse that could sustain them for a couple of years. Nobody knew who started those rumors, but it was true that the students had fewer and fewer partners. Some of them were banished because of their emotional turmoils. Some were whipped and sent to holy temples after violating the path of ultimate benevolence, and some uncannily went missing after a night of sleep. Even their beds were cleaned up, as if they had never existed in the first place. The remaining students were getting more and more panicked. They were all hoping to report other people so that they could be rewarded by the academy. However, that state of mind made it even less possible for them to control their feelings. They were like a bunch of injured and hungry dogs that were biting each other. When everybody sank into the abyss, Chu Jiyun and Tang Ka actually became abnormal. Tang Ka followed Liao to train himself without being distracted. As his nerves and muscles were built up, it was easier for Liao to control his body. On the other hand, he paid special attention to the terrain of New Joy City. He even built an imaginary map in his head, which contained the tiniest details of the town. Chu Jiyun, on the other hand, had been learning how to be a vigorous person under the excuse of cleansing the supermarket. They had watched plenty of TV series and movies from the Imperium in the past days, and they dressed up and copied the classic parts in those shows. The smile on Chu Jiyun's face was becoming purer and more natural, and she imitated how the Imperium people talked and acted vividly. She was probably really talented as a lurker. After only several days, nobody could tell that she was a girl from the Covenant Alliance anymore. Even Tang Ka and Liao did not know whether Chu Jiyun was merely playing a role, or if she had awakened her real self in this treacherous ultimate test. It was the 6th day of the ultimate test. It suddenly occurred to me that something is wrong with this test. As usual, Chu Xiun was chewing a lollipop in a fancy dress and watching soap operas from the Imperium with Tang Ka when she made the unexpected remark. What? Tang Ka was almost scared out of his wits. He looked around subconsciously, fearing that someone would show up and arrest them. What's wrong? What have you found? I don't know. I just don't feel very well. We, the children of holy light, have the best instincts. Have you felt anything wrong? Chu Xiun was sitting on an indoor swing. She said, "Many students who entered the town with us were gone in the past 2 days. This town is now awfully quiet. It's because they're eliminated, right?" Tang Ka thought for a moment and said, "The elimination rate in this ultimate test is very high in the first place." "That's exactly the problem," Chu Xiun said, deep in thought. "If only 1 in 100 people can become a purger, how can we have so many purge troops?" "Well," Tang Ka blinked his eyes, "that does seem to be a problem." "Of course it is. Just think about it. 1,000 students participated in this ultimate test. Now that more than half of them have been eliminated, only 100 or 200 of them can become purgers. However, the purge troop nearby alone has more than 3,000 soldiers." Chu Xiun counted her fingers and calculated for Tang Ka. "Also, this is just a tiny proportion of the purge troops. It's impossible for all the purgers to come to watch the noobs like us, right? Most of the purgers are still busy purging this planet. How many of them must be out there? If the purge troops are exclusively made of the children of holy light, they wouldn't be enough at all." Chu Xiun was better and better at impersonating an Imperium native. She could even say things like noob naturally now. "Seems so." Recalling what Liao told him before, Tang Ka smiled both sadly and awkwardly. "There are probably other children of holy light that we don't know." "Oh? Really?" Tapping her nose, Chu Xiun mumbled. "But everything just feels weird to me. I don't like our current life and the world we grew up in. The world we grew up in was just a tiny starship, and all the facts that we received were images and pictures. We accepted orders from mentors and directors through our portable crystal processors, and the mentors and directors accepted orders from the captain of the starship, and the starship then accepted orders from the ultimate benevolence masters on another starship. But nobody has ever explained the meaning of those orders to us. Nobody told us how we can fulfill our destiny of awakening the gods. We're only carrying out the uncanny orders from uncanny places in our ignorance. Is that really piety to the gods? Let's just talk about the recent 20 years. Ever since we were born, a voice that claimed to be an ultimate benevolence master has kept telling us the will of the gods, that we should unconditionally worship and obey the gods, and that we would conquer everything in the universe as the sharpest blade under the favor of the gods. But is it the truth? Both of us know that it is not. Before we were born, the Imperium of true human beings had taken almost 100 sectors from us in only 20 years. 100 sectors. If we're really favored by the gods, why would we have suffered such a grave setback? The people above us, on the other hand, destroyed all the facilities on hundreds of planets just in order to stop the troops of the Imperium of true human beings from pressing forward. Isn't it more outrageous than the people of the Imperium? The prosperous lands that took generations of people hundreds of years to work on were our best gifts for the gods. Those lands belonged to the gods. Were we really qualified to burn them to the ground? Ever since we were born, the Covenant Alliance's fleets have been retreating, and retreating. We moved from one starship to another, but our living space got smaller and smaller and we had fewer and fewer resources, until we finally made a counterattack and reoccupied the thick soil sector. However, you've seen the tragedies on this planet yourself. 99% of his planet is now contaminated, not by the Imperium but by ourselves. What is this for exactly? You're thinking too much. Naturally, it was not a question that Tang Ka could answer. He could only say, "The ultimate benevolence masters decide the strategies in the war. It's not our place to intervene." "I don't believe it. I find it more and more impossible to believe the ultimate benevolence masters, whom we have only heard but never seen." While speaking disobediently, Chu Xiun suddenly leaped off from the swing. "I'm starting to think that you may be right. The ultimate benevolence masters might not want me to point out their mistakes. They may be infuriated. Well, Tang Ka thought for a moment and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I don't know." The seemingly mature girl was at a loss for the first time. She mumbled, "If the god's mission for me is to point out the ultimate benevolence master's mistakes, I have to fulfill it whatever it takes. I can't be purged in the holy temple in any case." She paced back and forth anxiously. Tang Ka was even more desperate than she was. Right when the young man and woman were in a trance, something unexpected happened. In a huge noise, a row of shelves suddenly fell, and the items on the shelves were rolling on the ground. The noise was as shocking as thunder. Naturally, the shelves couldn't have fallen unless someone accidentally touched them. However, Tang Ka had locked the only gate, and they should be alone in this supermarket. "Who's there?" Tang Ka and Chu Xiun looked at each other. Picking up their daggers and their storm bolters, they rushed to the shelves. Both of them were fully aware of the consequences if someone else saw them in their current appearances, which were definitely not unnecessary for the recognition of dangerous items. The person was running fast toward a corner in the supermarket while more shelves were falling. It was not a shopping area but a cold room where the goods were stored. Because the power for the supermarket had been cut off, the ice in the cold room had melted, and the frozen food inside was rotting and reeking of stink. Neither Tang Ka nor Chu Xiun was willing to stay here for long, so they hadn't completely searched the cold room yet. It was not until this moment that they realized someone was hiding in the cold room. "Get out!" Tang Ka roared, before he aimed his storm bolter at the gate of the cold room and pulled the trigger. Boom! Although he had set the storm gun to minimal power, the gate was still seriously deformed, and it was impossible to close it anymore. The person tried to close the gate, but no matter how she exerted her strength, the door simply squeaked and wouldn't budge, while cans and bottles of water were dropping from her clothes. "Don't move or we'll kill you." Tang Ka tried to look ruthless. Don't shoot. There's a baby here. A baby." The woman shrieked in desperation and opened the gate of the cold room helplessly. Both Tang Ka and Chu Xiun aimed their flashlights at the stranger, only to see that she was a filthy middle-aged woman, who was sweating so hard as if she had just been picked up from a swamp. "Wah! Wah! Wah! Wah!" From the cold room behind her, the cries of a baby were coming. Both Tang Ka and Chu Xiun were greatly shocked, not knowing what to do at all. "Don't kill us. Please. We're not soldiers. No soldiers are here. Only me and my daughter. Please let us go. Or you can capture me and let go of my daughter." The panicked and hideous woman suddenly knelt at Tang Ka and Chu Xiun. No matter how cold and mature Tang Ka and Chu Xiun pretended to be, they were teenagers anyway, and they could barely resist this dirty woman who happened to be a mother. Who are you?" After a long stun, Chu Xiun took a deep breath and tried to remain cold and calm. "Who else is inside?" "Only your daughter." "Yes, just me and my daughter, nobody else. We've been hungry for a long time. I could hold it back, but my daughter couldn't anymore, so I came out to look for some food for her." The woman raised her hands pitifully. "Please spare us. Please spare my daughter." She staggered to the back of the cold room. Holding their storm bolters and their daggers, Tang Ka and Chu Xiun stared at her and pressed close. The frozen seafood in the stinky cold room had already turned into dirty and repulsive fluids. No wonder the child was crying out aloud. Hearing her mother's voice, a little girl who was 3 years old at most crawled out from the back of a pile of frozen meat and laughed. The girl looked entirely different from her mother. She could almost be called adorable even though she had spent quite a few days in a cold and damp cold room. The girl couldn't talk much yet, and she did not know what kind of danger she was in. She simply crawled to her mother on all fours in delight. The middle-aged woman hugged and kissed her daughter. Her tears ran out, but unwilling to scare the child. She tried to put on a smile and whispered to her daughter, "Good girl. It's fine. I found food for you. We'll have food soon. Be a good girl. Don't cry. Mom." The girl stared at Tang Ka and Chu Xiun, her eyes bulging. She did not know the dangers of the human world yet, and she only felt that their clothes were pretty. "Flour. Flour. Help my daughter. The middle-aged woman begged again. Please. Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun both took a deep breath, trying to calm themselves down. Who are you exactly? Why are you hiding here? How long have you been hiding? What have you seen? Tang Ka waved his dagger at the woman and pretended to be scary. Tell us everything. The little girl, however, was interested in the glittering toy. She giggled and reached her hand for the dagger. Tang Ka immediately blushed. He laid the dagger down at a loss and did not know where he should put his hands. Thankfully, the middle-aged woman did not notice Tang Ka's panic, and she confessed her identity dutifully. She said that her name was Zhou Shuyun and her daughter's name was Tian Tian. Her husband was an officer in the garrison of the thick soil sector, and she had come here with her husband. Zhou Shuyun was a woman with a lot of misfortunes. She was born in a family of immortal cultivators from a remote world of the Imperium of true human beings, but her spiritual root was not awakened. Also, her family went bankrupt as she grew up, making it impossible for her to find a suitable husband. She had married twice, but both her husbands were killed as they struggled to make a living. But thankfully, the immortal cultivators were not superstitious. Also, although her spiritual root was not awakened, she still had her family genes, and there was still a good chance that her children could become immortal cultivators. Therefore, she soon married a third husband. Her third husband was not a bad person, but his family was not very powerful enough, and he couldn't be promoted despite the great contributions he made. He served in local troops for a dozen years but was still blocked by the glass ceiling. As it happened, the expedition army announced that it wanted more soldiers, and the sector master of Zhou Shuyun's hometown established a half-business and half-colonization troop ambitiously, intending to share the results of victory. Experienced officers were in demand, so Zhou Shuyun's husband signed up for it. Those officers were likely to spend the rest of their lives in the front line, so most of the officers moved their whole families to the front line. While the officers stayed in the military bases, their families became the citizens in the towns of civilians like New Joy City. Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun knew what happened next without her telling them. When the Covenant Alliance attacked, the garrison of the Tick Soil sector barely put up any resistance. New Joy City was occupied 3 days later, and most civilians were captured and taken away. However, the city was too huge, and there were too many buildings and sewers. It was not really surprising that some survivors escaped. Zhou Shuyun told Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun that she was an employee of this supermarket. When she heard explosions from the suburb, she hurried to find her daughter and tried to flee. At that time, most civilians were trying to escape from the city, and the roads were completely jam-packed. Besides, Zhou Shuyun broke her leg by accident on her way of escape. In a panic, she returned to the supermarket that she was most familiar with and hid in the cold room. She had taken a lot of food from the shelves to the cold room, but in her panic, she forgot to bring water. Besides, it was impossible to dissolve formula and supplementary food with cold water. The child was also falling sick because of the terrible environment in the cold room. So, after a few days, she couldn't hold it back anymore and decided to take her chances to go out for heaters and medicines. Then, she ran into Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun. Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun were both suspicious after hearing what she said. Even if we're willing to let go of you, where can you go when this city has already been surrounded? Do you want to hide in this cold room forever? Asked Chu Jiyun coldly, narrowing her eyes. No. I was planning to escape from the city after my leg has recovered. Zhou Shuyun rolled her pants and showed them her leg injury. There was indeed the sign of a bone fracture, but it had been mostly healed thanks to the gels and cell stimulator on her leg. Zhou Shuyun told Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun that the Imperium built an enormous shelter outside of the city for emergencies, and that the shelter contained enough resources for people to hide inside for decades. She should have gone to the shelter a long time ago, but partly because she was crippled and partly because she didn't know what was going on outside, she had postponed the operation. I'm telling you the truth. You can check this out if you don't believe me. As she talked, Zhou Shuyun took out a piece of delicate magic equipment that looked like a compass. I have a map that leads the way to the shelter. Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun looked at each other. Tang Ka took the compass and examined it for a moment, but he didn't know how to open it. Ah, it can't be opened without my fingerprint. Only the fingerprints of the officer's family members can open it. As Zhou Xiuyun spoke, she pressed the back of the compass with her middle finger. Immediately, a 3D light beam rose from the compass and displayed a detailed map of the town, where their location, as well as the optimal route to the shelter, had been marked. A zigzagging red line would lead them out of this town to somewhere in the unoccupied area. It was not very close, but not too far away either. One could reach the destination on foot as long as they had enough preparations. If they could find a vehicle, it would be even easier. They could reach the destination within a day. What do we do? Tang Ka asked Chu Zhiyun in a low voice, while Chu Zhiyun was staring at the glittering shelter on the map deep in thought. Monitor, aren't we supposed to report this to the mentors? Seeing that Chu Zhiyun was silent, Tang Ka ventured to ask again. No. Zhou Xiuyun raised her voice in panic. Please let us go. We're just civilians. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. Mom! Mom! The cute baby grew nervous and burst into tears again when she saw that her mother was terrified and helpless. With mysterious light flashing in her eyes, Chu Zhiyun gazed at the wailing child. How odd! Chu Zhiyun suddenly said to Tang Ka. The children in the Covenant Alliance seemed to have forgotten how to cry a long time ago. Huh! Tang Ka was confused. Monitor, what are you talking about? Give me the map. Biting her lips, Chu Zhiyun said. Let them stay in the cold room and give them the heaters and the medicines. Well, Tang Ka hesitated. I don't think it's the standard procedure of pursuing. What if we're discovered? Cut the crap. It has occurred to me that you're growing more and more disobedient. Narrowing her eyes, Chu Zhiyun glared at Tang Ka dangerously. What is the matter with you? Fine, you're the boss. Tang Ka mumbled a complaint and went for medicines and heaters. However, they didn't keep Zhou Xiuyun and her daughter in the cold room, mainly because the environment there was too horrible. It was possible that the little girl would really fall sick if she stayed any longer. It was the first time that the little girl breathed in fresh air since half a month ago. She couldn't be happier when she crawled and ran in the aisles in the supermarket. Her giggles could be heard throughout the place. Although Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun had seen a lot of innocent kids from the movies of the Imperium, it still felt different when they saw one in the flesh. As if they had encountered a creature that was entirely different from themselves, they were greatly curious about the girl named Tian. After drinking up the formula that Chu Zhiyun made for her in person, Tian grew even more intimate with her. She kept climbing on Chu Zhiyun's body and burying her head in Chu Zhiyun's arms. Chu Zhiyun appeared both awkward and confused, as if she were holding a fragile glass, before she smiled genuinely. Don't climb on me. Be a good girl. Careful. She lowered her voice and clumsily talked to the little kid. There was a special area in the supermarket dedicated to children. In this area, not only were all sorts of toys sold, but there were also a pool of ocean balls and a plastic castle, which became a paradise for Tian. She threw a ball at Tang Ka and then gave a toy apple to Chu Zhiyun while smelling it as if it were a real apple. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun were completely fascinated by the fairy. Zhou Xiuyun had been observing them timidly, as if she were at their mercy. The poor woman did not really have a choice either. The big kids and the little kid played for half a day until the sunset. Then, they realized the cruel reality as the air turned cold. Monitor, it's time to make a decision. Looking at Tian, who had finally fallen asleep in her mother's arms after crazy fun, Tang Ka asked, What should we do? Tomorrow is the last day of the ultimate test. Chu Zhiyun said, upset. Let's wait until tomorrow. It was definitely not a good answer but bordered on a lie to themselves. Tang Ka, however, understood Chu Zhiyun very well, because it was exactly what he had in mind too. The longer he stayed with Tian, the less willing he was to give the ignorant child away to the holy temple where she would be transformed into someone like him. Tang Ka then remembered the people that he saw in the movies, TV series, and commercials from the Imperium. Those people seemed healthy, clean, and happy. Even when they were in pain and sad, they could still unleash their feelings by roaring and crying without any concerns. It seemed their lives were realer than the lives of those in the Covenant Alliance. Gradually lost in the tempting illusions, Tang Ka wondered whether he craved to become a purger or a target to be purged. You will stay here tonight. Try to prepare more food and water cleaning cartridges. Got it. Squatting and petting Tian, Chu Jiyun said to Zhou Shuyun. Tomorrow. We'll make a decision tomorrow about what we will do. Zhou Shuyun nodded quickly and shed dirty tears again. She said softly, Thank you. Thank you. I knew that you're good people. Good people? Tang Ka was not sure. According to the laws in the Covenant Alliance, they were probably the worst villains who had been enticed by extraterrestrial devils without knowing it. With complicated feelings, they returned to their rendezvous point. After 6 days of the ultimate test, half of the participants had been eliminated, and the remaining students all kept a distance from each other. Everybody was deep in thought. Their faces and their eyes were covered in vague mists, as if everybody had got a secret. After only 6 days, all the students seemed to have been reborn. Tang Ka thought to himself, I wonder what they came across in their purge missions. Did they encounter their Zhou Shuyun, but they would rather not talk about it? This enormous city had only been occupied for 10 days, and it was natural that some survivors were still hiding. Tang Ka thought that it was a reasonable guess. Liao Meng, however, was still staring at Tang Ka ruthlessly like a rabid dog that was going to bite someone. It was rather uncanny that this guy was still not eliminated after 2 consecutive losses of self-control. Everybody was particularly reticent on the way back to the camp, including Liao, who was in Tang Ka's head. After the lights in the camp were turned off and Tang Ka closed his eyes, he couldn't help but call Liao. Grandpa Yao, are you still there? Why are you not talking? Also, I sense that your soul waves are very drastic. You seem very angry. Is that my illusion? No, it's not. I'm indeed very angry, and I have to control myself so that my fury will not flood out of your pores and raze this camp to the ground, said Liao coldly, one word after another. Well? Tang Ka was surprised. Why? Although he didn't know much about this mysterious Grandpa Yao, he had found Grandpa Yao cheerful and optimistic after a week of his company, as if the man was never really upset about anything. I'm angry for 4 reasons. Liao said, Firstly, I sensed nobody in the cold room in the supermarket in the previous 5 days. Although I'm unable to sense things when I'm in your body, that woman who calls herself Zhou Shuyun is not an immortal cultivator who can freely control her breath and heartbeat but an ordinary person. And I should have been able to hear her even though the wall of the cold room was thick. There can only be 2 explanations for that. Either my senses were more weakened than I thought, or she never hid in there before today. Well? Tang Ka's eyes bulged, and he breathed hastily. What do you mean? There was nobody in the cold room, and she didn't hide there until today. Secondly, ignoring Tang Ka, Liao continued his analysis. In case you didn't notice, the very first thing that Tian had after she came out was the formula that your monitor made for her. I don't know if you people can understand parental love, but in Imperium, or any places other than the Covenant Alliance, a real mother wouldn't have asked someone else to make food for her daughter in such a scenario. Thirdly, do you remember what you were doing when Zhou Shuyun bumped into the shelves? At that time, you were roaming in the supermarket with your monitor in the fancy clothes from the Imperium. You weren't purging anything at all. If you were Zhou Shuyun, a woman who secretly ran out to get hot water and medicines for your child after hiding in a cold room for half a month, only to accidentally see 2 teenagers who were dressed like the natives of the Imperium, what would you think? Would you think that those teenagers were civilians hiding in the supermarket just like you? Or would you think that the teenagers were whimsically teaching themselves to be lurkers while they were taking part in an ultimate test? Don't forget that woman's self-introduction. She claimed to be a family member of an officer in the local garrison, so she couldn't have been completely ignorant of the Covenant Alliance. She knew the classic look of the Covenant Alliance people, which was nothing like how you appeared. But what did she say when she met you? Please don't kill us. In other words, even though you were not wearing the standard uniform of the Covenant Alliance, and you obviously showed that you had feelings, she did not mistake you for 2 civilians of the Imperium at all. Why? Tang Ka's heart was frozen at first, before it was shattered and absorbed into a bottomless hole. What's that supposed to mean? The young man was almost crying. That's just your speculation, right? You don't have any proof. What if she were only too nervous? Fourthly, the most important proof. Liao sighed and said, the map that she took out and the special shelter that she talked about are lies. That place does not exist at all. It's only a trap for you. How do you know? Tang Ka blurted out, how do you know that the map is fake? Because I'm in possession of the coordinates of all the real military shelters on this planet. Liao said casually, and the shelter that this Zhou Shiyun mentioned is not among them. Backed by the whole imperium of true human beings, it was not a problem for Liao to get a detailed list and description of the military bases and shelters on this planet either through General Lei Qinghu, Empress Dowager Li Linghai, or through the young emperor himself. So, Zhou Shiyun is fake? Tang Ka mumbled. You're saying that she's not a refugee from the Imperium but a native of the Covenant Alliance just like us? Or even a lurker who can simulate feelings vividly? I don't know the real identity of this Zhou Shiyun. What I'm interested in is the little girl named Tian who's supposed to be her daughter. Liao's voice was even colder. His every word seemed to be covered in thick ice. But no matter how thick the ice was, the hotness behind it could not be sealed. Sparks were darting out of Liao's soul. Assuming that Zhou Shiyun is really a lurker of the Covenant Alliance, what about Tian? Why is she so close to Zhou Shiyun and really regards Zhou Shiyun as her mother? Such a little kid can't lie, can she? I've come up with several possibilities. Firstly, Zhou Shiyun is real. There is really an unfortunate woman with this name who came to the front line from the inland of the Imperium with the hope for a new life, only to be captured by the Covenant Alliance during an attack. Because this woman's identity is very suitable, her memories and her feelings, including her love for her daughter, were extracted as a template and applied to some of the lurkers, so that those lurkers could imitate Zhou Shiyun so vividly that even her own daughter can't tell the difference. In other words, the Zhou Shiyun we saw was fake, but her daughter Tian was real. Well, Tang Ka was even more shocked. This evil and unbelievable possibility was far beyond his imagination. The second possibility is that this Tian is truly the daughter of a lurker named Zhou Shiyun, and she was born to be props for her mother to win other people's trust. After all, a middle-aged woman could be suspicious, but who would question an ignorant toddler? Furthermore, didn't you say that the purgers were groomed since they were very little? That's why you're known as Children of Holy Light. It's very possible that this Tian was destined to become a lurker in the future when she was still a fetus. Isn't it? Tang Ka took a deep breath and didn't know what to say. The third possibility. Liao paused and was silent for a long time, as if he had to calm himself down before he could talk about this cold possibility. Tian is the real Zhou Shiyun's daughter, but there was no time for the lurkers to imitate her mother so vividly that she couldn't tell the difference. Therefore, through medications or brain surgeries, they changed Tian's cognition system and made Tian think that the lurker was her mother. Okay, these are the only three possibilities I can think of. Tang Ka, which of the three possibilities do you think is most likely, and which one is evilest? Grandpa Yao. Tang Ka gritted his teeth but still shed tears in silence. He mumbled, how can it happen? How can they do that? How can the world be like this? I've asked myself the same questions again and again, but I couldn't find an answer. Liao sneered. However, I found out later that it was unnecessary to seek answers to those questions. What I only need to do is to change this world and make the scumbags who created those miseries pay. Grandpa Yao? Tang Ka was surprised at the surging tides that Liao raised in his head. They were 100 times more powerful than what he used to know. Tang Ka finally believed what Liao said casually before about how he only carried out 1% of his power and how he could raise the camp to the ground with a sneeze. What was this guy exactly? The king of extraterrestrial devils? However, if the gods did atrocious things such as manipulating the feelings of a 3-year-old, would those on the gods' opposite side be really evil? I thought that the Imperium of true human beings was the evilest country in the universe because all the kind-hearted people in that bloody country of immortal cultivators were being destroyed mercilessly. Liao said solemnly, but after I've seen the Covenant Alliance in person, it finally occurs to me that not just kind-hearted or evil people, but humanity itself is being destroyed. Everybody is manipulated and treated as a tool or a weapon. This is probably the evilest thing one can imagine. Human beings can be killed, but the feelings and self-will of human beings shouldn't be trodden upon. That is my boundary and why I'm so furious today. Well, taking a deep breath, Tang Ka asked, "What are you going to do, Grandpa Yao?" "My monitor and I will definitely be on your side. Even if it means resisting your gods?" Liao finally smiled. Well, Tang Ka was speechless for a moment. He thought for a long time and said, "Who knows what the gods really are and what their will is?" "Ha, you've finally woken up." "That's right. My purpose is exactly to figure out what the gods and the ultimate benevolence masters who created the Covenant Alliance and all these tragedies are. That they are made of the last drops of blood of the gods from the primeval war is utter bullshit. Nobody knew the history of the Covenant Alliance more clearly than Liao did. With Wuxia 3.0's memories, he knew perfectly that the Covenant Alliance was created by none other than Wuxia himself at the beginning. However, Wuxia did nothing more than activating the crystal processor system in the manufacturing factory that he accidentally found and inputting a few backdoors and secret instructions into this system. Wuxia's original purpose was to get a batch of subordinates that were absolutely loyal to him. He never thought to create the Covenant Alliance. So, it was impossible for Wuxia to create 5 super warriors that were particularly strong and name them Ultimate Benevolence Masters. However, there were too many uncertainties in the war and conflicts later, and some of the manufactured men somehow awakened their absolute loyalty to the Pangu clan and controlled the crystal processor system of the manufacturing factory. According to Wuxia 3.0, that crystal processor system was broken and deeply flawed in the first place. Nobody could tell what happened when this system was running. Liao also remembered that Wuxia 3.0 said that the super crystal processor system in the manufacturing factory was known as Fuxi. Liao asked Long Yongjun later if she knew this super system named Fuxi. Long Yongjun nodded and told Liao that the Fuxi system was once the greatest invention of the primeval civilizations and was the cornerstone for the Pangu Alliance. It was a unified super system that combined the computation systems of the 13 carbon-based species. Any carbon-based civilization would boast a set of advanced tools for calculation when it was developed to the point that it could leave its mother planet. Because their power and their architecture were different, those tools varied greatly in terms of name and appearance. It was not hard to imagine what a complicated and difficult job it was to connect all those different computers so that they could work together in a compatible manner. However, in order for the 13 carbon-based species to completely assimilate and share each other's history, memories, and feelings, this job had to be completed no matter how great its price was. Long Yongjun told Liao that the whole Pangu Alliance worked for that purpose for 10,000 years. Over the 10,000 years, countless sages were devoted to the glorious cause with their lives as fuel. Unimaginable difficulties and barriers were overcome. Eventually, all the information and computation ability in the Pangu universe were gathered into the super unified computation system named Fuxi. It was exactly because of Fuxi that the 13 carbon-based species whose living environment and whose customs were entirely different could live in peace and share their wisdom and courage with each other, thereby continuing their civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. By Long Yongjun's estimation, even the Pangu Alliance's exploration beyond the Black Wall couldn't have been completed without the help of the Fuxi system. However, good days didn't last long. Liao roughly guessed what happened later based on information from various sources. After the Pangu civilization was horrified by the views behind the Black Wall and the unknown flood, they ran back to their home and emasculated themselves by destroying tremendous technologies on space sailing and crystal processors. As a result, the crystal processors of the primeval age that mankind excavated today were not much more advanced than what mankind currently had. They were almost on the same level. The first thing to be excised was undoubtedly the Fuxi system. The Pangu Alliance was concerned about the Fuxi system for mainly 2 reasons. Firstly, the Fuxi could help a super fleet jump beyond the Black Wall or even send out signals, which would likely expose the secrets of the Pangu universe and attract the attention of the Flood. Although the Fuxi system was controlled by the leaders of the Pangu Alliance, who were visionary, wise, and rational, Nobody could guarantee that an insane and crazy lunatic wouldn't do something like hijacking the whole system and destroying the Pangu universe. If history were of any reference, there were always such lunatics. Secondly, the Fuxi system, which stored almost all the information in the Pangu universe, had become more and more mysterious and unpredictable. All signs indicated that subtle and dangerous ripples were arising within the system. Just like how mankind nowadays was worried about the rise of artificial intelligence, the Pangu civilization was faced with the same problem at the crossroad of their fate. The two concerns eventually led to one decision, which was the Pangu Alliance's self-emasculation. They destroyed their most powerful fleets, abandoned the advanced crystal processor technologies, and sealed 90% of the information and functions in the Fuxi system. Of course, it was absolutely impossible to completely destroy the Fuxi system. As Professor Mo Xian once said, it was impossible for human beings to live without the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus today, so it was only a matter of time that new forms of life were born. By the same logic, the Pangu Alliance couldn't have united 13 entirely different carbon-based species and spread throughout the universe without the advanced crystal processor system. If they completely lost their spiritual nexus and their crystal processors, the whole alliance would fall apart, and every planet would turn into a lone island in the vast sea of stars, shivering in the darkness until it perished. Nobody would hear their last wail in the cold vacuum when the spiritual nexus was gone. Therefore, the Pangu Alliance kept 10% of the information and functions of the Fuxi. It was an emasculated version of Fuxi. Later, the Pangu civilization emasculated their feelings and emotions with the help of the emasculated version of Fuxi. Without an advanced computation system, it was impossible to lock one's brain, melt genes, or conduct artificial reproduction. However, most of the files on the role of the emasculated version of the Fuxi system were lost in the primeval war, and it was impossible to tell what it was. Liao only heard from Long Yongjun that Pangu and Nuwa both likely had part of the control permissions of the emasculated version of the Fuxi system because Pangu was the leader of the alliance and Nuwa was creating human beings with the Fuxi system. When the war reached the most critical moment, they had definitely forgotten all their concerns. Maybe the Nuwa clan tried to restore all the functions of the Fuxi, forcing the Pangu clan to do the same. Or maybe the ultimate destruction of Pangu, Nuwa, and other primeval clans was exactly due to the Fuxi system? After all, it was impossible for human beings, who were still weak back then, to defeat so many formidable species all at once. It was impossible to find out the truth anymore after hundreds of thousands of years. But Liao was certain of one thing. Whether the crystal processors in the Covenant Alliance were excavated from relics or captured from the Imperium, it was some incomplete version of the Fuxi that was running on those crystal processors. The Covenant Alliance was much more dependent on the spiritual nexus than the Federation and the Imperium were. It was exactly because of the stability and reliability of the Fuxi that they were able to pass the orders of the ultimate benevolence masters among hundreds of sectors in some sort of telepathy. What were the ultimate benevolence masters exactly? How did they learn to use the Fuxi? Was there a deeper reason for the birth of the Covenant Alliance besides the accidental trigger of Wuying Qi 3.0? Those questions had popped up after Liao observed the Covenant Alliance in person for a couple of days. Take a good rest, kid. I'm going back and take a rest too. We'll be very busy tomorrow, Liao whispered. Grandpa Yao, what's on your mind? Go on a killing spree? Tang Ka grew excited and couldn't help but clench his fists. Everybody familiar with me knows that I'm a reasonable man who doesn't like violence. I believe that the most important thing for human beings is communication, and all the problems can be solved by talking in peace. So, I don't like violent solutions unless there are no other choices. People often mock me for that, Liao said. Besides, your monitor and Tian are involved in this. If that woman is a fake Zhou Shiyun, Tian would be innocent. Even if Tian is a tool that has been modified, she's still little and can be rescued. Maybe I can't save everybody on this planet, but I should at least try to save those I've met. Just listen to me tomorrow, and I'll try to send you, your monitor, and Tian out of the city to a real shelter where you will be basically safe. The Covenant Alliance does not have enough troops to eliminate all the underground shelters on this planet, which is not the real target for your leaders. Trust me, I will definitely show up before you and let you see the real sunlight within a year. Grandpa Yao, thank you. Tang Ka was both grateful and confused. But if this ultimate test is really a special experiment, a lot of people must be watching us in secret, or at least watching over my monitor. How can we escape? Very simple. Liao smiled. The woman named Zhou Xiun gave you a detailed map, didn't she? A lot of people must be waiting to capture you at the destination marked on the map. So, as long as we go exactly the opposite way, our odds of escape will be very high. If everything goes well, it's possible that you will reach a safe, warm, and secret shelter by tomorrow night. Well, after a long hesitation, Tang Ka still asked, what if it doesn't go well? Liao's soul ripples were sharp and bloody, like the teeth of a shark. That shouldn't be your concern. Liao smiled and said, that's a problem that your mentors, your director, and everybody in this purge troop should be worried about. When Liao's soul returned to his shell, he found himself lying in the middle of a steamer. The neural interaction fluids and the high-energy nutrition fluids that he was soaked in were all gone, and the steamer, which used to be the cocoon launch cabin, was deformed and cracked. Through the cracks in the cabin, Liao could hear the ear-splitting alarms and see that Xiaoming and Wenwen were busy controlling plenty of spiritual puppets. Liao tried to push, but he couldn't open the seriously deformed cover of the cabin at all. He simply kicked it away and rose from the cabin. Why? Liao frowned and looked at the messy environment. Why does it seem that a great explosion just took place? Dad! Wenwen burst into tears of joy. Are you all right? Dad? Didn't you cause all this? Xiaoming declared in rage. Just now, your body suddenly went out of control. As if all your cells were burning crazily, your body temporarily soared and vaporized all the fluids in the cabin. The power your body unleashed even broke the launch cabin. Wenwen and I tried our best to maintain the stability of soul connection. What exactly did you do just now? So serious? Liao scratched his hair. It seems that the relation between the soul and the shell is still mysterious, and they can't be completely separated even though I'm in the divinity branching stage. Nothing really happened. I just need to take a good rest. Also, would you please fix the launch cabin as soon as possible? I have to use it again later. Right, prepare 20 dosages of brain simulator and inject it into the neural interaction fluids. Okay. I'm going to take a shower and have some food. Hold on a second, Xiaoming said suspiciously. Why do you want so much brain simulator? The current neural interaction fluids are very stable as they are, and while the brain stimulator can significantly improve the activity of your brain cells, it's very unstable and has many unknown dangers and side effects. Hey, Dad, you're not taking action the moment you see injustice again, are you? Don't lie to us. We can easily tell that it's true. Come on. Furrowing her tiny eyebrows, Wenwen pouted out her lips and said, Dad, we know that you like playing a hero, but things are different this time. This time, you're swinging to millions of light years away in the middle of billions of enemies with nothing but your own soul. Also, don't forget that you still have a mission. I know, Liao said rather embarrassedly. He. What do you mean by he? Xiaoming asked further. Are you playing a hero or not? Forget that I asked. I can tell from your eyes and your smile that you are. You're hundreds of years old. But why are you still so rash? First of all, I'm only more than 100 years old, and I'm even younger, subtracting the time I spent in hibernation. I'm still a vigorous young man as a cultivator. Thank you. Liao rubbed his nose and said casually, Secondly, your dad has been like this since his childhood, and it's impossible for him to change his nature. Can't be helped. I'm just such a passionate and hot-blooded man. The next morning, the drizzle turned into rain, and the whole planet was enshrouded in a misty. Such a misty and rainy day was the best day for killing. At 5 o'clock in local time, the camp of the Children of Holy Light was already ablaze with lights. They had all got up for their daily training. It was the last day of their test. Having weathered through 6 days against the temptations of the extraterrestrial devils, they were all the distinguished students of the Holy Light Academy, or at least they thought so. After one more day, they would become real purgers, which was one of the most important forces in the Covenant Alliance. Everybody was excited, earnest, and hopeful. Those teenagers were so fascinated by their vision for the future that they did not realize that their excitement and their persistence in their dream had violated the rules of the Covenant Alliance. At 6 o'clock in the morning, it was the time for morning prayer. As if to celebrate the completion of the ultimate test, more mentors and even people more important than mentors had come to the camp today. Those people were all observing the ignorant teenagers thoughtfully from the shadows with rigid smiles on their faces. Not far away, the purge troop was more active than before too. Now and then, supersonic shuttles were flying above their heads, making the metal tents clatter. The enormous floating firepower platform had descended to only 100 meters from the ground. It was so lower that the teenagers could see the glittering cannons on the platform. They even felt that the fortress would fall and crumble everything on the ground into smithereens. The mentors told the young men that they would be admitted by the purge troop and receive training on this airborne fortress if they could pass the ultimate test. All delighted, the teenagers embarked on the final part of their journey after breakfast. At 7 in the morning, hundreds of young men and women were dispersed in various areas of the city. The rain grew heavier, but the mist was not driven away by the rain. Everything was so pale that it did not look like the real world at all. Just like the day when someone defected for the first time, the rain and the fog gave the teenagers an illusionary sense of security, as if they would find a new path as long as they unveiled the rain and the mist. At 8 in the morning, all the young people were devoted to the purge operation, or so they appeared. At 9, however, a minor accident took place in a supermarket in the south of the city. Walla, 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 bam, 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 boom, boom. Someone shook the iron fences and hit the gate. Then they blew up the gate into pieces with a magnetic bomb. Thud, 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 thud. As boots rumbled on the floor, 2 mentors and a team of soldiers from the purge troop barged in, fully armed. The person leading the way for them was exactly Liao Meng, the deputy monitor in Tang Ka's class. This is the place. Chu Xiun and Tang Ka have been doing things stealthily here since days ago. I even heard the laughs and cries of a baby yesterday. A very little one. They're hiding a baby in this place. Liao Meng's face was greasy, and his voice was high-pitched, which seemed rather unfitting for someone of his body size. I suspect that they're possessed by extraterrestrial devils. A few days ago, I even saw colorful lights from the supermarket. God knows what they were doing. While declaring ruthlessly, Liao Meng led the mentors and the soldiers into the deepest part of the supermarket. They rushed very fast and reached the entertainment area in the supermarket only 10 seconds later. What they saw, however, dumbfounded Liao Meng, who found it hard to believe his eyes. Chu Xiun and Tang Ka were not half as panicked as he thought they would be. They were not in clothes they weren't supposed to wear, or watching or listening to anything that they weren't supposed to enjoy. On the contrary, the 2 of them had piled up tremendous projects, albums, and jade chips and were shattering and burning those things up according to the standard procedure of purging without even taking off their masks. Tang Ka had set the power of his shatter gun to the maximum, which filled the room with deafening noises. It explained why they didn't hear the strangers knocking on the door. They were as calm as before even though they were surrounded by tremendous mentors and purgers. Finishing the destruction work unhurriedly, they took off their masks and looked at everyone expressionlessly. How is this possible? Confused, Liao Meng mumbled, "Where is the baby?" "What baby?" Chu Xiun stared at her mentor calmly without looking at Liao Meng at all. Liao Meng said that he heard a baby's cries from here yesterday, her mentor explained. Oh, not bothering why Liao Meng eavesdropped on her from outside, Chu Xiun said casually, "We destroyed a batch of toys yesterday. Some of them could laugh and cry like babies. The noises were probably from them when they were accidentally activated during burning. Is there a problem?" "That is impossible," Liao Meng shouted. "I also saw colorful lights in the supermarket through the window. How do you explain that? When we burned the stuff that contained tremendous impurities, a lot of light would naturally be caused. Is that really a problem?" Chu Zhiyun was still expressionless without even frowning, as if she felt that Liao Meng's stupid questions were a waste of her time. Then, why would you lock the door if you weren't doing anything clandestine in this supermarket? Liao Meng's face became dark. There are many beasts in the city. Some are even biochemical beasts whose genes have been strengthened. Chu Zhiyun said, there may be battle puppets that can automatically search for and attack the enemy, and they may still be functioning after half a month. We do not want to attract their attention. If they notice us, the locked gate will buy us more time. Liao Meng was rendered speechless. At this moment, the soldiers who searched the whole supermarket reported that nothing inappropriate was found. There were marks of burning in the warehouse and the cold room, but it was part of the standard procedure. However, those places were still very hot, as if the incineration work had just been completed. Look, that is evidence. Liao Meng cried again. You've just burned a lot of things. Why? What were you trying to destroy and disguise? Today is the last day of our ultimate test. Everybody wants to complete more work so that they can receive more points. Chu Zhiyun explained unhurriedly again. Everybody is trying their best to shatter and burn as many things as possible, but you've brought mentors and purgers here and disregarded your own mission. Mr. Liao Meng, what's your problem? You. Liao Meng's dark face turned red and then pale. I saw it. I heard it. You must be hiding them somewhere. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. You can't trick me. I don't know what you're talking about, but I do know that one might see all kinds of illusions when their optical and auditory nerves are controlled by extraterrestrial devils. Pausing for a moment, Chu Zhiyun finally glanced at Liao Meng. Mr. Liao Meng, are you sure that this folly and this waste of precious time and resources are not because of something you imagined? Nonsense. Liao Meng burst into rage. My loyalty to the gods is incomparable. You're the ones who are possessed by extraterrestrial devils. Beep, 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 beep. His portable crystal processor beeped and flashed dangerous red light again. This is the third time you've lost control of your feelings, Mr. Liao Meng. Chu Zhiyun stroked her hair and said casually, and you exceeded the warning line by a lot every time. If I recall correctly, you should be banished from this test after 3 losses of control. As if hit by a lightning bolt, Liao Meng was dumbfounded. Impossible. That's impossible. That's impossible. That's impossible. He breathed more and more quickly, and the pimples on his face seemed to be exploding. His face was full of fury, fear, and desperation as he shouted, I'm a purger. My loyalty to the gods is incomparable. How can I lose control of myself? I can't. It's just your trick. If you're truly loyal to the gods, I suggest you have your brain thoroughly examined. I believe that the gods will definitely save you, Mr. Liao Meng, Chu Zhiyun said coldly and turned to the mentors. Mentors, may we continue our purge work? We have a lot more things to do today, and we do not want to be disturbed by such trivia. The 2 mentors who almost looked identical nodded at the same time. One of the mentors scanned Liao Meng's face with blue light emanating from his eyes. Oddly enough, under his eyes, the veins on Liao Meng's face all bulged, and the man seemed to be wearing a bloody mask. Now, everybody could see that Liao Meng's boiling blood was running all over his body and his face. Mr. Liao Meng, you're out, said the mentor with blue eyes coldly. I'm out. It was not until 10 seconds later that Liao Meng finally realized what it meant. His pupils constricted as he stared at Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka. For a moment, Tang Ka even suspected that Liao Meng would lunge at him. But eventually, Liao Meng simply jumped back after a scream, trying to escape from the supermarket. Beep, 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 beep. His portable crystal processor shrieked. It was like a burning shackle that was restraining a rash and furious soul. I can't be out. I've always been faithful to the gods. He jumped and wailed like a brute. He was about to run out of the supermarket when 2 soldiers of the purge troop knocked him down with a stun gun. He fell into the goods on the ground. While the stun gun was not a lethal weapon, it was enough to make a stallion unconscious. But Liao Meng got back to his feet with astonishing willpower. His hair was erect, and his eyes became completely white. As if he couldn't see what was around him, he reached out his hands, whose skin had been broken, hoping to run to where the fresh wind was coming. Naturally, he fell again, and he was hauled back by two extensible chains, leaving a devastating trace of blood on the ground. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Something must be wrong. In excruciating pain, Liao Meng shed tears of blood and cried, I'm absolutely loyal to the ultimate benevolence masters and the gods. I'm a purger. I can't be possessed by extraterritorial devils. You've all been tricked. You're wrong. Help me. Help me, gods. Ah! He writhed on the ground in his blood. The gods are helping you, so please stay quiet. The mentor with blue eyes squatted and pointed his finger at the center of Liao Meng's forehead. Liao Meng suddenly cramped, and noises resembling those when gears were stuck came from his throat. He was suddenly rigidified as if he were a dead body. The mentor with blue eyes asked the soldiers to pull the half-dead Liao Meng away from the supermarket and left with them. The other mentor, whose nose was particularly huge, stared at Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka. He suddenly approached them and sniffed them carefully with his long and pointy nose as if he were a hound on its feet. He sniffed Chu Zhiyun for a whole minute and then Tang Ka for another half. Ms. Chu Zhiyun, you've been the most distinguished student of the Holy Light Academy for the past 3 years, and you gave an excellent performance in this ultimate test. We look forward to your achievements after you become a real purger, said the hound-like mentor with a vague smile. It was a compliment, but there was no warmth in his words at all. Then, he moved his eyes that looked as if they were made of glass to Tang Ka. As for you, Mr. Tang Ka, you reek of fear. Why? It's absolutely unnecessary. Your improvement in the ultimate test is beyond everyone's expectations. Remember, the gods are watching you and guiding you. As long as you obey the gods from the bottom of your heart, you should never fear. All right, please resume your test. We'll reveal the final answer at the camp at sunset. The hound-like mentor sniffed again and stepped back until he left the supermarket. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun both collapsed when the unannounced guests were away. This time, even Chu Zhiyun, who always seemed as cold as ice, was sweating hard. She laid her hands on Tang Ka's shoulder and could barely stand straight. That was close. Panting for a long time, Chu Zhiyun stared at the door of the supermarket and said gloomily, Tang Ka, how did you know that danger was coming? I don't know. It's just my guts. I've been feeling anxious since last night. Tang Ka said, Didn't you say that the most important thing for a purger is instinct? Good boy. It seems that the mentor was not wrong. You've really grown a lot in the past few days. Chu Zhiyun held Tang Ka's arm and whispered, I may have to respect your opinions more in the future. A smile flashed in Tang Ka's face and he said, But you want to become a lurker, and I'll become a purger at best. No, it's possible that neither of us can become what we want to be, and we will end up exactly like Liao Meng. Chu Zhiyun was silent again. What do we do now then? The girl said in confusion, I don't want to go back. I don't want to become like Liao Meng or any of those mentors. Have you not found that all of our mentors feel identical although they have different faces and body shapes? They're like the different copies of the same template. If I'm destined to become one of the billions of copies of the same template, what's the point of my life? You want to run, right, Monitor? Summoning his courage, Tang Ka said, You've been meaning to run since we discovered Zhou Shiyun and Tian yesterday. Both determination and confusion were flashing in Chu Zhiyun's eyes. She took a deep breath and mumbled, I really don't know what I want to do. It's quite funny. Before the ultimate test, I was confident that I could train myself into a real lurker against all the temptations from the extraterrestrial devils, but as time goes by, and maybe because extraterrestrial devils got into me, I'm less enthusiastic to become a lurker now. I don't know what I want exactly, but I know that I can't tolerate my life in the past. I can't stand myself becoming something like our mentors or our director. Run. Can I really run out of here? Tang Ka, what would you do? Chu Zhiyun loosened Tang Ka's arm and walked absent-mindedly. Then, she stepped on something hard. She picked it up, only to see that it was an emblem of the Holy Light Academy with obvious scratches and blood on it. It was Liao Meng's badge. He accidentally dropped it when he writhed a moment ago. Let's make this badge decide everything. Chu Zhiyun gritted her teeth and said, if it's heads, I'll finish the purge operation and return to the camp. If it's tails, I'll walk on a path of my own. She took a deep breath and flipped the badge, which hummed in midair. Her eyes moved following the badge, but the badge was suddenly grabbed by a fist before it hit the ground. Tang Ka, the owner of this fist, carefully placed the badge on the ground with the tails facing up, before he put on the most brilliant smile. Look, monitor, it's tails. Tang Ka said, so, it's already decided. Let's go. Tang Ka, you? Chu Zhiyun was at a loss, feeling that she didn't know her sidekick, that grew up with her anymore. You're leaving with me? Tang Ka, do you know the consequences? Consequences? To be purged in the holy temples at worst. Will it be any different from right now? Tang Ka picked up her hand and said softly and firmly, you were the first person I saw after I opened my eyes. We've been together for so many years. So, you will never leave me alone, will you? Well? Confusion flowed out of Chu Zhiyun's eyes again. She thought for a moment and nodded firmly. That's right. As long as you're willing to follow me, I will never abandon you. Let's go. The two kids stared at each other for a long time, until they were both smiling. They clenched their arms and strode forward. Tang Ka, will the gods still watch over us? Chu Zhiyun asked when they were about to leave the supermarket. Well, I don't know if the gods will watch over us. Tang Ka waved his fist and said, but I'm sure that a certain someone will. Each carrying a bag full of plastic items that couldn't be burnt indoors, they moved them to an empty place on the street, pretending that they would burn the items in the open air, while they were actually scanning the environment. The town was still covered in mist, and nothing could be heard except for the rain. The noises of boots and tanks were all drifting away. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun looked at each other and made up their minds. They took off their masks simultaneously. Quietly walking to a collapsed wall at the corner of the street, they carefully moved a cement block away, revealing the remains of a shuttle down below. Tang Ka curled his finger and knocked the dented shell of the shuttle 3 times. Do, do, do. Then he clenched his fists and bashed the shell twice. Dumb. Dumb. After a long silence, the back cover of the broken shuttle was slowly opened, revealing 2 devastated people who were coughing hard. I think Tian is having a fever. Zhou Xiaoyun hugged her daughter so hard, as if she were trying to melt her daughter into her own body. She said in a panic, it's raining outside. What do we do? Tang Ka laid his hand on Tian's forehead and cried, she's burning. He looked at Tian, only to see that her eyebrows were furrowed and her face was red. She was not cheerful or as merry as yesterday. If she has a fever, give her some medicines. We have to leave right now, Chu Zhiyun said coldly. If nobody takes you out today, you won't be able to leave tomorrow. What? Zhou Xiaoyun burst into tears of joy. You're leaving with us? That's fantastic. Enough talking. Let's go. Chu Zhiyun covered Tian with a blanket before she moved out the big bag that she and Tang Ka had hidden in the shuttle earlier. There was no turning back now that they made this step. Both of them looked back at the camp and embarked on the path of escape with Zhou Xiaoyun and Tian. This way. The map shows this way. Tang Ka, who was holding the compass, led the way. Zhou Xiaoyun was in the middle with Tian, and Chu Zhiyun was covering up for them with 2 storm bolters. Weapons were not unusual in New Joy City even though it was a town of civilians, and Chu Zhiyun had picked up some of the guns in case of danger. They gradually reached the depths of the city. The place seemed absolutely quiet and empty, but it also felt that countless ferocious beasts were staring at them from behind the mist while holding their breaths. We should be reaching the northern suburb of New Joy City soon. As far as I know, it's an agricultural area, so no purge operations were arranged there. Chu Zhiyun whispered. We should be safe as soon as we make it there. Do you hear it, Tian? Zhou Xiaoyun said to her daughter in a low voice. We'll be safe soon. Very soon. Her lips curved into a smile. Tang Ka, however, came to a sudden halt. He raised his wrist high and started moving randomly. "What's wrong?" Chu Xiun asked in a stun. "Why did you stop walking?" "I lost the way," Tang Ka mumbled. "I can't seem to find the way out of here." "That is impossible." Zhou Shiyun grew anxious before Chu Xiun said anything. "There's a route on the map and even automatic navigation. All you need to do is to follow the arrow on the map." "I know, but the map is stuck. It must have crashed." "Look." Tang Ka waved the compass in his hand, and the arrow on it was indeed dead. "The signals must have been blocked by all these skyscrapers and the bad weather. I need to find a place that's empty and hide a search for signals." Tang Ka looked around and climbed many high walls and pillars, as if he were really searching for signals. Chu Xiun and Zhou Shiyun could only follow him, praying that they wouldn't bump into anyone. They did seem quite lucky, as they ran into neither their classmates nor the patrolling soldiers of the purge troop on their journey. However, they seemed to have used up their good luck. Right after Tang Ka climbed on a wall that wasn't too high, with Chu Xiun as well as Zhou Shiyun following him, a deafening explosion burst out not far away from their feet, not only careening the wall but also causing a big hole in the ground. It was a landmine or a bomb on the road. It was a common trick to plant tremendous landmines and bombs on the road before evacuating from a valuable area. Speaking of which, it was actually the Covenant Alliance that played the trick first. In the past 20 years, although the Imperium had been retreating, they had turned most of the worlds they gave up into fatal swamps with landmines and bombs. Those weapons were shabby and unattractive, but they could be a major headache for experts and regular soldiers. The Covenant Alliance's landmines and bombs left a deep impression on the Imperium, and now that the Imperium had retreated, they naturally left some gifts for the Covenant Alliance. Tang Ka had probably triggered a bomb by accident and raised a rather remarkable explosion. Maybe it was a coincidence, and maybe it was on purpose, but below these ruins was the congregation point of several sewers. It was actually hollow below the road that was only several meters thick. After the road collapsed, they fell onto nothing all the way into the sewers. After a night of rain, a lot of water had been gathered in the sewers, which were almost entirely full. Some of the sewers had also been broken or blocked in the previous battle, making the water in the unblocked sewers even more rapid. Putong. When the four of them fell into the sewers, they felt that they had just dropped from a waterfall. They couldn't tell the direction at all, and enormous attraction forces were pulling them to the bottom of the sewers like invisible monsters. Tang Ka, Zhou Shiyun, Tian. Chu Xiun considered herself to be the strongest of the team. She knew Tang Ka very well. Zhou Shiyun was a weak civilian, and it was needless to mention Tian, who was just a baby. If she were the different person as she had been, she would have only called Tang Ka and wouldn't have cared about Zhou Shiyun and Tian at all. After all, they were strangers whom she had never met before. But for some reason, she remembered the fun Tian had in the playground and heard her giggles again. No matter how hard Chu Xiun shook her head, she couldn't get Tian out of her head. Is this what the extraterrestrial devils do? The big girl thought to herself, is this what the extraterrestrial devils do? Damn it! Damn it! While cursing, she struggled in the water hoping to find out where Tian was. However, the currents here were too chaotic. Since almost 8 sewers congregated here, they generated a handful of enormous swirls that were mixed with fallen leaves and garbage. She could barely keep her eyes open in the water, let alone seeing anyone in it. Her voice was simply echoing in the dark sewer. There was no telling Tang Ka or anyone else could hear her. There was no telling if it were her illusion, but she heard the cries of a little girl. She was about to swim to the sound when something grabbed her ankle and pulled her to the bottom of the water. Caught unprepared, Chu Xiun had a few mouthfuls of filthy water and was almost suffocated. When she surfaced again, the light was already gone, and she had been blown to the depths of one of the sewers. The water currents were so powerful that her chest seemed to be smitten by an invisible hammer. How can the water in a sewer be so powerful? Chu Xiun found it hard to believe. It doesn't make any sense. Whether or not it made sense, she couldn't do anything except floating alongside the current as she was almost passing out. Her strength faded away from her limbs and her fingers, and her head was turning fuzzy. Gradually, she sank to the bottom of this swamp. Is this the punishment of the gods? Chu Jiyun thought with her last consciousness. I was wrong. I betrayed the gods under the seduction of the extraterrestrial devils. So, I lost the favor of the gods, and I have to die in dark, filthy water. Right then, she suddenly sensed that someone hugged her with strong arms and took her away from the dark abyss and the shadow of death, pulling her from the stinky, filthy water to the shore. Crack! The person broke a glow stick and waved it, driving the darkness away with its light. Under the halo, the person seemed to be an envoy of the gods. Chu Jiyun observed it carefully, and when her eyes were finally accustomed to the light, she discovered that it was Tang Ka who saved her. The young man couldn't have looked more resolute and determined, and he was holding a familiar blanket in his arms. Inside the blanket was exactly Tian, who was moving like a kitten. Wow! Feeling that she had just been softened, Chu Jiyun couldn't help but moan. Monitor, are you all right? Tang Ka was briefly stunned. He moved his ears to Chu Jiyun's chest and listened for a while. Have you drunk too much water? Why are you making this weird sound? I'm fine. Chu Jiyun didn't know why her face was so red and hot. She glared at Tang Ka and bit her lips. Then she asked curiously, what happened just now? Why is Tian with you? I have no idea either, Tang Ka said anxiously. We seem to have triggered a bomb, which blew up a hole on the ground. It happened to be a congregation point of sewers. After I fell into the water, I heard the cries of a baby in my dizziness, so I swam over and picked up Tian. Later, the dirty water got more and more powerful, and I couldn't control myself at all and could only float in the water until I arrived at this place. Then, I saw you struggling in the water, so I dived down and picked you up. Okay. Chu Jiyun thought for a moment and asked, what about Tian's mother? That I do not know. Tang Ka shook his head and said, I only picked up Tian, but I didn't see Zhou Shuyun. She must have been separated from us. They looked at the two ends of the sewer. They were in a very spacious sewer, but the place was absolutely dark. Under the light of the glow stick, it could be vaguely seen that there were countless branches ahead. It was absolutely impossible to find an ordinary person who had been missing for half an hour in such a maze. Chu Jiyun sighed and said, it seems that we have to find a way out on our own now. After a brief rest, Tang Ka supported Chu Jiyun back to her feet. Fortunately, neither of them was injured except for the minor scratches on their skin. Even Tian was not hurt either. She was staring at the glow stick in Tang Ka's hand with her eyes wide open. For some reason, Chu Jiyun grimaced at the little kid, and the little kid grimaced back at her. Both of them laughed, but after the laugh they had to face the reality. Unfortunately, they lost all their assets in the turbulence. Tang Ka had even accidentally lost Zhou Shuyun's map. They had abandoned their portable crystal processors, which could locate them at the very beginning too, or they would have been found out by the purge troop. In other words, they had completely lost their way. What had happened, and there was no point to lament. They simply held each other's hands and resisted the coldness with each other's warmth before they pressed forward in the sewer. There was no telling if it was propitious or not, but they saw a well linked to the ground, as well as a ladder that wasn't completely rusted. Further ahead, there was a pit dozens of meters deep, leading to places darker and more unknown. Looking at each other, Tang Ka tied Tian to his back with a belt before he climbed the ladder. He climbed a dozen meters and met a rusty cover. However, for two elites who had received the harshest training since childhood, it was not a problem. Tang Ka laid his hand on the cover and vibrated his palm. Soon, the rust fell, and the cover was lifted without a sound. The two of them crawled out of the manhole and breathed in the fresh air, feeling that they had been reborn. Narrowing her eyes, Chu Jiyun observed the signs on the buildings, only to discover that they had ended up in the southern suburb of New Joy City. She did not expect that she would be carried so far away without bumping into anything on the way or being stuck. The journey turned out to be not as dangerous as it appeared. However, as a result, they were now very far away from the shelter that Zhou Shuyun mentioned at the beginning. Now, the Holy Light Academy and the Purge Troop must have learned that they went missing. Chances were that the whole city was crowded with hunters. It was impossible for them to pass through the downtown area. While Chu Jiyun was pondering, Tang Ka suddenly said delightedly, "Monitor, check this out." Chu Jiyun looked at where Tang Ka was pointing at, only to see a fairly large body shop that was half civil and half military. Both the civil shuttles and the military shuttles could be repaired here too. "We're so lucky that we were carried to the bottom of a body shop. There must be a well-functioned shuttle with full fuel ready for us to use." Tang Ka winked at Chu Jiyun. "Monitor, is this not a favor from the gods?" Chu Jiyun failed to come up with anything, but she felt weird. Between her and Tang Ka, she was the commander, and Tang Ka was supposed to be her subordinate. Even this escape had been initiated by her, and Tang Ka only joined it halfway. However, why did Tang Ka become so active and domineering all of a sudden? She didn't really dislike it, but she was quite unused to it. She wondered why Tang Ka had changed even more greatly than she did. While Chu Jiyun was still thinking, she found that Tang Ka had already run into the body shop excitedly. "Hey, wait for me, Tang Ka." Chu Jiyun hurried to go after him, wondering why she seemed to have turned into Tang Ka's sidekick. The body shop was exactly like Tang Ka had speculated. Inside an enormous workshop were dozens of shuttles that were being maintained. When Chu Jiyun came in, Tang Ka had already scanned all the shuttles and chosen a silver streamlined shuttle. He was pushing a trolley of components and raising the maintenance scaffold. "Monitor, this is the one," Tang Ka said excitedly. "We're quite lucky. This is a light, high-speed shuttle for reconnaissance from the Imperium. It's fast and boasts a rather powerful spiritual shield. Also, its maintenance is almost done. It can be activated as soon as we put fuel in." "Oh? Really?" Chu Jiyun didn't know why Tang Ka was so familiar with the military shuttles of the Imperium. She thought for a moment and asked, "What are you doing if its maintenance has been completed?" "I'm attempting a minor modification to see if I can completely block its noises and spiritual ripples so that we can escape without alarming anyone." Tang Ka licked his lips and said, "Rest assured, I got this. It will be done in a minute." Chu Jiyun was at a loss again. Why was her heart racing? Was this how the invasion of the extraterrestrial devils feel? She felt that her wisdom had all been flushed away in the dirty water just now, and her head went completely blank as Tang Ka pushed Tian into her arms. She watched Tang Ka do his work in dizziness. Why are his hands so fast and perfect now? Chu Jiyun thought. Also, aren't our maintenance and recognition courses for civil magic equipment? Why is he capable of modifying such a piece of complicated military magic equipment like an armed shuttle? Chu Jiyun knew that maintenance was different from modification. Maintenance was about restoring a piece of magic equipment to its original look, whereas modification was about improving the performance with whatever materials you had. The latter was much more challenging. Tang Ka was a teenager anyway. However capable he was, he couldn't have been able to maintain a shuttle of the Covenant Alliance, let alone one from the Imperium. However, "It's done, Monitor." Tang Ka patted off the oil on his hand and made a pleased gesture. "Come on in." "What?" Chu Jiyun was stunned again. "Come in, and let's get out of here." Tang Ka frowned. "Monitor, you seem to have turned a lot slower." "Why? Who's slow?" Chu Jiyun glared at Tang Ka and climbed into the shuttle with Tian. Since it was a high-speed shuttle for reconnaissance, its cabin was naturally not very big. She was almost stuck to Tang Ka's back and could smell his hot hands. "You're going to fly it?" Chu Jiyun looked at the complicated operation menu. "It's very difficult to fly a shuttle. If you make any mistake, the shuttle might spin at 700 kilometers an hour. Are you sure you can do this?" "I'll have a try." Tang Ka smiled. "Haven't we all been implanted with information on flying a shuttle? That can't be enough." Chu Jiyun said, "Why don't you let me fly it?" "Monitor, please trust me. Every distinguished commander should trust their most excellent soldier." Tang Ka's hands turned into shadows as they rolled on the operation menu. Infinite glittering runes and numbers appeared and shined in his hands. Hum! The high-speed shuttle floated after a tiny noise. Weirdly, although the output of the engine had been boosted to 120%, and even the shell of the shuttle was shaking, the shuttle was not making any sound except the hum at the beginning. It was as quiet as a cloud. Wow! Chu Jiyun made a weird sound for the second time, and she stared at the back of Tang Ka's head in disbelief. Have you buckled up, monitor? Tang Ka's hands dashed among runes and numbers quickly like two bolts of lightning. As he operated, the maximal output of the shuttle was increasing, 130%, 150%, 180%. In other words, after Tang Ka's 5-minute modification, the high-speed shuttle, which had been as fast as lightning in the first place, was almost twice as fast as previously. How was it possible? It was not just about the circuits of spiritual energy and the magic equipment structure. But more importantly, a 180% speed would bring too much burden for beginners like Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun to handle. Most likely, they would hit the wall the moment the shuttle was activated. However, there was nothing Chu Jiyun could do at this point. Besides, intimidated by the air around Tang Ka, she could not argue with him at all. She could only hold Tian in her arms and examine the safety measures once again. She then nodded and said, "I'm ready. In that case, let's go." Tang Ka snapped his fingers, and green buffer gels spurted out and enshrouded the three of them. But Tang Ka's head was exposed and clasped by a silver neural interaction helmet. The light on the two sides of the helmet flashed quickly. The shuttle seemed absolutely still, but the world around was falling back quickly into narrow, long lines. It took Chu Jiyun quite a long time before she realized that they were already flying. Well, Chu Jiyun bulged her eyes as she looked at the world outside, which had almost turned into two gray walls. She realized that Tang Ka was not bragging but had truly tamed this high-speed shuttle, which was flying at the maximal speed and the lowest attitude. It was almost only 1 foot away from the ground. In such a way, the shuttle could be covered by the skyscrapers as well as the radiations from the ground. Even if the purge troop was scanning them on a large scale, it would be much less likely for them to be discovered. Also, the shuttle was not making any sound as it was rushing, and the spiritual shield of the shuttle had a gray layer of camouflage thanks to Tang Ka's modification. At first look, it was only a ripple in the air that was flashing. However, it was not hard to imagine how dangerous and difficult this was. The closer the shuttle was to the ground, the more obstacles there would be. The buildings, the walls, the debris of crystal tanks, and even landmines that could jump could all be fatal. The shuttle was already flying over 500 kilometers per hour. At such a speed, even a blunt fragment would be enough to penetrate through the engine unit of the shuttle and kill them. Chu Jiyun was one of the most excellent students in the Holy Light Academy, and her sight and reaction were among the best of her peers. However, it was still hard for her to recognize the objects coming at her at 500 kilometers per hour. The skyscrapers were cutting at her like black sabers, and she almost couldn't stop herself from crying out aloud. Tang Ka, however, was absolutely unhurried, as if he were simply strolling in the city. He took turns right next to the glass windows of the skyscrapers multiple times without breaking any of them. When they encountered a building that had collapsed from the middle, instead of flying above the ruins, Tang Ka chose to swoop into the gaps of the ruins and flew right through the remains of the building. Chu Jiyun felt that her heart was jumping out of her throat. Tang Ka, however, yawned and smacked his lips in boredom. "Tang Ka, what's wrong?" asked Chu Jiyun with a shivering voice. "Huh? I'm fine. What's wrong?" Tang Ka turned back and looked at his monitor. "Why do you ask?" "Ah!" Chu Jiyun screamed. "Don't look back. Eyes on the road. Eyes on the road. We're about to hit it." Tang Ka stared at his monitor innocently and operated quickly again. Then, the shuttle slanted and passed between two plazas that were almost next to each other. After that, Tang Ka yawned again so hard that he was almost shedding tears. You're yawning." Chu Jiyun didn't know how she should describe her feelings. "Yes, I didn't sleep much last night, and I'm feeling rather drowsy." Tang Ka rubbed his eyes. "That's why I'm so slow. Don't scold me. That's why you're so slow?" Chu Jiyun realized that she and Tang Ka probably differed greatly on the definition of slow. Also, she noticed a very special vibe from Tang Ka, whose eyes were half closed. A vibe that was hard to describe, but somehow made people want to beat him up. Besides, there's a baby in this shuttle. We should be more careful. Although this is boring, safety always comes first. While talking, Tang Ka groped below his seat for a moment and found a can of juice. He opened the can and took a huge mouthful of the juice, before he moaned in satisfaction and continued. The engine is only being preheated. When we reach the suburbs that are more empty, we'll accelerate. Chu Xiun suddenly realized that, while they were changing courses frequently at 500 kilometers per hour, Tian Tian did not cry at all, and she did not feel any discomfort such as loss of weight or overloading. She lowered her head, only to see that Tian Tian was observing the jelly-like gel around her, as well as the rushing world outside. Noticing that the big sister was looking at her, the baby giggled in delight, not bothered by the separation from her mother yet. When did you start drinking juice? Why do I not know it at all? Chu Xiun looked at Tang Ka's smile and found it weirder and weirder. There are a lot of things you don't know, but it's fine. I'll tell you all of them later, my beloved monitor. Tang Ka said, now all you need to do is to trust me and let me take care of everything. It's going to be fine. I promise you that we will escape from this wretched city and our fate. We will find a shelter. A real shelter. Those idiots. No, those brainless scumbags must be searching for us in the north of the city. Aren't they? Hee hee. By the time they realize that something is not right, we'll be taking a hot bath in the shelter. Do you trust me, monitor? Ha! Chu Xiun frowned and said, I would love to trust you. But doesn't the glittering exclamation marks as well as the number behind it that is getting smaller and smaller indicate that dozens of flying swords are coming at us? Tang Ka was briefly stunned, and the cabin was immediately filled by ear-splitting alarms. The shining flying swords behind them were so close that they could be seen with the naked eye. How is it possible? Tang Ka's pupils were constricted to the minimum. He was so furious as if someone had just slapped him in the face. When he raised his hand speed, Chu Xiun finally understood why Tang Ka felt bored earlier. She felt that she was not inside a high-speed shuttle, but on a shooting star that was breaking the limits of the three-dimensional universe. Crack, 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 crack. The shuttle was accelerated to 700 kilometers per hour and dodged 37 times within 1 second before it decelerated to 350 kilometers per hour. It finally got rid of the pursuing flying swords when it almost fell apart in midair. Boom! 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 Those flying swords exploded around the shuttle, raising a torrent of hot waves and shards that submerged the shuttle again and again. The shuttle had only light armor in the first place. Despite Tang Ka's modifications, it could not take the attacks of so many flying swords without being damaged. The tempered glass was cracking, and the alloy shell was dented and even torn apart by the shards. At a supersonic speed, even a tiny hole invisible to the naked eye could lead to a disaster. Tang Ka had to lower the speed while he cursed. By the time he saw the pursuers behind him clearly, however, he had lost the strength to curse. From every direction of New Joy City, in the middle of the plazas and skyscrapers, thousands of crystal suits and shuttles were rising. They were like glittering locusts in the cold mist. All of them aimed their lamps at Tang Ka's shuttle, suggesting that the previous barrage of flying swords was not coincidental, and that the enemy did know the shuttle's coordinates. Behind those buildings, the floating fortress that was as huge as a mountain also moved close in deafening noises to Tang Ka's and Chu Xiun's faces like a cloud that was on fire.